Hello. Oh, that's the wrong screen. That's better. Hello. Songify's broken again. I don't know why. It just stops working. I think maybe Spotify changes things, like changes its API settings or anything like that, and then Songify just shits itself. Hello, Caldwell. Hello. Oh, there's Buttspot straight away. Oh, hey, Pepsi, how's it going? Hello. Hey, Mo. Hey, Sona. Offspring. Hey, Josh. 110 stream streak. My God. Oh my God. The streamer bot didn't even shout Mo out. What the hell is going on? Shocking. Something always has to break. It hates me picking. Well, it usually shouts you out immediately. Like it's. I don't know. I was. Did I break it? I didn't break it, did I? I was playing around with it last night. I don't think I broke it. No, it's all still there. Weird. It's all still there. I don't know. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, this will determine if StreamerBot's working.
I'm escaping
It is.
to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
Space.
Space!
Alright. There we go. It looks like it's working. Maybe it just had a moment. But Songify is warped, and I'm not gonna bother with it now. That's why it took so long. Hey Quinn. Wow, you really need to lay off those baked beans. Well, my Buttspot didn't go after you, it went after me right after. Yeah, it was like, ooh, went straight for you. So here we are, Friday. Had a nice relaxing couple of days off. Still got 3 days off, public holiday on Monday. And I did what I told myself I wouldn't do. I just fucking slept. Told myself I was going to get out and do things, and I didn't. So, but it's just because it's winter. It's winter in Australia, and it's just like, oh, snuggly.
You son of a bitch.
Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a sub to Caldwell. Thank you so much. Sleep good. Yeah. Well, especially in winter. Winter when it's cold in the morning, you don't want to get out of bed. You're just like, nah, I'm just gonna stay here. And it's just so easy just to stay in bed. It's ridiculous. I don't know if it's an age thing. But yeah, I hibernate. Yeah. Mo, thank you for the 110 stream streak as well. But you know, there's worse things to be addicted to than sleep. Dude, I have baked beans. Their texture makes me want to vomit. You hate baked beans? Oh wow. Baked beans are a staple for me. I've got like 6 cans of baked beans in the cupboard at the moment. Like when you can't figure out what you want to have for dinner, you just have baked beans on toast. Easy. I had sushi and sashimi for dinner. Ooh, nice. Same with peas. Peas, I could take them or leave them. Baked beans with layered bacon. Oh. Well, yeah. Or about cheese beanos, which is baked beans on toast with cheese over the top. Or a couple of slices of cheese or cheese sprinkled over the top. Yeah. Cheese beanos. So yeah, that's a staple for me. Like you can tell I came from, you can tell that I'm working class and came from working class. That because yeah, baked beans, spam, all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely. I love spam actually. Quinn, thank you for the 110 stream streak as well. Bubble and Squeak, Stovies, yep, all of it. Those were staples for me. The leftovers with bacon, yeah. And Stovies is kind of this. I think Stovies is Bubble and Squeak. It's just Bubble and Squeak going by a different name. Hold on. Oh no. I'm just quickly looking at. No, it's not. It's similar, but it's different. It's similar. Stovies doesn't have cabbage in it. Stovies is like leftover meat and potatoes and everything like that mixed into a big pot with like gravy and like beef stock and all that sort of shit so put in there. So yeah, it's Stovies is probably more on the meatier side than Bubble and Squeak. Bubble and Squeak's more vegetables, I think, isn't it? That sounds good. Yeah. Well, it's minced potato. Well, standard Stovies is like minced potatoes and onions in a big pot, all cooked together with like loads of salt and pepper and beef stock and gravy and everything like that. And it just basically comes out as brown slop, but it's so tasty. It's so tasty. Me some gravy. My brother calls himself a gravy connoisseur. He does love. He's like, bring me your finest gravy on the menu, thank you. How you feeling, Scotty? I'm good. I'm good. A couple of days of just sleeping probably done a world of good for me, actually. I was just tired. Leading up to Thursday, I was knackered. Our Bubble and Squeak was just leftovers with bacon and soy sauce. Yeah. Pizza, pie, gravy, that's me. Gravy. I hate gravy except KFC gravy, because when I was 6, my aunt shoved my face in my gravy and math. Can't imagine why I hate it.
You can get it.
Gravy is amazing.
You can get it.
Not me trauma dumping my main. I love gravy. How the hell did that happen?
You can get it polished.
What triggered that?
Demolish it. You can get it any of it now. Matter of fact, I got it now.
A hype train got triggered.
First needs a big cold beer. And the best cold beer is Vic. Victoria Bitter.
That's probably what triggered it. Oh no, now we have to deal with chicken nuggets while we're doing this. Because that was like, see, bring in the 1,000 biddies. I have no control over what's happening. Just mute the stream. Too much going on. Too much going on. Let's drink it at chicken nuggets. Let's drink the chicken nuggets. Little chicken nuggets liquid, by the way. Pulling my brain in all directions. I'm sorry, everyone. Let's just come in. It's chicken nuggets and it's a chug. Just add to the noise. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Raiders. Sorry, we're doing a chug. Okay, well, it looks like the Streambox working now. Oh. Alright, the nuggets are at least gonna stop. Oh no, the nuggets are still going. Zoinks. There we go. Cheers. Party. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. These two just unfortunately lined up, and I can't stop them. Oh my god, but the chicken nuggets don't stop already! Chickens! DB, thank you for the 1,000 biddies, and thank you for the raid. Oh no, here we go, 10G party now. Sickest. Welcome in, Raiders. That was, Cubby, that was perfect timing. Southern, welcome in, Piku. Uni, oh wait, that's spot. Wow. Noah, Vibe, welcome in, guys. Welcome in, everybody. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Wheel spin and breathe. Now a nice Tangia party. All right. I didn't realize that those two could overlap with each other. And I'm a little bit scared because people know that now. The chug and chicken nuggets actually overlaps now. So, all right, that's a bit terrifying to know now. People have figured that out. How was dinner, Scotty? Oh, I actually had chicken nuggets for dinner. I went up to the shop. I went up to the shops to get some to get some milk and a couple of other things. And there's a KFC up there, and I got some KFC nuggets and chips. So I actually had chicken nuggets for dinner. You can untrigger it by changing scenes. Just saying, it can. Finally, something that can be used instead of dance party. So everyone's really clear and specific. Which two things should not be flagged again?
I'm looking for something that says
as well.
Dad likes
perfect
leather.
song for
Something
a
that
cubby,
says,
right?
Leather Daddy?
How you doing,
Oh,
Leaping?
is there such a thing?
Is disgusting if you're at 0 out of 10 can recommend. KFC in Australia is pretty good. At Leather Daddy. Oh. Hold on. You gotta do a wheel spin as well. I don't think I even had the thing open. Hold on. 1 second. Milk and I am it. Who let him in? Who left the door open? He got in.
I believe in Joe Hendry. Cause they love him in London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada and Mexico.
Oh, yeah.
I believe in Joe Hendry.
By the best. I'll put that in manually, Mo, because Songify is borking at the moment.
My name is Jiu-Jitsu John.
Yeah, Songify's not working at the moment.
Wave your hands from side to side and say, oh, I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry is so prestigious. Wave your hands from side to side and say,
Are you sure about that?
oh, I believe in Joe Hendry. In Joe Hendry, in the prestigious one.
It's gonna take ages to get him out now. Alright. Yeah. Be my song slave. Alright. Alright, this must be the song that you requested. I'll fix Songify. I don't know why it broke. Actually, it just keeps breaking. Get him out. He never left. I saw shiny shirts like this at the shops the other day. Hello everybody. Welcome in, Raiders. Yes, we have a wheel. We have a wheel spin. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies, TV. Alright, where's the wheel? It's further down the list. I keep thinking it's at the top of the list. It's actually all like halfway down. Alright. Dancing Chimkins. There it is. There it is. Should make him put the Momi shirt on. I feel like someone's gonna do it. The Arnie voice. Hey, Buzzbar. Okay, I think I have to start to lurk already and do some more chores so the weekend will be off. Amazing rescue trip. No worries, Southern. Thank you so much for coming across. Enjoy the chaos if you can take it. Alright. You redeemed the Arnie voice. God damn
I'm a
it.
gamer geek girl. Ooh, ooh.
Who did that?
Let me catch you with my love ball.
Now I need to go do that. Alright, here's the wheel spinning. See what it lands on. Shockball hot potato. Oh, I need to take that off there because I fucking lost the thing and I can't turn it on. It was me, I did it. Stormtrooper helmet for 30 minutes? Nah, don't want that one. That one's boring. That's only that one's only good if I'm actually playing a game, but I'm not playing a game right now. It landed on it again. Sorry, I can't see it with the sunglasses. Oh no, it's on the yellow side, isn't it? It's on the yellow side, isn't it? Oh, the yellow, mustard sort of yellow side, yeah. That's hot sauce. And the baby shit side, which is hot sauce. Yeah. That's the side it landed on. It landed on the hot sauce side. Oh. I need hot sauce. God damn it. Rip your nuggets. I know. I had delicious nuggets and you've just ruined it. It's ruined. God damn it. Why do you do this? Stop it. Yes. Alright. I need to get the Maomi shirt. Okay. There you go. There's the Maomi shirt. Enjoy. Enjoy it. I honestly didn't think it'd become such a thing when I got Pat's the Roomba. Oh, the little robot over there, little Roomba. Be nice to the robot, you know, because when they rise up and take over, start with them because they're actually in your house already. Right? It's looking at me. It knows I'm talking about it. Hello. All right. I need to get hot sauce. Need to get Scotty to do the same and make the exact same shirt to my own with Scotty. Never took it off. Police figured out they can hack things like Roombas to scope a place before they breach it in the raid. Oh, wait, they turn the Roomba on and the Roomba scopes out the layout of the room? Because that's what they do. They use AI to actually determine what the size of the room is and everything like that when they go around the corners and they go on a search mode. You could do that. You could hack a Roomba and it could tell you what the layout of the room is. Oh, they don't have cameras on them, but they've got sensors on them. Trying to bat them. Come here, little Roomba. All right, here's the hot sauce. I hate this stuff. Now, I've got a spoon here, but I cannot do a spoonful of this. It is highly ill-advised. So I just do a dab, but a dab is enough for this stuff. Look at it. All right. Ultra hot, ultra dead sauce. Look at it. With Jersey Fury. Feel alive. Ooh. Disgusting. Ultra dead sauce. Remember, oh yeah, remember last time. There was a delayed reaction last time we did it. Did like the first dab and nothing happened. And then did a second dab and it was like, oh, hello. Here I am now. It was like... Though it had lost its... It hadn't lost its potency at all. It was just delayed. Take a Nexium now. It's probably not a bad idea, actually. Oh. Oh, it's wafting. I can smell it. Oh.
Games, we're gonna shoot you in the ass.
Oh, I love it.
There's a fan right there, and it just blew a big fucking waft of it right into my face. It's like, oh.
Give me those butt shots.
Okay. All right. Get some lemon juice. Need that tummy Nexium? Okay, here we go. There we go. This is the Nexium. It helps with heartburn. This stuff, actually, you know what? This is, you know, like you get those quickies and all that sort of stuff, and like heartburn tablets, and they're basically chalk. And it's like, these things are way better. These things are way better. You can get them in Chemist Warehouse. I think a pack of them is like $9 or something like that, and they stop your stomach from producing too much acid for like 24 to 48 hours. Like, you just get... They're so good. All right. You don't need a prescription for them or anything. It's just over the counter. All right. So, ooh, how am I gonna do this? All right, I need to take these off for a second. All right. Nothing for the days to come. What's it called? Nexium. Nexium. It stops all heartburn for 24 to 48 hours. And basically what it does is it tells your stomach to stop producing so much acid. It's great. I love it. Alright, I'm gonna do this down here. Make a mess of this. I know I am. No, this is not gonna work. I can't pour it onto my finger. I mean, I'll pour it into a spoon, then I'll dab the spoon. Alright. Okay, there we go. This bottle is gonna last you 100 years. Use a toothpick if you have one. I do have toothpicks. Okay. Let's fire. Okay, here it is. Here's this stuff. And I just do a dab of it. Like, I was gonna do a spoonful of it, and that would have really hurt. This stuff is fucking bad. Alright, here we go. There we go. There's a good dab there. Oh. Flavor's not great either. Like, I put, like, oh no, it's not lost its potency at all. Oh. Dab the finger and then down the spoon. Oh. 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 Oh, God. It doesn't taste that great either. It doesn't really have any flavor to it. It just tastes like it's just all chilies. And it's just like I get this okay. All right. It's not as bad as it was before. Okay. I know I did this last time, is that it's not as bad as it was before. You know, I do a second dab so they can say that I actually did it properly. Maybe if I can build up my tolerance and bring up my tolerance, and then I don't know. We'll see. Oh, that amplified it. Oh, that amplified it. That amplified it by like fucking 3 or 4 times. Oh, God damn it! The burning.
Damn it!
Oh, W streammate lurking today, but bringing my friend by later. No worries. Thank you for popping in, sweet. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. That was a fucking mistake.
Scotty, beam me up.
Oh. No. Oh. That was a mistake. Thank you for the follow. The first stab was a freebie. The second one was the ass. The second one's the ass kicker. Because it's like the second one amplifies the first one by like 3 or 4 times. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, I won't be adding any discords that I don't know. Sorry. That's a rule. Never add any discords that you don't know. There's a lot of Discord scams going on at the moment. So don't add any discords that you don't know. Oh, that's big, Bernie. Oh my god. Holy shit. What? Why is it doing that? Why does it do that? Why is the first one so weak and then the second one just like kicks my ass? Oh. No, I don't think we will. Yeah. Oh, almost almost activated the Roomba. Because I control these lights and the Roomba, they go off the same app. Then the Roomba would have been floating around. It's like, what are you doing in here? What's going on? My tongue is burning, man. Oh. What color is that? Is that red? I can't see. That red? That's reddish. Roomba's, it's the robot vac, yeah. It's the brand is not actually Roomba, but it's Kogan, but it's a Roomba, yeah. Ah. Oh, the burning. The burning. There we go. Oh, that tabs me now. Close that. Okay, it's okay. I'll survive. I will be. Okay. Alright, it's Freaky Friday. It's Freaky Friday. We got the spoopies to do. Mr. Boland's released some videos. Mouth breathing, I see. You got some other, like, dark Reddit stuff and everything like that, too. And then we've got Call of Cthulhu. Some Lovecraftian horror. Ah, no new nukes or burbs. Oh, that's bad. Stuff is bad. That's only dabs of the stuff. Can you imagine what it would do to you if you fucking drizzled that shit on your... Oh, no. No. Alright, here we are. Mr. Bond, we got Thailand's most convincing ghost story, campfire stories.
Tonight, I'm going to tell you a very famous story from Thailand. This story was recommended to me by a fan, actually, and I had never heard of it before.
Oh,
but the second I started looking into this, I knew that I had to tell this one, and not just tell it.
It's suffering from all the AI crap out there for ghosts. Oh, man.
This is like classic.
No, I know. Fucking Nuke's top 5. What's going on? It's like...
But before we get into tonight's story,
no,
if you're a fan
absolutely
of
not.
Strange, Dark, and Mysterious delivered in story format,
I have Frank's hot sauce, and Frank's hot sauce is not that
because
bad.
that's all we do, and we upload 2, 3, even 4 times a week. So
Frank's hot sauce is tasty.
You, the next time you and the like button are at a campfire together, offer them some nice hot coffee. But don't tell them you've put hot sauce in it. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads.
It's evil.
Let's get into tonight's story.
All right. Subtitles on? They are now. Toy Stories.
One morning in the early 1850s, a young man named Mok rowed a small boat through a canal in Prakanong, Thailand. which is a very rural community southeast of Bangkok. And Mock was rowing as
Oh, I
fast
can
as
feel
he
the
possibly
burning in
could,
my stomach.
because where he was going
I can
was
feel the
home,
burning.
and he could not wait to get there. So Mock had been away for almost an entire year by this point. And that was because around a year ago, he'd been drafted into the Thai military and forced to go fight in a war against the neighboring country of
From
Burma.
the Nexium,
And
yeah.
for Mock,
Preventative.
getting drafted had really come at like the absolute worst possible time. Because at the time, his wife, May Nok, had been just a couple of months pregnant with their first child. And so he had had to just, basically leave her behind to give birth on her own, which was obviously really difficult for her and for him. Like, he wanted to be there for her and he couldn't. And also, this is 1850s in rural Thailand. So once he was gone, like, there were no phones or really any way to send letters back and forth. So really,
She's cut
ever
off.
since Mock had left, he'd had literally zero communication with his wife. So he has no idea how she's doing, how the baby's doing, nothing. And, he's off fighting in a war. And in fact, he actually got hurt while he was fighting and had to spend months in a military hospital recovering. But his wife had no idea. So Mock rode even faster, and finally, he saw his home in the distance. It was a wooden house that stood on tall stilts right on the edge of the canal with a large balcony that overlooked the water.
Yeah,
And it was surrounded by lime
Thailand gets
trees
a lot
and
of monsoons, don't
forest,
they?
And it was at least a mile
Like,
away.
all the
from
houses are on
nearest
stilts.
neighbors. So it's a pretty secluded place, but it was a place he desperately missed. As Mock neared the small dock in front of his
that's
house,
the chili boat right
he began
there.
excitedly calling out for his wife. And as he did, he began tying up the boat, expecting at any moment to see his wife come running outside with the baby. But
Yep,
his
and bad
wife
flooding
didn't.
because the
She didn't
ground
go
is made
back.
of
She didn't
clay.
come out. It was
It's
just
made of
quiet.
clay, yeah.
And for a moment, Mock had this horrible thought that maybe
Very
something had
humid,
happened to her
too.
while he was gone. Like, how would he know?
I've been to Thailand. It was
Then
beautiful. It was
he heard the
lovely.
door open, out came his
but I
wife
was in the
with a big
tourist
grin on her
parts of
face, and she was
Thailand,
clutching
so-
their baby against her chest. She began
But what's
calling
really
out to him, and Mock
what you
saw
do
there were
really
tears of
notice is that
joy
you've got the
streaming down her
hotels,
face,
and then you've
he
got a lot of
leapt out the
poverty
boat
around them as
and ran
well.
to her.
Like the hotel's
A few
standing there,
days
and then you've got a lot of
Mock
like a lot
woke
of
up
sort
inside
of
his home, and he rolled over in bed and saw his wife
small
still
shops
asleep,
and everything like that, and then there's
he also
shacks
saw
and
their
everything.
baby
and
sleeping in a
s-
small
yeah,
hammock right beside the
it's
bed.
weird to see
And
a big
as Mock
hotel,
looked at his
glamorous
little
hotel
family,
standing there,
he felt almost
and then it's just surrounded by
deliriously
shacks.
happy. I mean, ever since he had gotten home, it was like Mock had entered this just perfect life, like just utter domestic bliss. His baby would turn out to be a boy, which he was really
comes from
excited
right on the
about
border of
because he
Thailand.
sort of secretly wanted a son.
So we used to
And,
casually go to
over the
Thailand to
last
buy
couple of
clothes. Very
days, he
nice.
had had a chance to basically tell his wife all of his crazy war stories, and she had listened.
I should have
to her
gotten myself some
intently,
suits when I was in
she also had
Thailand.
gone out of her
They were
way
so
to cook
cheap.
him all his favorite meals, and so he was just so grateful.
And they were just
to be
everywhere,
back
like these
here that he
places that
literally
wanted
had
like
not
suits. They
left
try to
their
drag you
home
in to get
at
you
all since he
like
got
measured
back.
up for
He
a suit.
Stayed home and just enjoyed this unbelievable homecoming. But on this particular morning, Mock
Yeah, none of
knew
my
he
suits
would
fit me.
have to leave because he had to go to the market because their kitchen was basically empty, so they needed food. And so Mock, he climbed out of bed, and as quietly as he could, he got dressed, trying hard not to wake up the baby or his wife. And then when he was ready to actually leave, he walked over to his wife.
Million
and
12 out of
he
10.
gently leaned down and just told
With the
her
leather
that,
daddy
okay,
and the
I'm
Murmy
gonna leave
shirt
now, I'll be
and the
back
leather
soon."
jacket.
Now, Mock didn't really expect much of a reaction from his wife. He figured she would just sort of say, okay, see you soon. But no, as soon as she heard he was leaving, it's like her eyes opened wide and she almost looked panicked. And she sat up in bed and she grabbed Mock's arm and she actually shouted, "No!" And in fact, she said it so loudly that she woke up their baby. And so the baby's crying.
I want his blanket. His blanket looks so floofy. Hey Wookie, I hope you didn't poop your pants. That is a very floofy looking blanket.
And Mock, at first, he just stared at his
The
wife
floof.
in total confusion. Like, what is she doing here? And then he said, what's going on? Why do you care so much if I leave? Like, what's wrong?
That's true, yeah.
And May Nok,
This whole
his
set
wife,
looks cozy,
still
yeah.
clutching his arm, she just kept shaking her head, saying, "No, you can't leave." And then she looked away like she was like trying to find the words or something. And then finally she looked back at him, and it was clear she had sort of calmed down a little bit. And she said to him that, you've been gone for so long, she just didn't want him to leave again. She said what she wanted him to do was just stay home right here. Like, don't leave her, don't leave their son, please. Like, something bad's gonna happen if you leave. You've gotta stay here. And when Mock heard this, it was actually kind of touching.
The microphone just randomly disconnected. Cheers. Amazing.
The idea that his wife was, so protective of him that she didn't want him to leave.
That was really, yeah. I just saw it. It's like,
he
oh,
smiled
come on,
and
man.
He told her like, yeah, but somebody has to go get food here, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get us food. I'll be back, in a few minutes. This is
I think it's
not a
because
big
I
deal."
touched it.
And then he gave his
The
wife
cable's
a hug
a
and
bit
kiss,
sensitive.
and she's looking at him like, "Don't you do this?" But he said, "Look, I'll be back as soon as possible." And then he turned and he left. A little while later, and Mock had arrived at the fruit stand in the market. The market was in the village center, which was a few miles from his house, but he had walked here as quickly as he could because, he had promised his wife.
I'm actually looking forward to the video about the horror Reddit
Mock
stories.
went to the man who owned the fruit stand to purchase, the items that he had picked out. The owner of the fruit stand looked at Mock and seemed genuinely surprised to see him. And then he gave Mock an almost sympathetic look.
You missed
and then
yeah.
asked him, like,
The auto chug
"How
and
are you
chicken
doing?"
nuggets went over the
Now,
top of
Mock
each other,
and
and then a
fruit
raid
stand
came
owner
in.
were not friends, but this village was so small.
And then because
that everybody
because
who lived
the
there
because the chicken
knew
nuggets was
everybody
redeemed, a
else, and so,
Tangier
like, the
party started
interaction
straight
was
after
not
it.
unusual. Not to mention the fact that basically everybody knew Mock had gone
And
to
now we
war,
know that Chicken Nugget
but they
Dreamland
didn't know
and
he
Chug
just
will
got
overlap
back.
each other.
And so Mock assumed that what he was asking about was basically like, "Hey, I can see you're back from the war."
And
How
then
are you doing?"
DB let in Joe
Mock
Hendry.
told the
Yeah.
owner that the war had been terrible, but now he was finally home. He was back with his wife and his son. He's so happy to have a son, and so really, despite the war, he'd never been better. Like his life was perfect right now. But the owner of the fruit stand, when he heard this, he actually looked back
Get
at
him out.
Mock with a
It takes
pretty
hours to
confused
get
look
him
on
out.
his
He
face
hides.
and was like,
He
"Your
actually
wife is
hides. As
home?"
soon as he gets in and he does
Mock
his
was
whole
like,
Joe
"Yeah,
Joe
of
Hendry
course.
thing,
Like,
he then
where else would
hides.
The
You
fruit
then
stand
you have to
owner
go.
was
Then you have to go
confused
through the
for a second,
painstaking
and then just
process
sorta
of trying to find where
shook
he
his
is.
head and said, I
He's
thought I heard
lurking,
something
yeah.
different, so I was just confused. And then sort of awkwardly, the fruit stand owner changed the subject and just said, "Okay, what do you want to buy?" Later that morning, Mock returned to his home, now carrying several bags of food. And as he approached his home from a distance, he saw his wife out on the balcony feeding their baby. But from the looks of it, his wife was just sort of
Need to get
staring off into
Danhausen in to
space.
get him out.
Mock called out to her, and it kind of snapped her back to reality, and she turned to him, and she broke into this huge smile. And then she got up, and she walked off the balcony into the house, and then when Mock got inside, she found her waiting for him in the kitchen.
The burning has
And
stopped.
for the most part, she looked really happy and
That's better.
relieved to see him back. It was like, phew, thank goodness nothing happened to you while you were away for 20 minutes. Her panic was gone. She was happy to have him back. And Mock was happy to see her, but at the same time, he also couldn't stop thinking about that strange interaction he had had with the fruit stand owner. How he had been like, "Oh, your wife's home?" Like it was
Spun
a
up
question
hot
as if
sauce
he
on
knew
the wheel.
something that he wasn't
Yeah.
saying. And Mock was just thinking about it. And so as he put the food away,
It
he told
originally
his
landed
wife,
on
what
shock
the
ball,
guy
but I
had
can't
said
find
and
the
how odd it
fucking
was.
thing that
And
turns the
Mock's
shock
wife,
ball
when she
on.
heard this,
And then it landed
she
on
got
Stormtrooper helmet, and
really
it's like, well, that one's only really good if I'm
She
playing
told
a game
Mock
right
this
now, but
was exactly what she was worried about him
Good
leaving the
God.
house in the first place. She said that ever since he had left to go to war, people in their village had been talking about her nonstop.
There are plenty of ladies
spreading
that would
all
fuck you,
kinds of
Leon.
Horrible rumors. And so Mock asked her, like, what kind of rumors? What are you talking about? But his wife did not elaborate. She just angrily shook her head and then stormed back out onto the balcony. A couple of days later, Mock was out in the forest that surrounded his home, chopping down.
I've actually seen a few videos like in regards to Resident Evil Requiem, and it's
Here. Hey.
This large, cuddly-looking animal.
Hey.
could turn
Get out of here.
exactly. I've actually seen a few videos of like streamers playing Resident Evil Requiem, and it was one particular scene in the game where Leon's trying to open a cabinet, but the way that he does it is like it's like he's thrusting and he's grunting, and the girls are just like. And I had chicken nuggets for dinner. Yes, I did.
Trees for firewood.
Joe.
He and his wife had not talked any more about the situation with the owner of the fruit stand and, the rumors that people in the town were supposedly spreading about her. Mock was ultimately just sort of puzzled by his wife's behavior. Before he had left for the war, she had always been very logical and independent. And so the fact that she suddenly seemed to care so much about what other people were
Crazy
saying
girls
about
getting
her,
up on Leon.
and the way she
Yeah,
never
God,
wanted
yeah.
Mock to leave her sight was just odd. The only reasonable explanation
So you
Mock could
enjoying
come
some
up
hot
with
sauce?
was that,
I did not
you know,
enjoy
for
it
the
at
last
all.
year, his wife had spent a
It
lot
doesn't even
of
have a.
time
It doesn't
all
even really.
alone
It doesn't have a
with a
flavor
brand
to
new
it. It just
baby
tastes
and
like
lots of
chilies.
fear that her husband was never going to come home. Like that would take a toll on you. And so his hope was that, you know, now that he was home, that she would just, you know, get better. So he was trying his best to just go about his life like normal. But I mean, just that morning when he had told his wife he was
It
gonna
does.
go
It
out and
tastes
get
like
some
fiery
firewood,
regret.
she had started sobbing and begging him not to go.
Like here's a sauce that I use all the time. This one. Oh, it's this one. Yeah. This one. Here we go. It's like Nando's peri peri. Wow. Wow. Rude. So yeah, Nando's peri peri sauce. So this one's mild, but there's another one in there that's medium. And this sauce actually has flavor. Like it actually is tasty. Not like that one. That one just tastes like chilies. Look, he actually waited for it. Oh, pardon me. Still getting chili burps. Okay, okay, I have the mayo and ketchup of that. There's a Nando's mayo and ketchup. Oh, you know what I've also had as well? Is that the lemon and herb sauce that Nando's has as well? Had a bottle of. I don't have a bottle of it at the moment, but I did. And putting that all over, like if you make chicken in the air fryer and then you just cover it in that sauce, it's like, oh,
And it had
so
taken
good.
him like a full half an hour to calm her down and convince her to let him go because they needed the firewood.
Peri-naise.
And so
They
Mock
call it
really didn't know what
peri-naise.
to make of this. He just hoped
Peri
that,
peri
you know,
mayo is
in
like
time,
peri-naise.
this would get better. And so Mock just went about his morning, you know, chopping down trees to get some firewood.
So good. It
And
is,
at
yeah.
some point, as he was literally chopping down a tree, he heard footsteps coming from behind him. And when he turned around, he sort of half expected to see his wife, but he didn't. He was sort of surprised to see it was this elderly man in a long robe walking directly towards him, like clearly. This guy is
Sit down
coming
and
to
do
talk
it,
to him.
yeah.
Now, for a second, Mock actually didn't know who this
I mean, you could have gone with this one as well. Like,
That's boring. You're boring everybody. Quit boring everyone.
guy was, but then he realized, based on what he was wearing, that he was a monk. And then as he got closer, he could see that it actually is someone who lived and worked at a Buddhist temple in the village. And so this was not a total stranger. In fact, this monk was more like a community leader of sorts. And so as
oh, I gotta
Mock
try
was
the
sort of putting
teriyaki
it
chicken burger
together,
from
he
Macca's.
figured
That was
the
such a
reason
nice
this guy
burger.
was coming over was
Teriyaki
just to,
chicken.
you know,
Oh, I
welcome him
saw
home
that new
from
range that they
war.
had. They got like garlic.
So
No,
Mock lowered his
haven't they got
axe
like
and
garlic and
smiled
pepper
and waved.
chicken nuggets now?
But the monk didn't smile back.
No one
Instead,
cares.
He
Had
walked
more
right
effect.
up next to Mock, really close to him, and he looked around the forest in sort of a paranoid way, and then in almost a whisper, he asked Mock if he was alone. Mock was definitely weirded out by this and didn't have any idea why this guy was acting this way. But, you know, Mock said, "Yes, I am alone." At this point, the
Actually
monk
sounds
seemed to
delicious.
relax.
Garlic
And
and
he told
pepper
Mock that he
chicken
really
nuggets.
needed to tell him about his wife. And Mock kind of perked up, like, "What are you talking about?" And the monk said that Mock's wife had become convinced that people in their village were spreading rumors about her. And she'd begun going around town terrorizing people to get back at them. At this point, the monk leaned back and gave Mock
Lemon
this
pepper chicken.
expectant look,
Ooh.
like he thought maybe Mock
Nice.
was going to apologize for his wife's behavior or something. But to Mock, this information didn't make sense. His wife definitely had talked about people spreading rumors about her, and she was acting pretty strange and paranoid.
Uh-huh.
But to Mock, this information didn't make any sense. On the one hand, you know, his wife had, you know, mentioned that she believed people were spreading these awful rumors about her, so Mock had
What a
heard
bunch
that.
of arseholes.
But the idea that she was really doing anything about it other than being upset was just false.
If you get a
I mean,
good lot
how
of
could she
onion
be
on the Philly
out
cheese stack,
terrorizing
hold on, let me have a look at the. I haven't had a proper look at it. It's like, uh, Let me just quickly bring it up. Didn't they have a Wait, is this in Australia or is this the US? Trying to find it. Partner named Mindy. Mork and Mindy. Oh, there you go. You got you got the teriyaki chicken burger. Oh, that looks sticky. Teriyaki sauce topped with shredded lettuce, creamy mayonnaise, and served in a soft bun. The Philly cheese stack. Crispy onions, cheese sauce, three cheese slices, and pickled. You got the garlic and black pepper chicken nuggets. You got the Benny style bacon and egg bagel. I had that in the airport. It wasn't that great. Oh god. Honey sriracha big brekkie. Jesus Christ. It's the heart attack range. Look at this fucking thing. The breakfast of absolute champions. Honey sriracha mega brekkie wrap. Oh, that's just... I've never liked hash browns on burgers. I don't know, it just doesn't sit well. It doesn't sit right with me. And then they just got the McCrispy down here by itself. And you've got the Derpy McFlurry. The creme brulee pie. Bad. Philly cheese stack's an interesting one, yeah. Teriyaki. Benny's that. Maybe it was just the one that I had, but the one that I got in the airport, the Benny style bacon and egg, it was just smothered in sauce. Like you couldn't even grab onto it without your hands being covered completely in sauce. It's like, oh, okay then. That's interesting.
Anybody when she literally was at the house with him. Like,
she's in the heart attack range.
She couldn't.
The Big Arch is also a very nice burger.
So, as respectfully as he could, Mock told the monk that he must
Question is, who's winning on the burger side of things?
His wife was
Hungry Jack's
on any
or
of her
McDonald's?
suspicions. She might be upset about this stuff.
Who's got the
she's
better
not
burger range,
terrorizing
McDonald's
anyone.
or Hungry Jack's?
But the monk just shook
Which
his
would be
head
Burger
and
King
told
in the
Mock
US.
straight up that no, you're wrong. Everyone else in the village knew there was something seriously wrong with his wife. Like, everybody knows it.
You
You're
tried the
only
McD's
one
Big Arch, but
who
I
doesn't.
haven't.
And
Isn't
before
that just
Mock
like a
could say
quarter
anything
pounder,
else, the monk
like
said to
with
him
the ingredients
if
of a
he
Big
was
Mac in it?
smart, he would leave his wife.
It's like a
right
double
now
quarter pounder with the
and
ingredients
never
of a Big
look
Mac,
back.
like the lettuce and
And when
the
Mark
pickle
heard
sauce and
this,
everything.
He did not believe the monk. Instead,
I think Hungry
he actually
Jack's has better
realized that
value
his
burgers,
wife
but both are tasty.
Must be
Yeah.
telling the truth about how awful everybody was being, spreading these terrible rumors about her. Like, she wasn't being paranoid at all. She had all the reason in the world to think people were
I mean,
out
Hungry
to get her or
Jack's
something.
burgers are pretty
So
big
at this
as well.
point, Mock dropped the polite act and just told the monk to leave him and his family alone.
I'm still salty they didn't give us a
man
mint
he had chopped
burger
down
too.
and began heading back towards his house. But the next morning, Mock just couldn't get the conversation he had with the monk out of his mind.
They're blacklisted
I
forever
mean,
now.
Mostly he was just
It's like,
angry
no!
at whoever was making up these weird rumors about his wife that was causing, people like the monk and maybe the fruit stand owner to say the weird things they were saying. But also, Mock didn't know what these rumors actually were. He just knew that something was being said about his wife. It was upsetting his wife.
She's a
but
slut.
he didn't know what the details were. He figured if he did have the
She's the
context,
village
have the
bicycle.
details, then he could shut the rumors
She was
down much
flinging
more
it around
effectively.
when you were at war, mate.
But He also really didn't want to bring this up to his wife again because he knew it would just really upset her. So he
Got 2 of the
decided that
4
what he needed to do
Mando and
was
Grogu
go
cups,
back into the
but
village
they ran out of the
market
cups
and
before
go
I could
talk
get
to
the
that
other
fruit
2.
stand owner. Clearly, he knew more than he was letting on. So that morning, Mock got up and as quietly as he
I remember when like we're going back many years, is with the first Pokemon movie. And I think I went and saw the Pokemon movie like 3 times to try and get all of the cards. But then it got to the point where Hoyt's they basically just started just handing them out. I think that they thought that a lot more people than did would actually go to see the movie. I mean, still a lot of people went to see the movie, but probably not as many as they thought there would. So they had like this big stockpile of cards, and then they just ended up handing like all of them out. Like, you know, you'd go to the movies and you're like, oh, you get Articuno, or you might get Zapdos, or you might get Moltres. Is like, or you know, and you got the Ancient Mew card when you went there the first time. But even then, they were like the stockpiles. They ended up just handing them all out. And it's just like, so you got Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, and I think Pikachu as well. And that's what, so they just gave them all to you. It's like, there you go. It's like, because they just had this massive stockpile that they just had to get rid of.
could, he snuck out of the house while his wife and son were still asleep.
2 quarter-pound beef
and
patties,
hurried
3
off to the
slices of
market.
white cheddar
And even
cheese,
though it was
fresh and
barely
crispy
dawn by the
fried
time he got
onions,
there,
pickles,
there was already
iceberg
a bunch of
lettuce, and a
people
tangy
that were
signature
setting up
big
their stands.
arch sauce. Also got
However,
toasted sesame
when
and
Mock
poppy
made
seed
his way
bun.
over to where the fruit stand had been when he had gone there a
Very
couple
nice.
days earlier, he found it was empty. And for some reason that Mock just
Take the
couldn't
pickles
even
off and you got a
explain,
deal.
this immediately gave him a really bad feeling. So instead of waiting around to see if maybe the owner of the fruit stand showed up later, Mock decided he would just go to the guy's house since he knew where he lived. So Mock
Nice.
left the village center and
The
jogged
pickles
to
removed.
this guy's house.
Extra pickles on
It was a
Scotty.
wooden building
No,
up on
no
stilts,
pickles
just
for
like
me,
Mock's
please.
house, except it was further away from the canal. When Mock got there, he climbed up a ladder to the porch and then he knocked on the front door. But nobody answered. And so he knocked again, but still there was no answer. And then Mock pressed his ear to the door, but he heard nothing. It was like eerily silent. And at this
I remember the onions. Not the chopped onions in the Big Macs. The chopped onions in the they may have changed this since I worked at McDonald's, but the chopped onions in the quarter pounders are actually fresh onions. But the little grated onions in the cheeseburgers, they are dehydrated. They are dehydrated. I remember that you'd open a big bag of dehydrated onions and you'd put it into a container full of water and they would reconstitute. So, yeah. The quarter pounder onions are fresh. The little ones that they put on the cheeseburgers and the Big Macs, they are reconstituted, rehydrated onions.
this point, Mock just could not shake this
I don't know whether
feeling
they've changed that now or not,
something was
but
really
that's
wrong
what it
here,
was like when I
with
was
the fruit stand
at
owner.
McDonald's.
So he just reached down and tried the doorknob, and the door swung right open. But as soon as it did, Mock smelled something absolutely rancid inside of this home. And so at this point,
He killed him?
Mock, he covered his nose with his
Still the
hand
same?
and continued yelling for the fruit stand owner and began walking slowly into the home, looking around for the guy. But there was no movement inside of the home, and he's calling out over and over again. And then eventually he notices something on the ground. And he looks down
It's a
and
body?
sees it's the fruit stand owner. And he was just covered in blood and obviously dead. Mock sprinted out
hate
of
the
the house,
sliced
he
onions
climbed down
for
the
the
ladder
rings.
and just began running away as fast as he could. And he knew that what he should be doing is going back to the village center to tell someone about what he had just found.
I don't think
But
I've ever
Mock
had
just
onion
couldn't
rings,
bring
to be
himself
honest.
to do it because he just had this gut feeling that even though he had no idea if his wife was in any way involved with this death,
onions in
he just felt like based on the
everything,
rumors
to
and
be
the
honest.
weird stuff with his wife, that everybody was gonna blame her. So instead
If I
of
make a
running
curry,
towards the
there's
village
onions in it. If
center,
I make,
Mock just began
say, like
running
stovies,
towards
there's
his own
onions in it.
house.
Spaghetti, there's
And
onions
when
in
he
it.
got
It's-
close,
yeah,
he
just
slowed
like I put
down,
onions in
sort of caught
everything.
his breath,
Yeah.
and he hoped that it was still early
Quarter
enough
pounder is
that
definitely
his wife
fresh
and son
onion
would still be
and not the
asleep, and he could
purple
just sort of
onion or the white.
sneak
I
back
hate
in
purple
and,
onions.
figure
I
out
hate
what
them.
to do
I don't
from
like
there,
them.
but without alerting his wife
They
and having to
stink.
explain what was going
Purple
on.
onions fucking stink.
However, just then he was close enough to his house that he could see the balcony that
I
overlooked
prefer
the water.
white onion. I
He
don't
looked
like
up,
the purple ones.
and he saw his wife was clearly awake. She was out on the balcony
Slivered
with the
onions
baby
per
on
sliced
her
onions.
hip.
Okay.
However, she didn't seem to notice Mock approaching. And so Mock, he's just walking slowly towards the house, thinking, how he's going to explain where he's been to his wife. He figured she's probably upset with him. He didn't know. But he's watching her, and she, again, not aware of Mock, she reaches up and she grabs a lime off a nearby lime tree that was sort of dangling over the balcony. And so she grabs the fruit and she pulls it off the tree and she drops it. She fumbles the lime, and the lime falls on the balcony and actually goes and falls between one of the slats on the floorboards. And this balcony is up on stilts, like the whole house is. And
Hey
so the
Tony,
balcony
thank you for the
is
7 stream
feet
streak.
off the ground.
Purple are
And so when
milder
the
though,
lime
which is
fell
why
through the
you get them on
floorboards, it actually
sandwiches.
fell 7
Are
feet to
they?
the ground below.
I
And
don't
so
know, I
Mock,
always
he's
felt like they
watching
were
this happen,
more
and this is not like some
pungent.
meaningful event to him. He's just sort of, clocking that she's dropped this lime, and he's thinking she's gonna, grab a different lime, right? But no, he watched as his wife sort of almost robotically
I just always
kneeled
felt like they
down
just-
and
they
then
just-
put her arm into the
I don't know.
slat that this
I don't know.
lime had fallen.
I could be
through.
wrong, but
Again,
it's
she
just-
still has not seen Mock yet. And he watched as her
Oh,
arm.
there's a new
began
sandwich
to,
place that opened up the road,
stretch away from
like
her
today.
body, and down
And
her arm
they've got,
went.
like,
It
this
stretched
big chicken
nearly
schnitzel
7
sandwich,
feet
chicken
until
parmigiana
her
sandwich.
hand grabbed the
gotta try it out.
lime on the ground, and then her arm was making these horrible crackling sounds as it retracted back up through the floorboards, and then she had her lime. And it was at that point that she turned and looked at Mock. Mock, at this point, was horrified, and he just turned and ran. And this time, he went directly to the center of the village, to the
Hold on,
Buddhist temple, and I
was talking over the whole thing.
Arm into the slat that this lime had fallen through. Again, she still has not seen Mock yet. And he watched as her arm began to stretch away from her body, and down her arm went. It stretched nearly 7 feet until her hand grabbed the lime on the ground, and then her arm was making these horrible crackling sounds as it retracted back up through the floorboards, and then she had her lime. And it was at that point that she turned and looked at Mock. Mock, at this point, was horrified.
She's a
and he just
skinwalker.
turned and ran. And this time, he went directly to the center of the village, to the Buddhist temple, where that monk had come from.
Good
one
taste-
that had
good
basically
toasty
tried
though,
to warn
yeah.
him about his wife. And so Mock, he begins pounding on the door of this temple, begging the monks
fresh
to
sandwiches
let
are
him
nice,
inside
yeah.
and to hide him from his wife. And eventually the doors open, the monks immediately let him inside, and they do hide him. And for a little while, he's just beside himself, Mock. He can't even process what he just saw. He's telling himself.
Sounds
that,
like she's a
that couldn't have
skinwalker.
happened. Her arm couldn't have stretched that far, but it looks so real. He couldn't reconcile what he had just experienced. And the monks, for the most part, just kind of let Mock have his moment of just being totally upset. But then eventually, when Mock kind of calmed down, the monk who had originally come to him to warn him about his wife, he came over to Mock and he said, I gotta tell you the truth about your wife. But they told Mock that in order to do that, Mock was going to have to agree to do something that was going to be incredibly painful. They
A
would need
crunchy
him
skinwalker.
to allow them to exhume his beloved wife's long-dead corpse. It would turn out that what everyone in the village knew, but Mock did not know, was that his wife and son had both died during childbirth while he was away in the war. His wife's body had literally been in the ground for months, but apparently her ghost
good toasted
was
chicken
still
bacon
around
ranch something.
and
Ooh, that
very
sounds good.
attached to Mock and would not let anybody get between them. It was not until Mock did give the monks permission to exhume his wife's body that they could finally stop this haunting. And so the monks ultimately carved out a circular-shaped piece of her skull and performed a Buddhist ritual to trap her spirit inside the bone. Today, in Prakanong, the village where Mock and his wife and his son had lived, is now home to a permanent shrine to Mae Nak. She's seen by some as a very dangerous and terrifying ghost, and by others as a symbol of love that is so powerful it transcends death.
Wow.
All right, thank you all so much for joining me tonight at the campfire. And if you enjoyed this, remember, we actually have a whole playlist of campfire episodes that are ready for you to binge right now. If you want to do that, go
That
ahead
wasn't
and
your
click
wife.
right here.
That wasn't
and
your
give them a
wife.
watch.
That was something else. Led to a horror show. Oh.
Today's story is about a family in England who were living these totally ordinary lives. They were farmers, they were just simple people. When in 1984, something really strange began happening to them that basically turned their lives upside down, like it was a complete nightmare. In fact, in many ways, it was almost like they were living the plot of a crazy detective novel, except it was real. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 2, 3, even 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you,
It's a lot of uploading.
please buy the like button, a dozen jelly donuts. But don't tell them you've secretly removed all the jelly. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story.
Oh, a Nutella donut. Cinnamon Nutella donut. Oh, that'd be awesome. Love that. Krispy Kreme's makes those, I think. That poor like button gets so much abuse.
On the morning
it
of
does,
March 30th,
Maple.
1984,
How you doing?
a 43-year-old dairy farmer named Graham Backhouse walked slowly across this huge fenced-in field on his farm in Horton, England, carrying along a bucket of cow feed. And Graham, like usual, was exhausted from all the endless daily chores on this farm that he was in charge of.
Donut King
5
Donuts?
years ago, his father had died, and he had inherited this farm, and so now he was, taking over this massive property with all these animals
yeah,
and
not
all
bad,
these
not bad. We had
daily
an
chores. It was
interesting start to the
backbreaking
stream.
work. And so it was
There was
like
there was a
every day
chug,
slog,
which
just
then
like
got
today.
overlapped by the chicken
Graham
nugget song,
was actually a
and then a raid
terrible
happened.
farmer. He did the chores, he did the things he was supposed to do every day, but he did not know how to run this farm. And so over the last 5 years that
All at
that
the
he'd
same time.
inherited the big family farm, he had basically
And Joe Hendry got in, yeah.
because he just didn't.
And then
know
there was a
what he doing.
Tangier,
But he was
there was a
sort of
Tangier
stuck
party.
because there was no one else to take over the farm, and so it's like every day he's doing all this backbreaking work, and the profit for the farm is dwindling lower and lower and lower. It's like he was just trapped in this vicious cycle that he didn't know how to get out of. But in some ways, what was even worse than that is that Graham never even
It does
wanted
being
to
a
be
bit
a
heavy
farmer.
as long as they
like,
are
as a
soft
kid,
and
he grew up
tasty.
here on this property, and he watched his dad
Love me some cinnamon donuts.
labor and work until the wee hours of the morning nearly every day. And he was an amazing farmer. He was amazing at taking care of this property, but Graham didn't want to do that. Like, he knew he didn't. What he really wanted to do.
Oh yeah, then
was
I had
be
to
a
spin the
writer.
wheel and hot
That's what
sauce
his
came up.
passion
Yeah.
was. And so any chance
Prefer
he got as a
eclairs
kid,
rather
he
than
was,
donut. Do you like the
writing things
jam and
down,
cream-filled
poetry,
eclairs?
Journaling, whatever it was. But then his dad
so
sort of
fat,
suddenly died,
honestly.
and
Such a
he's
fat
handed the
bastard.
farm, and it's the family
Just
legacy.
eating all this
and so
stuff.
here he was, just sort of saddled with, in a way, golden handcuffs, except he was destroying those.
I would
handcuffs.
literally
There was
sit
no
there
gold
and
in
eat
them.
a fucking
It
box
was
of
about to
donuts
be like
by
an
myself.
insolvent farm, and it was all his fault. And then on top of all the
And then be
guilt and the shame
disgusted
and the
by myself
embarrassment
after
of
it.
how badly this was going. He also recently had begun getting into these heated disputes with his neighbors over the property lines. And
So
so it's
these
like
are-
all
these are to
around him
share.
is just constant
Share.
problems. And so now, as Graham dutifully trudged through the field with his bucket
Yeah.
of feed,
Share
his
with
mind
me,
is
myself, and
swimming
I.
with all the other things he has to do that day, and as he's walking along, he sees something odd on one of the
Boston
fence
cream
posts up
eclairs.
ahead.
Ooh.
And as he got closer to it, he began to hear this really loud buzzing of lots of flies in the area. And then finally, when he got up to the fence post, he saw why the flies were here. Because on the fence post, the thing he saw was a severed lamb's head, and the flies were swarming all around it.
Oh, lovely.
And then before
I'm
Graham
escaping
could process
to the one
why
place
this
that
lamb's
hasn't been
head was here,
corrupted
which
by
immediately
capitalism.
appeared to be intentional. It didn't seem like a lamb had somehow gotten trapped here or
Space.
something. Like somebody took this head and put it here. He's sort of looking around, and he sees taped to the
Donuts
fence
and brownie
right
style stuff
nearby
and pancakes.
is this
Oh,
piece of
really
paper
good
with
chocolate
a message
brownie.
on it. And it was basically in all capital letters, and even from a distance, he could have been able to read it. And it just said, "You next." Now, of course, this is like collectively a shocking scene. This is a very
Wow.
obvious threat to Graham. Someone has
That's hilarious
placed
every
these
single
things
time.
here
Wait till
to
we
threaten
play it.
Graham.
Wait till we
Believe it or
play
not,
the
when
game.
Graham saw the letter,
not so much the lamb head, but the letter,
So that comes from Red Alert
sorta
3.
didn't breathe a sigh of relief, not at all. But he had actually gotten, over the past couple of weeks,
We're still in the
several
GDI
other
campaign
letters
of
like
Resident
this.
Evil.
So
Sorry, not Resident
this
Evil.
is just a
Command and
continuation
Conquer 3.
of something that's been going on here. The
And then we'll
animal
play the
head,
Scrin.
that was,
And then I think
that
we
was a
might play
clear
Command and
escalation
Conquer
here,
4.
but the letters,
Just because
that had
it's
been happening.
so hated.
The notes had started around the end of the previous month.
Someone
when
in
one
their
had arrived at his house
downvote
by
of the
mail,
game in the
which had
comments
just
and Steam
directly
said,
threatened
"Die
Graham.
EA,
And
die."
then he and his wife had gotten even
Just
more
hated it
messages
so
after
much.
that, and all of them were threatening to hurt Graham and also his family.
Become
Now,
Resident-
Graham
what have you
had
done,
gone to the
Scotty?
police
Yeah.
and told
Yeah.
them, and they had said, you know, "Do you
Tiberium
know
has the
anyone
T
that
virus in it.
might want to hurt you
T
guys? Do you have
Tiberium.
enemies
It
or
makes sense now.
anything?" And Graham, like, he wanted to say, "Oh no, definitely not," but realistically, he knew probably over the course
EA
of his
kinda
life
deserves
in
it,
this
yeah.
small town. I mean, Horton is like this really small village.
Did you see the reviews for the game? It came out many years ago, but they're fucking hilarious. They are hilarious. The reviews that people gave for Tiberian Twilight, like, people are so angry about this game. Look at it, overwhelmingly negative. I don't think I've ever seen a game being rated overwhelmingly negative. Where's the die EA die guy? This is the worst RTS I saw in my life. There it is. Yeah, there he is. Die EA die. Absolute atrocious garbage. Like, there's no buildings again. You need crawler and produce units. What the fuck? Worst RTS I've ever played. It's the perfect example of a game you own but don't. Every time I want to play, I have to enter a damn password. It's just been a while I forget to play. Fucking hate EA and what they've done. This more than anything. This ain't it. Genuinely terrible. Lazy production. It's terrible. You know that one thing CNC Games had? Every single one till this? No troop limits. This adds troop limits. If you like that, here you go. My password's too long to enter into the box. Forces you to make an account twice. And the thing is, the positive comments are actually just negative ones too. Oh. Like, it's just all bad. This is the guy telling you how to get past the bullshit, but he didn't actually say anything positive about the game. How does it feel to ruin my childhood? That fucking, he's salty. Unplayable. Ah. Uninstall works just fine, 11 out of 10. Just from last month, yeah. Sort by positive. I want to read the positive ones. The actual positive who actually said anything positive about this game. Alright, hold on. Positive only. Alright, here we go. This is just, that's just telling you how to actually play it. I can't log in anymore. It lets me not log in and choose persona. Warning, do not buy this game from Steam. Buy it on Origin to prevent CD key failure. I had to try and fix this myself for 2 hours. It's like, that's not even a fucking positive recommend. Not for the game is a good one itself, but it makes you think, how could a legendary franchise die? Story is cringe. Game is like, that's not even a positive, like... Solo campaign works fine. I found the game Todd Howard got inspiration from while making Fallout 76. Uninstall works just fine. I think he got the highest review. Uninstall works fine. Please give us a Tiberian Sun remastered, Red Alert 2 remastered, Communicator Generals remastered. Play if you hate life. Yeah. You can skip the EA logo. Managed to get in no trouble. Good luck, guys. CD code doesn't work in the game, but it works if you go to my account redemption index. Game just doesn't work. Weird game. Not as good as number 3. Highly recommended. Love EA. Okay, the game does work, but it's annoying to get working. First, make a throwaway email account, then register the EA account, and it's like... This is not your typical CNC. I'm not really seeing anything positive here. I think it's a good game to buy because when I got it, it was fun and stuff. And even though it's not, I'll still play it for lots of fun. It had over the 6 years. That sounds like a child that wrote that. If you don't like RTS, play this. For the love of God, don't buy this game. Wish there were more online players. Even the positive ones are not fucking great. They're still even like, oh my God, man, it's horrible. Oh, God damn. It's hilarious. So we're going to play it.
There's a good chance that he might have made some people mad somewhere along the lines. You know, he wasn't perfect.
He was shit talking, yeah.
But in his mind, he basically got along with everyone, and so he said, no, I don't think
62
so.
hours
But
in the game.
The police,
that was then
after
probably
getting
just trying to
Graham's
make it work.
statement, they didn't really do any investigating. From what Graham knew, they basically had just filed a report and called it a day. But now, as Graham is standing here by his fence, and there's this animal head here, again, this is like a clear escalation. It's no longer just notes. We now have a dead animal involved. This is like a real threat.
That comment, I fucking love that comment.
Like
yeah,
really
the positive comment. Yeah, uninstall works fine. 11 out of 10.
To call the police again.
Fuck.
10 days later, on the morning of April 9th, 1984, Graham was inside one of his barns.
How do you make a game that is that
and he had the
dated?
radio on and the music turned all the way up as he worked. Graham, 10 days before, had
Are
called
you
the
actually
police
going
and
to be
told
able to
them
play
about
the game,
severed lamb
or will you
head
give
in
up
the
over
note.
5 hours?
And at this point, they said that they would actually start an investigation.
Before we
But
actually
Graham
do
had not
play
heard
it,
anything
I'll
from
look
them
up how
since
to
they
get
said
around
that.
the problems
But
that it
at the same
has,
time, he also hadn't gotten
so that we
any
can
other
actually get
threatening
into
notes
it.
since. So even though Graham didn't feel like whatever was going on was over, he still felt like, he and his family did need to find a way to just, try to live their lives like normal, because what else could they really do? And so today was just going to be a day where he and his family just tried to go about
I'm assuming
their
that the
business
game needs
as
to
they
be
normally
modded
would.
to actually work
The kids were
properly.
at school, and Margaret, his wife, had some errands to do in town, and Graham was on milking duty. And today, the cows were really lively, and so they're mooing constantly, and the music that Graham's playing is really loud, so the barn is like just full of noise. In fact, it was so noisy that Graham didn't hear the barn doors open up behind him. However, he did hear voices suddenly begin shouting inside the barn, and he
It's going to
turned
be
around
hilarious though,
just as two
in regards to
locals that he
Command
recognized from his village
Command and Conquer 4 when we
charged into
play
the
it.
barn, waving their
And
arms
I'll do a
frantically at
stream
him,
title
telling
of like,
him
is it
something.
really
And so
that
Graham, he
bad?
lunges and
I
turns off
guarantee
his
you'll have people
radio,
coming in
and
going,
he
oh
turns to
my
these
God,
locals and he says,
this
like,
piece
"What?
of
What's
shit.
going on?" And they told him, like, your wife, she's been in this terrible accident. You need to come outside right now.
game is fucked.
And so Graham, he's shocked by what they're saying, but he's thinking like, I thought my wife was in town running errands. Like, what do you mean come outside? And so he jumps up and he runs with the locals outside.
Should do
and he
that. I
looks
actually
towards
should
his
fucking
house, the farmhouse.
dedicate one
and he
night to that.
sees
Just
there's
play a
all this-
game that
this
gets
gray
that is
smoke curling up
so
into the
badly
air.
reviewed.
And
And
so
you
Graham
see, like, let's
sprints
play
to his
that.
house.
Let's
He
see how it
runs
goes.
around to the backside.
And you
where
chill
the
in by saying how
driveway
great the
where
game is.
smoke
Oh, they'll
appears to
lose
be
their
coming
mind.
from.
Yeah.
And as he turns the corner, he sees his car.
Just to be able to
and it's,
get
like,
partway
damaged
through
in some
Dragon
way,
Age
and
1.
The smoke
Yeah.
is definitely coming off the
Rage
car.
Bait Wednesday.
And he turns the corner fully, and he looks onto his front yard.
What do you mean
and
this is a
there,
good game?
laying there in a bloody heap is his wife. And so Graham, he's just so shocked for a second. He's paralyzed.
This is not a good game. What are you talking about?
Screams at the other two, the locals who had just told him about the accident.
Most hated game
He yells for
ever.
them
Yeah.
to call the police, and then he
Raiders, welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Welcome in. Sorry, we're talking about a game that's just reviewed so badly. People hated it so much, and it's like, we're gonna play it. We're gonna play it. It'll be fun. And the game that I'm talking about is Command and Conquer 4: Tiberian Twilight. And it'll be funny. And then we'll just have to argue with the people that come in and say this game is shit, and just say, what are you talking about? This game's great. It's like, no, it's not. Like, just rage bait people. And is it maybe we should make that a thing? Find games that are just reviewed so badly that people hated them so much, and then play them and just say, yeah, they're great. Okay, so that last night, even the positive comments were negative. Like, it's, how do you fuck up that badly? How do you fuck up that badly? But thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We're watching Spippy videos, and then we'll be playing Spippy games. We'll be playing Call of Cthulhu, some Lovecraftian horror. And then if people are around and interested, we can do some community stuff. But it's up to you guys if you want to do that. My ass is so drunk that apparently everyone in Among Us hates me. Really? Command & Conquer 4 killed the franchise. It did. Yeah, it did. The Command & Conquer 4 franchise went from win to win, and Command & Conquer 4 just caused it to die with a whimper. Just like, and that was it. And then they just never made another one after that. That was it. It was over. But the thing is that there is a hunger there for them to revitalize the series, to bring it back, with a new Command & Conquer game. But I think in order to do that, they are going to have to just pretend that Command & Conquer 4 never happened. Yeah. What if the studio did it on purpose? Maybe they did. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. Like if I look up like will there be a Command and Conquer new game? There's currently no official announcements for a new Command and Conquer real-time strategy game from Electronic Arts. However, EA released the classic CNC Ultimate Collection on Steam alongside the source code for several classic titles, but coming local modding. Okay, so they can be modded. While waiting for a brand new mainline entry, RTS fans are looking at several high-quality spiritual successors developed by indie Tempest Rising, Defcon 0. Let's say we're getting a new Command and Conquer. And they haven't said anything. Command and Conquer might be coming back in a big way. Is it though? Are you doing Derpader? It's EA, so it didn't surprise me. Is it coming back though? Hold on, let me look.
Yo, what's up guys, Ghost here, welcome back to another video, and you may be surprised to find I'm not covering Stormgate in this one, but I figured a lot of you guys are big RTS fans, so who better to pitch a video to about Command & Conquer. Now if you haven't heard the news already, the official Command & Conquer YouTube channel just released their first video in 4 years, posting some archive footage from CNC Renegade and CNC Generals and 0 Hour. Now, I don't think I was the only one who was surprised to see that the last time we got a video was the Command & Conquer remastered launch.
So they hadn't released anything in regards to Command & Conquer for 4 years, and then they released something last year?
Conquer, it was essentially discontinued by EA. They really, you know, just ruined the franchise, in my opinion. We ended up, of course, with Command & Conquer 4, which was arguably the worst Command & Conquer game ever made. All of the studios working on the series went down, and basically EA have just swept it under the rug and didn't make any Command & Conquer games for years, until they decided to remaster the original game, Command & Conquer Tiberian Dawn, and the first Red Alert. And honestly, those remasters were some of the best remasters of any games I've ever played. Petroglyph Games, who worked on that one,
I'm drunk and belligerent. How many beers did you have?
What's been announced here is not another remaster. It's basically just some old archival footage of Command & Conquer Renegade, which was the first-person CNC game, and then again Command & Conquer Generals, which is one of the most beloved Command & Conquer games as well. So why is this then important?
Everyone keeps bringing up Generals. Everyone says like Generals is the best in like the entire Command & Conquer series, but I think Red Alert 2 is. I mean, Generals is good. Like, I liked Generals and I liked 0 Hour, but I think Red Alert 2 is the best in the entire Command & Conquer universe.
Important. Well, the releasing of this video actually coincides and is really there to celebrate that EA have released source code for the original Command & Conquer, so Tiberian Dawn, Red Alert, Renegade, and then CNC Generals. And what this means is that it opens up the possibility of way more modding for these games. So, as a few examples here, this means they will be able to patch the games, any of the bugs that were never fixed in the game.
Renegade?
Modders can
no.
potentially fix those. They can patch the games for modern hardware as well, so they could, for example, make some
It's
of the
fun
games
LAN
use
party
more
fighting with
RAM or
friends.
more of your PC's resources, which will keep them going for longer as time goes on.
That is
They can
very
add features
dated.
to the game, expanding the gameplay. They can make better graphics. They could even reverse engineer older games. I think if people wanted, they could actually work on their own remasters of any of those Command & Conquer games themselves. Now, I am not a modder, but this certainly opens the door for a lot of people who are. In addition to that, they've also granted Steam Workshop support to a bunch of the games that released on Steam recently. So a few months ago, I think it was, well, maybe half a year or so ago now, it's been a while, EA decided to release a bunch of their Command & Conquer games over on
Steam, yeah.
you could buy it
And
all
I
as
bought
one
that.
big package. So this is like a rare W moment, a rare win for EA. They're presumably doing this without really taking...
Okay, so yeah, I know that I bought that pack. It was cheap, yeah. But is it actually coming
money
back?
For it? I mean, I guess technically, if people are going
I'm
to be modding
assuming
games
that
over on Steam,
the
then
reason
maybe
that
means
they
EA sell more
released
copies
all
of
the
them there, so
games
they
on
are
Steam
going to be making a
is
bit more
to
money
try
off
and
of them.
determine
It
if
is
there
in their
was
interest
a
for
taste
people
for
to
it.
continue playing their games. But what does
I'm
this
guessing
mean for
that's
the
what
future?
studios
Well,
do sometimes, is that
EA
they
have
take their
gone
original
from
games and they
complete
release them, and if
silence
people buy
on
them up,
Command &
then they're like,
Conquer
oh,
over the past
maybe
few years
there's
to slowly
a
starting
maybe
to
there's a
speak up
taste for
about it,
another game.
releasing the source code for the games, and even doing one remaster. So this certainly begs the question, is there going to be another remaster? Because they haven't released source code for all of the games, namely Tiberian Sun, right? So the games that came out before then, like Tiberian Dawn,
I
and
love
Red
Tiberian
Alert,
Sun.
those ones have had the source code released, and then later on we've seen like Renegade and General Zero Hours.
I'm the original.
but
We
haven't seen the
Counter-Striked and
games
Day
in
of Defeated
between
in my
there,
basement
like
in
Tiberian
LAN.
Sun. So there is some speculation
Love
there
Tiberian
that
Sun.
they may be withholding that source code because they want to themselves make a remaster of that game. Or the other thought process
That was a game I
is that
played a
maybe
lot
they're
when I was a
releasing the
kid.
source
It was
code for most
Tiberian
of their
Sun.
games because they're planning to make a brand new Command & Conquer game. I would honestly love to see a studio like Petroglyph work on this. These were the original guys, or a lot of the original guys from Westwood Studios who worked on the original CNC and also then remastered CNC and Red Alert as well. They did a fantastic job on all of that. So I would really like to see them have a swing at a new Command & Conquer game. It's really been a long time. And as we know, the RTS market has become incredibly stale, and now we're seeing indie developers and AA developers.
Well, to be honest, like what is there out there for the RTS market?
Capitalism.
EA regarding the reputation, especially regarding CNC. Yeah. Space. I mean, let's be honest. Like when it comes to real-time strategy, like what is out there at the moment? I mean, you've got StarCraft 2, which came out years and years ago. You've got the probably the most recent entry to the RTS genre was Civilization 7, and that wasn't great. Like people had a lot of complaints about the way that they had built that. Age of Empires was remastered, but it's an old game that just got remastered. It's like, so there really hasn't been any real new RTS editions. There is, however, there is the 40K RTS that's coming out. That could be good. But honestly, I think they should bring Command & Conquer back because it is, in the RTS space, it is pretty stale. There's not really a lot there. Anything modern there. It feels like the gaming community doesn't have the patience for RTS anymore. That's probably true. It's probably true. But I feel like if they turned around and said, you know what? We're going to take another crack at Command & Conquer, get these things moving. You know what? We're going to do we're going to just pretend that Command & Conquer 4 didn't happen. And we're going to do a continuation on from Command & Conquer 3. Because Command & Conquer 3 was a good game. It was really good. So if they did like a modern version of Command & Conquer 3 style, then I think it would actually do well. Has never been my style of gaming, to be honest. 2010, probably didn't even run keygens to play with his friends. 2010? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, so yeah, there's really not a lot going on in the RTS space. So, you know, it's open. Like, you know, if they turn around and said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to release Red Alert 4. And I reckon people will be like, fucking yeah, let's go. Or another Command & Conquer. I think EA's, they've got fucking, they've got such a massive opportunity there because there's just not a lot going on in the RTS space. I mean, Civilization 7 was the most recent RTS that came out, and that did not hit the mark.
Springing up everywhere, trying to usher in a new age of RTS games because all of the larger studios like EA and the larger publishers just don't really seem to be interested in it. Of course, we already have Tempest Rising coming around the corner, which is basically like a spiritual successor to Command & Conquer. I guess
I really haven't heard a lot around
creator
that.
of that game kind of thought, hey, if I can't create Command & Conquer because of the IP and EA owning that IP, I can make the next best thing. I definitely think it's heavily inspired by Command & Conquer, and I'm really looking forward to trying out that game. Definitely going to be taking a look here on the channel when that one rolls around. But I certainly think there could be something to that. Maybe EI want to light that fire again and rekindle some of the familiarity with Command & Conquer, because it's been so many years since the game released.
Yeah,
except
they
for
are
the
taking
remaster,
elements
that
from
most people who were
Command
maybe
&
too
Conquer.
young to play those games at the time don't even know what Command & Conquer is. In fact, I think most kids these days don't even know what strategy games are, which is an incredibly sad thing. So maybe that's part of EA's strategy here. They're trying to rekindle
EA's
that fire,
cooked,
trying to
especially with the
spark
shit they've
something
been doing
here
lately.
and,
Oh, yeah.
get people looking like, what is Command & Conquer, in preparation for them releasing a brand new game. Because, my god, I would absolutely love to see a AAA company with tons of money, all the funding you could ever dream of, throw everything they have at a proper RTS game. I mean, it would be great. That's not to say I'm not happy with the way things are right now. I think it's great to see studios like Frost Giant and like the guys working on Tempest Rising and Battle Aces and all the rest of it working on those games. But one of the problems they're having is limited resources. They can only do so much, and it's really only these massive companies like Blizzard, EA, Microsoft, etc. that have the funds to maybe really truly make a next-gen RTS. And part of me is, I guess, a little bit sad that we may...
Well, Blizzard would just release StarCraft 3, which I'm sure people would be happy with. It's fuck EA. it's you see a franchise just sitting there that was so successful and they just fucked it up. It's a miracle that EA still exists. They just seem to fuck up everything they touch.
Like. But hey, keep your fingers crossed. That's the only thing we can do. That's what I'm going to be doing. I would love to see some more Command & Conquer, honestly, in the future. As fantastic as I think it is.
There was nothing confirmed there. It was just all speculation. Okay.
Runs for his wife.
They finally figured out Google and don't have my demon summon as their logo anymore.
About 20 minutes later, Graham stood by his footsteps with a police officer while a team of paramedics loaded his wife into an ambulance. Amazingly, despite her horrible injuries, especially to her legs, she was still alive. But Graham couldn't actually go with her to the hospital right now because he had to give a statement to the officer. Because it would turn out there had been a bomb underneath one of the car seats in the car Graham's wife was driving that had detonated, and it nearly killed his wife. And so now they needed to figure out how the heck this happened, and so Graham needed to give a statement while the bomb squad, which was swarming his property, looked everywhere to make sure there weren't more bombs here. And so, of course, like, Graham at this point is shocked. He's so worried about his wife. He doesn't really know the state of her injuries. You know, she was just kind of whisked away and he wasn't allowed to go with her. And so his mind is very occupied with his wife, but then also there was a part of him that was just furious. Like, he had told the police about these threats to him and his family that had only really been escalating over the past several weeks. I mean, 10 days ago, there's that severed lamb head on his post with the words, "You next." Like, clearly, this was getting worse. Threat. And the police seem to have done nothing. And now here they are demanding he explained what happened. And so he's furious. And so Graham again reiterates to this officer that there had been all these threats to he and his family over the past several weeks. And really, it seemed like the threats had been directed at him. And he actually pointed out to the officer that the car that had the bomb in it that, nearly killed his wife, that was actually his car. It was his Volvo. And his wife never drove that car. The only reason she was driving it today is because her car had an ignition issue. So this was like anomalous that she was in the car. And so obviously the bomb was intended for him. And so as Graham is relaying all these details to this officer, they both start hearing all this shouting coming from sort of far away in the front of the property, like towards the front of the driveway. And they turn and they see a mailman has driven his van onto the driveway and is driving right up towards the house. And remember, this is now a crime scene, and it's sort of a new crime scene. And there's all these officers everywhere, and they haven't fully roped everything off yet. And this van is basically just driving up into the crime scene. And so all the officers down in front are like, whoa, 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 stop, stop, stop. And they stop the mailman, who's like, what is going on here? And he's like, hey, I just have the mail for them. And he hands a stack of letters to one of the police officers, who then tells the mailman to turn around and get out of here. And so he drives out of there. And then the officer with the mail comes up the driveway and he hands it over to Graham. And so Graham has just told the officer, the guy he gave a statement to, about all these threats he's been getting and how he thinks it's all tied to this bomb. And wouldn't you know it, the letter sitting at the top of this stack of mail that he was just handed had very familiar handwriting on it. It looked just like all the other threatening letters that he and his family had gotten.
Threat? It's a dead lamb's head mounted on a spike. Lamb said,
and
"You
so
next."
Graham, he turns to
It is
the
anything
officer,
but a threat.
and
Yeah,
he's
it's a
like,
threat. It's a full
I
threat.
know this is another threat. This envelope, it contains another threat for sure. And the officer, he's like, do not open it. We're going to take that. It's now evidence.
Give me a bam.
15 days later, on April 24th, Graham left his house and began walking down the road. And the fresh air was really helpful to Graham because right now he was feeling very anxious. Margaret miraculously had survived, but she was still in the hospital. She was still getting surgeries because, you know, the bomb had done quite a bit of damage to
Hey,
particularly
Sean, how
her
you
lower
doing?
half. There was all this shrapnel that had been embedded in her legs and her hips, and so she'd be there for quite some time. As for the children, I mean, they were not affected directly by the bomb, but of course they were, you know, so upset because their mom's been hurt and they're scared because of all these threats. Like, is there going to be another attack? Like, it was awful for them. And so Graham, you know, did his best to be strong for them, but it just didn't make sense to have them at the home with him. I mean, it was dangerous. They were scared all the time. So he had sent them to stay with his mother, basically to keep them safe and keep them calm and sort of away from him until this whole thing sort of blew over, or whatever this was, until it ended. And so Graham is just stuck at this farm by himself, you know, basically spiraling 24/7. Like, he hates being here. He's always hated this farm. He resented the fact that he had to look after it, and it was just going so badly. And now it's like he has an actual, like, active threat against him and his family, and his wife's almost been killed. Like, life is just, it couldn't be worse right now. And then on top of that,
what the
you know,
hell
the
is that
police were
long
clearly
ass link?
investigating what happened here and investigating these threats. But so far, Graham had not gotten any answers. Now, immediately following the bombing, for like the few days that followed, the police gave Graham and his family around-the-clock physical protection because, again, there's like this active threat out there. But after a few days, when nothing else happened, and, you know, it was really, you know, taxing the police to be constantly monitoring this family, they throttled that back and instead just gave Graham a panic button that he could press in case he or his family had some emergency at the property. And so the police are gone, and Graham just has this panic button. His wife's at the hospital, his kids are away, and he's just, again, stuck at this farm. And he's just so upset. He's so stressed out. And in this place, this mental place he's in, where he's just wondering what's going to happen in the future, he began to think about who really would want to do this to him. Who could he really fixate on that would want to cause he and his family harm? And he actually came up with one suspect that began to make more and more sense the more he thought about them. His neighbor. Graham's neighbor was a guy named Colin. And in town, it was no secret that Graham and Colin didn't get along, primarily because they bickered over property lines. Now,
I'm going to check. I'm kind of lost with the story a little bit. Might jump over here. And let's have a look at this. Darkest Wikipedia page is still online today. What is these map? Why are you sending maps? Map links? Locations. Get lost with all the chatting and banter. It is, yeah.
the internet is filled with terrifying rumors, but we did the research and found out some of the worst ones were actually real. From a game so disgusting that it was reported to the police to a serial killer that lured their victims using the internet. Today we'll dive into disturbing internet legends that are actually true. The goal, guys, is 2.5 million subscribers by the end of 2026.
Why are you sending a map
mean the
link?
world if you
Like,
subscribe,
what?
and I
To
will do my very
EA's
best to put
headquarters?
out the best videos I possibly can for you. Visual Venture, and you are awesome. The legend of the slave master. In the early 2000s, internet users received a disturbing email. The first line alone made people freeze. If a guy by the name of Slave Master contacts you, do not answer. He has ended 56 women that he has talked to on the internet. The email caused panic as it spread. Soon, the Slave Master became one of the internet's darkest legends. But no one knew if the story was true. The email about the Slave Master was actually chainmail. In the early days of the internet, people would get emails with creepy stories and forward them to others. It was almost impossible to find who originally wrote the message. One of those chainmails spoke about a serial killer called the Slave Master. It claimed he searched for victims in internet chat rooms. The Slave Master would convince his online friends to meet him in person, and when they arrived, he ended them. The rumor created paranoia across the internet. People wondered if one of their online friends could secretly be the Slave Master, so they kept forwarding the email to warn others. As the story spread, some people added new details. Soon, different versions of the email were circulating, but the warning always stayed the same. Beware of the Slave Master. People even called him the internet's first serial killer, but not everyone was worried. Chain emails were notorious for spreading fake stories.
No one was exactly sure what to think. Many just dismissed the message and deleted it. More of the same internet shenanigans.
However, the story was not completely made up. The legend of the Slave Master was based on a real man. His name was John Edward Robinson. He lived in Kansas City, Missouri, and he went on a crime spree in the 1980s and 90s. He targeted women who were lonely or having money problems. He often promised them jobs or romantic relationships.
Thank you for the 95 stream stream.
You can get it lifted. You can get it shifted. You can get it score on a try. Hard-earned thirst needs a big cold beer. And the best cold beer is Vic. A long, cold Vic. You can get it polishing. You can get it demolishing. You can get it any old how. Matter of fact, I got it now.
All right, we're doing this.
A big cold beer, and the best cold beer is Vic. Victoria Bitter.
Sean, they give you the 3 stream straight. I'll need to do a quick BRB after this as well. I need to go pee. I clicked that link, but there's nothing there. It just comes up with a black screen. All right, cheers.
From followers to subscribers, his community grows.
There we go. Not gonna be a full one. A pee at that hot sauce. Yeah.
With every wheel spin, his smile's gleaming. The chant is alive. Chanting, Scotty's beaming. Scotty's beaming. Scotty's beaming.
Birdie P.
Scotty's beaming, lighting up the stream. In the world of gaming, he's living the dream.
It's gonna burn.
With each click,
gonna burn.
each win, he's on fire. Scotty's beaming.
All right.
Reaching higher and higher.
Can you imagine actually peeing hot sauce? Oh.
Scotty's beaming,
Good God.
higher and higher. In a world full of challenges and obstacles to face, Scotty stands tall with courage and grace. His passion for gaming.
So the stomach is doing okay at the moment. It is getting fucking cold in here, actually. I need to put the heater on. Cheers.
Scotty's beaming, Scotty's beaming, lighting up the stream.
Oh, very gassy. Alright. Finish it off. Happy Friday. Hope you have a nice little drink yourself to finish off the week. Cheers.
So here's to Scotty, the gaming king. May his team forever flourish and sing. With his heart on his sleeve and his spirit gleaming in the world of Twitch, it's always Scotty's beaming.
Thank you for the chug. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, I'm back. I don't know. I don't know why the clip thing's not working. That's two things that broke since yesterday. Because after we read it out, like I just closed down OBS. Like I didn't do anything. But in that time, Songify broke, and now the clips things broke. It's like, fuck. It's like you've always got to try and stay ahead of these programs just borking themselves.
When people would fear. He was a good-looking man with a steady job, a wife, and kids.
Meanwhile, he cultivated this public image of himself as the
That baby is
ultimate family
horrified.
man and pillar of the community.
That image helped him avoid suspicion for years. At first, Robinson chose victims from his own city, but in the early 1990s, he started hunting on the internet. He joined chat rooms and talked to women across the country. His online username was actually Slave Master. One of his first chat room victims lived in California. She had a disabled daughter and was struggling to pay her bills. Robinson met her online and promised to help.
He offered Sheila a job, as well as promising to support her and her 15-year-old disabled daughter, Debbie.
He convinced her to travel to Kansas City, but when she arrived, Robinson ended both her and her daughter. The others suffered the same fate.
And they also learned he was already flying other women out to Kansas and putting them up in rooms at the same extended stay hotel.
One by one, Robinson kept ending them. Sometimes he got romantically involved with the women first, then at the right moment he would strike. It seemed like he would never be caught, but eventually one victim fought back. In June 2000, Robinson got into a fight with a woman he was having an affair with. She escaped and ran to the police, and her report set off the chain reaction that exposed everything. Robinson was arrested for being violent.
With Robinson now in custody, authorities executed search warrants on his multiple properties.
Police were shocked by what they found. There were remains of several missing women hidden on the property. Robinson was convicted of ending 8 victims, but police believe the real number may be higher. He was sentenced to execution. The media followed the case closely. Around that same time, emails about Slave Master started showing up online. Someone probably saw the news and wrote a message to warn others about him. Then the story spread across the internet. And over time,
I'm sure
a
he had
real warning
copycats.
slowly turned into an urban legend. The legend of the Slave Master. The Slave Master used the internet to hunt. And the reason it worked was simple. He found his victims online and messaged them. But in today's age, not only can a complete stranger message you, but now they can search your name and find your email address, home phone number, and even your home address in minutes. And this happened to me. Someone found my own personal information online and used it to threaten me. Then they went after my family too. That was the moment I realized I need to take online safety very seriously. I tried to remove my personal information online by myself, but there were hundreds of websites that had it. This is because data broker websites make money by collecting your data and selling it to literally anyone. It is crazy that this is completely legal. But data brokers are also required by law to delete your information if you request it.
They are,
Doing it
yes.
manually for every website is nearly impossible. That's why today's sponsor Aura exists. Aura finds which websites have your data and requests removals automatically. After a couple of weeks, you'll see less spam calls, less junk mail, and your private data becomes a lot more to than a 14-day free trial. Next
Probably
chapter
need
is
to do
about a
something like
disturbing
this.
pattern that was hiding inside motel rooms across the country. The
Yes,
legend
spam
of the
calls so
body
much.
under the bed. What would you do if you checked into a motel and the room smelled like something was rotting? That's how this internet urban legend started. It was written by a teacher from Northridge, California. According to the story, a couple decided to get away for a few days. They checked into a motel and got a room. But the
Ooh, it is
moment they
getting
walked
chilly in
inside,
here.
they
Temperature-
noticed a
temperature is
terrible
dropped.
odor, like maybe a rat died in there.
So they call up the front desk. They then send a maintenance worker up to see what's going on.
The couple reported the smell. Staff came to inspect the room, but they couldn't find the source. So the couple tried to live with it, but the smell kept getting worse. So they decided to track down the smell for themselves. It was coming from somewhere near the bed. When they lifted the mattress, their jaws dropped. There was a body hidden under
Turn the little
bed.
heater
It looked
on
like
over
it
there.
was there for days, maybe weeks. The story was shared online for years. In one version, the body was inside the mattress, and in another, inside the wooden platform on which the mattress was supported. Some versions claimed the victim had ties to the mafia. Others said it was for a one-night stand. But the core story never changed. There was a couple, a foul smell, and the discovery of the body. People call this legend the body under the bed. Many assumed it was just another internet myth, but some decided to investigate, and they weren't ready for what they uncovered. Internet users searched for a real case that matched the story. If they could find one, it would prove the legend was true. At first, they made little progress. Just as they were about to give up, a reporter found a nearly identical case.
I have an hoodie. I've got a Rick and Morty
the
hoodie.
location was a travel lodge in Pasadena, California. A couple checked into a room.
It's
there.
just in the
Right away,
last
they
hour or
noticed a
so, just that the
terrible smell.
temperature
They
had
couldn't
dropped
figure
quite a
out
bit.
where it was coming from. What they did not know was this: a previous
Then I
guest
realized
ended the life of
when
a
I went in there, it's like the
23-year-old
bedroom
woman, and her
window
remains
was
were
wide
hidden
open.
inside the bed frame. The couple slept just inches above the body. The next morning, the couple checked out because of the smell. In the following days, other people checked into the same room. Every guest complained. In the end, staff searched the room. That was when they found the body. The 1996 Pasadena case proved the internet legend was real. But it was just the start. People online started finding more real-life stories just like it. In 1982, a similar crime happened in New Jersey. Two men ended their business partner in a motel room. They hid the body under the bed and left. Days later, guests in the room complained about a terrible smell. The body was discovered. Another case happened in 1988 in New York. Multiple guests spent the night in a room with a body under the bed. Once again, the smell exposed the crime. People kept finding more examples. There was an incident in Florida in 1994, another in New Jersey in 1999, one in Thailand, another just recently in Tibet. At that point, the truth was clear. This was not just an internet legend. It was something that happened again and again, a disturbing pattern hidden in plain sight. The people in our next chapter went looking for a game hidden on the dark web. What they found was reported to the police.
What, does Cassie even clean under the bed?
Legend of
Apparently
Sad
not.
Satan. People online claimed Sad Satan was a sick game hidden on the dark web. At first, no one thought it was real. Then someone managed to find it, but the game they found was so unsettling it was reported to the police. Most people first heard about Sad Satan in June 2015. A YouTube channel called Obscure Horror Corner uploaded clips of themselves playing the game.
There's 5 parts to Obscure Horror Corner's playthrough of Sad Satan. Most of it is more of the same.
The footage showed a player walking through a dark, endless maze. There were no enemies or clear objectives.
Then stating that, quote, nothing really happened, but it has an odd feeling about it and kind of freaks me out.
The game made no sense. People who played it struggled to explain it.
Summarize this playthrough as simply him wandering around and getting teleported to different sections of the maze.
It was just unsettling. The channel that posted the footage claimed the game came from the dark web. They even shared a download link, but when people tried the link, it didn't work, and no one could find the game anywhere on the open web. News about the Sad Satan game spread fast. More people became curious. Users on Reddit and 4chan searched for it like a hidden treasure, but no one found anything. Then a new theory emerged. Maybe the game didn't exist. Maybe the YouTuber whose real name was Jamie created fake gameplay footage for attention.
A lot of rumors pointed towards Jamie fabricating the entire story.
For a while, that explanation made the most sense. And one day the game suddenly appeared. Weeks after the search began, a 4chan user named ZK made a post.
What you've seen on YouTube isn't right. Don't believe that coward Obscure Horror Corner. He did not show you what was truly in this game. Signed, ZK.
The post included a download link. It was the Sad Satan game, and it was far darker than anything shown on YouTube. Some parts looked the same. Players still walked through a dark maze, but this version included gore and other illegal pictures, the type of content that could get someone arrested.
The version that surfaced later wasn't just disturbing, it was illegal. I mean, the creator was actually sharing CP.
The audio made it worse. There were screams in the background. At one point, speeches from Hitler played in the background. Images of serial killers and military dictators randomly flashed across the screen. People went back to the YouTuber to confirm if it was the same game. He confirmed that he saw the disturbing content when he played the game. He just chose not to show it in his YouTube videos. People were worried such a game existed.
This game isn't a mystery. Unfortunately, it is real. And the disturbing imagery shown in it is also very real.
The pictures in the game were so disturbing that someone alerted the police. By then, dozens of people already downloaded it, and they did not have a positive experience playing it. Many said it left them deeply disturbed. One TikToker called the game a torture experience. But the legend of Sad Satan didn't end there. There was one final twist. The YouTuber who uploaded the gameplay suddenly disappeared. He just abandoned his YouTube channel without explanation. To this day, no one knows who created Sad Satan. Did it really come from the dark web, or was it a carefully planned hoax? There's no clear answer. All we know is this: the game actually exists. The woman in our next chapter was considered
I've never heard of it
by everyone around her. Then her worst fear came true. The legend of the Candyman.
The Candyman.
This legend is straightforward. It says if you stand in front of a mirror and say Candyman 5 times, something terrible will happen. The Candyman will magically appear in the room.
I thought it was 3
the life
times.
of the person who summoned him. According to the legend, Candyman is not human. He's an evil spirit that can enter our world through mirrors. The earliest mention of Candyman was in a short story from 1985. It was titled
And it has
The
to be at
Forbidden.
midnight
The
as well,
story
doesn't it?
described Candyman as a jaundiced, hooked-handed creature wearing a patchwork coat. It created a disturbing image. A few years later, Hollywood made a movie about the Candyman.
Come with me. What's behind the mirror?
The film became a horror
What's
cult
behind
classic.
the mirror?
Then the internet was created and it added more fuel to the fire. The Candyman legend began spreading through chain emails. People treated it like a challenge. Friends dared each other to test it. Those who tried it shared their stories online. Some claimed they heard noises right after saying his name. Others said they saw strange shapes in the mirror. These stories turned Candyman into an internet boogeyman. Anyone who saw the Candyman movie noticed something interesting. The spirit didn't show up in just any mirror. He mostly appeared in bathroom mirrors. That detail in the movie wasn't random. Although this version of the legend was fake, it was inspired by a real-life case. The Candyman story was linked to a crime from the late 1980s. The victim was 52-year-old Ruthie McCoy. Ruthie had 2 major problems. First, she lived in a bad neighborhood.
This particular apartment building
Mr.
was considered
Bolin.
to be one of the most dangerous places in all
I like
of
how he's
Chicago.
referencing
Her
Mr.
second
Bolin.
problem was more personal. Ruthie struggled with mental health issues. Her condition made her extremely paranoid. Neighbors often saw her talking to herself and shouting at strangers. At one point, she walked
Remember
around
that story?
carrying a stick for protection. She also checked the locks in her home again and again. In April 1987, her fears became real. Ruthie was in her apartment when she noticed her bathroom mirror began to move. The mirror was attached to the wall. At first, it shifted slightly. Then it started shaking violently. It looked like someone was trying to break through from the other side. Ruthie called 911. She said something was trying to come through the bathroom. Before help arrived, the mirror broke loose and crashed to the floor.
The mirror was gone, and in its place was this big dark hole on the wall, almost like an entrance to a dark tunnel.
Actually
Moments
came
later,
out of her
intruders
bathroom mirror.
came through that opening. No one knows how many there were, but they robbed Ruthie and fled.
Stole her TV, they stole her rocking chair and some other things.
By the time police arrived, Ruthie was lifeless on the bathroom floor. The intruders ended her before escaping. Investigators later discovered how the attackers got inside. Ruthie's apartment building had an unusual design. There was a crawl space behind the bathroom walls. That space was for plumbing and maintenance work. The bathroom mirror covered an opening into that space. That meant someone could crawl through the hidden space and come out through the bathroom mirror. That was exactly what happened to Ruthie. The intruders broke into an empty apartment next door. They removed the bathroom's mirror cabinet, entered the crawl space, and forced their way into Ruthie's bathroom. They unfortunately got away with it. No one was ever convicted for ending Ruthie. The media picked up the story. Magazines printed creepy headlines saying they came in through the bathroom mirror. The case felt like a nightmare come true, and it became famous. 5 years later, the Candyman movie was released.
Candyman.
The writer admitted that he based parts of the story on Ruthie McCoy's case, but instead of real criminals coming through the mirror, the film used an evil spirit, and it borrowed the name Candyman from the short story from the 1980s. Over time, Candyman became part of internet culture. He's still popular today. Candyman has been referenced in songs and shows and even movies. The man in our next chapter was
Supernatural
loved by
as well,
everyone in his
isn't it?
neighborhood.
The Candyman?
Nobody suspected a thing. The legend of the killer clown. Almost everyone online has heard something about evil clowns, but most of those fears trace back to a single story. In the late 1990s, a chainmail titled "The Clown Statue" began to spread. It told the story of a couple going
Dean
out
and Sam
for the
talked
night.
about
They
him,
hired
yeah.
a babysitter to watch their kids. After they left, the babysitter noticed a clown statue. It was standing in the corner of the room, and it made her feel uneasy. Later, the parents called to check in.
Burn
The
it.
babysitter said everything was fine, but she had one request. She asked if she could put a sheet or blanket over the clown statue. The parents panicked. Their voices became firm and serious. They said 3 lines. "Take the children and go to the neighbors. We'll call the police. We don't have a clown statue." According to the story, the statue was not a statue at all. It was a person dressed as a clown. In some versions, he was an escaped mental patient. In others, he was a serial killer. But in every version,
fucked up
he was
with
waiting
Heaven
for the
and
right
World War
moment
shit,
to
yeah.
strike. The story spread during the 1990s and 2000s. At the same time, Hollywood released movies about killer clowns. People started to fear clowns more and more, and soon that fear moved beyond stories. Pranksters started dressing up as clowns and scaring others in public.
Creepy clowns. It's a phenomenon sweeping the country right now with thousands of alleged sightings, and now there are reports right here in Fort Wayne.
Photos of creepy clowns walking the streets went viral. News stations began
Fuck out if it
reporting
was a
on
real
clowns.
person.
Yeah, a lot of people saying this is actually
Hey,
really
Megan.
a scary thing. The clown apparently hasn't said anything.
I remember this.
to
I remember
anyone.
people
He
doing
or
this.
She just stands there with
It never
balloons.
happened to
People
me, but I
created
remember
Facebook
seeing
groups to
videos and
track
everything, like people
evil
doing
clown
it.
sightings. Reports came in from multiple countries, including Canada, Australia, and Britain. The fear
I heard
kept
about
growing.
it, yeah.
Some people began carrying firearms to protect themselves from the clowns. One woman said, "I'm terrified of clowns already, and if one messes with
Yeah,
me
I
or
think
my
someone
kids,
pulled a
it'll
gun on
be
one of
to
them.
the hospital or morgue they go." In some places, the panic got so bad that clown costumes were banned. A recent survey showed that 53% of adults are scared of clowns in some way. But the idea of a killer clown isn't just fiction. There was a real one. This is John Wayne Gacy. He lived in Chicago during the 1970s. John loved to dress up as a clown and perform for kids. He
Gacy.
called himself Pogo the Clown.
He could regularly be found entertaining kids at his local children's hospital or children's parties.
But behind his clown smile, John, aka Pogo, had a dark side. Between 1972 and 1978, he ended dozens of people. He lured victims to his home by offering them jobs. Once inside, he would offer to show them a magic trick. When they let their guard down, he ended them. He hid the bodies in a crawl space under his house. For years, no one suspected him. Then he slipped up. In December 1978, he met a young man at a pharmacy. He offered him a job and brought him home. The next day, the victim's mother reported him missing. Witnesses said they saw John with him. Police started looking into John. Eventually, officers raided his home. Inside, they found the truth.
There they discovered the remains of a decomposing body in a hidden crawl space beneath the house.
During
How many people did
questioning,
Gacy
John
kill?
made a chilling remark. "You know, clowns can get away with murder." He was found guilty of ending at least 33 people. He was executed in 1994, but his legacy lived on. The media was fascinated that John also worked as a clown. They made documentaries about him. Reporters dubbed him the Killer Clown, and his story helped shape the internet legend that we know today. This next chapter is about something happening on the internet right
33.
now that most people have no idea about. The dead internet theory. When we use social media, we assume we're interacting with real people. We expect a real person.
No,
behind
not
every
necessarily,
comment, like, and
like-
share. But that might not be true.
Most
It's called
internet
the dead
traffic
internet
is,
theory. It claims
is by
that
bots.
many of the people we interact with online are machines pretending to be human. It might sound
No, that's actually been proven. Is like, yeah, most of the internet traffic now is bots. Yeah.
ridiculous, but there's a reason people started to believe it. In the late 2010s, some internet users noticed strange patterns online. They saw identical comments posted by different accounts. The wording was often the same, almost like people were following a script. They also noticed the same types of posts kept going viral. Over time, the internet started to feel repetitive. People began to question what was happening. For years, no one had a clear answer. Then in 2021, someone came up with the dead internet theory. He posted a detailed explanation on an online forum. In summary, the theory claimed most online content was no longer created by living beings.
It's
Instead,
true.
it was generated by bots.
The bots
It's
are subtle.
true.
They're designed to sound human and
It's
blend
actually
into
true.
the background.
These bots were all over chat rooms, social media, and blogs. That explained why so much content felt the same. But who designed and unleashed these bots online? The theory suggested that governments and corporations could be behind it. They probably did it to influence customers and shape public perception and opinions. Thousands read this theory and it went viral. Large commentary channels and influencers began discussing it.
I'm sure by now all of you have heard of dead internet theory. It boils down to the idea that the things and the people that you see or interact with online aren't actually real, it's bots.
Still, there wasn't much proof that it was true. Many dismissed it as a fringe conspiracy theory. Then a team of researchers decided to take a closer look. In 2024,
absolutely 100%
researchers
true.
measured how much of the internet was driven by bots. The data was shocking.
Bots now account for over half of all internet traffic.
They found millions of bot accounts on Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube. These bots were reacting, liking, and leaving comments under content.
The Times reported that half of YouTube traffic was bots masquerading as people.
The same trend applied to blogs. For 1 month in 2024, AI-generated articles surpassed the quantity of human-written articles. Simply put, machines were writing more blogs than real humans. These findings seem to support the dead internet theory. If this research is true, then many people we interact with online may not be real. The biggest concern is that most users cannot tell the difference between an AI bot and a real person. Experts believe this trend will keep growing, and seeing the way AI is going right now, it's
I think most people
surprise. One prediction
That was
says
an AI image.
content could make up 99% of the internet by 2030. If that happens, the internet would become a place
of
where
bots to
machines
boost their
talk
content.
to
Yeah,
other
exactly.
machines.
Yeah.
The people in our next chapter had a memory from childhood that no one else believed it was real. The legend of the crack monster. There are over 4,500 original
Crack
episodes
Monster.
of
I don't know this
Sesame
one.
Street. Most of them are still easy to find, but there was a rumor about one segment so disturbing that it gave kids nightmares. It featured a creature called the Crack Monster. People on Reddit swore they saw this as children, but no one could find the clip anywhere. People began discussing the Crack Monster in the early 2000s. Here's what they remembered about the clip. A young girl was lying in bed, staring at the cracks on the wall. As she looked closer, the cracks began to move. They morphed into different animals, and every crack animal could talk. Finally, the cracks on the wall transformed into a monster. It called itself the Crack Monster. Reddit users said the scene terrified them. One wrote, "I had horrible recurring nightmares based on it." But now that they were adults, they couldn't find the clip in the Sesame Street archives. That led to a debate. Some believed it was a false memory. After all, Sesame Street was a kid show. Why would it air something so disturbing? Still, people insisted it was real. They were certain it aired between 1976 and 1978. Over time, the Crack Monster became an internet myth.
Cracks remained an urban legend for years, with rumors about the short being banned or destroyed due to its frightening nature and causing mental distress for children.
But those who remember the clip
He's going to
never
talk about
stopped
Big Dick
searching.
Randy
They even
at
went
some
through old
point.
Sesame Street compilations, but the Crack
He's
Monster
real.
was nowhere to be found. The search continued for 10 years before they had a breakthrough. In December 2013, one person searching for the cartoon got a strange email. There was no message, only a video file. It was titled Cracks. They played it. It was the missing Sesame Street segment. They uploaded the video to YouTube that same day. Within hours, it went viral. The video matched what people remembered. There was a girl. There were animals made from cracks. Then the creature finally showed up. But it was actually named the Crack Master, not Monster.
The Crack just growled instead and made himself look very big and mean. He said, "I am Crack Master."
At the end, the monster broke apart and disappeared. Then the girl woke up and realized it was all a dream. After the clip resurfaced, the truth became clear. The segment was never deleted from the Sesame Street archives. People were just searching for the wrong name. The clip was archived as Cracks, but most people were looking for Crack Monster. In the end, the legend was real. There really was a Sesame Street segment that terrified children. These legends spread because people felt something was wrong, something didn't feel right. They just couldn't prove it yet. My friends, your instincts exist for a reason, so listen to them. Visual Venture.
Finding YouTube Reddit's most disturbing confessions.
Confessing to something serious on the internet sounds like a terrible idea, yet people can't help themselves.
Yeah, those Reddit
and it
horror
often
stories.
backfires. One man confessed to faking his father's death. Another revealed how his company was stealing money from its own employees. And one confession was so unsettling it made readers want to find the person behind it. Today we're diving into Reddit's most disturbing confessions. We'll begin with the strange cases and work our way to the most shocking. So the goal, guys, is 2.5 million subscribers by the end of 2026. So it would mean the world if you subscribe, and I will do my very best to put out the best videos I possibly can for you. I'm Visual Venture and you are awesome. The meme confession. In April 2013, a Reddit user confessed to taking someone's life. He thought he was safe because no one on Reddit knew his true identity. But people online just had to figure out who he was. This story began with a meme called the Confession Bear. It showed a bear that looked sad or guilty. The meme followed a two-part structure. The top line described a situation, the bottom line revealed the embarrassing secret behind it.
Usually the Confession Bear meme just admits to small things like I farted and blamed the dog, or that it actually supports the Mets. Real fun.
In April 2013, a Reddit user named Narado posted his own version, but his confession wasn't funny. It was far darker than anything that came before it. Narado's confession followed the same format as always. The top line explained the situation. He said his sister's boyfriend used substances and sometimes got violent. Then came the bottom line. That was his confession. He claimed he ended the boyfriend's life by giving him substances without him knowing. Authorities ruled it an overdose. He titled the post, "Finally Have the Guts to Say It." The post got a lot of attention, over 10,000 upvotes and 3,000 comments. Of course, some thought it was just dark humor, but others believed it was real. The comment section turned into a debate. As people argued, Narado jumped in to clarify. He said, "There is some truth behind it, but I'm not saying what was true and what wasn't." Then Narado disappeared again. Now people were convinced he actually did it, and that's when Redditors decided to bring him to justice. Narado's Reddit account did not show his real name, but everything he posted was public. So users went through his old posts and comments. They wanted anything that could reveal his identity.
Because he used his main Reddit account, which allowed the internet hive mind to instantly access his personal information, including his date of birth, jobs, location, Facebook, and Twitter information.
Piece by piece, they built a profile. They figured out that Narado was
post shit
actually
like that, don't do it on your
24-year-old
main
Colton
account.
Goodbrand from San Diego. Once his name was revealed, the story spread fast. Meanwhile, in San Diego, Colton went online and saw what was happening. People figured out he was behind the confession. His name and face were already being shared on blogs. He tried to control the situation. First, he posted on Reddit saying the confession was just a joke. Soon after, he deleted his Reddit account. But he wasn't done. He sent an angry email to the blog that published his name and face. He threatened legal action if they didn't remove the article. But it was too late for damage control. More blogs published the story. Even worse, Reddit users already sent his information to the FBI. Someone also contacted the San Diego Police Department. Their cold case unit opened an investigation. In the end, police never told the public if the confession was real, but no arrest was made. Later, a journalist reached out to Narado's sister. They asked if she ever had a boyfriend who passed away in a suspicious way. Her answer was direct. She said, "It's an ill-advised prank. I know no one who has overdosed." This confession may have been debunked, but this next one, unfortunately, was very real. The fake life confession. I've built my life and career on lies and fraud. In February 2024, a post with that title appeared on Reddit. The person behind it was anonymous. Their username was TransportationOK4728, so we'll call him TOK. In his post, he described how he got into a top American college by lying. He even secured a full scholarship. What stood out was his tone. He sounded proud, like he beat the system, but that confidence did not last. By the end, everything came crashing down. TOK said his life of fraud.
Wouldn't you be proud of that? Is like if he managed to get into a good college?
Because he didn't study. Even so, he wanted to attend an American college. So when it was time to apply, he decided to cheat the system. He forged his transcripts. He changed some grades from 58% to 91%. He created an email and pretended to be his school principal. He even used ChatGPT to write his application essays. TOK applied to several colleges. Most rejected him, but Lehigh University in Pennsylvania offered him a full scholarship. It covered tuition and housing. TOK secured an opportunity he did not deserve, but that wasn't enough for him. The scholarship didn't cover his meals. Meals cost about $5,000 each year, so he told an even bigger lie.
So
he decided to convince the college that he lost his father to cancer.
To make it believable, he created a fake death certificate for his father. He claimed that without his father's income, his family had nothing left. The college believed him. They extended his scholarship to cover meals. In August 2023, TOK arrived in the US to start college, but his lies did not stop. He cheated on almost every exam. When it was time to get an internship after his first year, he made a fake resume. It worked, and he got a paid internship. For almost a year, no one suspected anything. Then he went on Reddit to brag about a scam. What happened next made him regret it instantly. Someone who read TOK's
he faked
post
it till he made it.
Very mad. To him, the confession was insulting to students who worked hard. And by taking the scholarship, TOK blocked someone more deserving. So he set out to expose TOK. He noticed something small but important. TOK's Reddit account only followed one university. That university was Lehigh. Then he found an older post showing a building on campus. At that point, the Reddit user took action. He saved screenshots of the confession. Then he sent them directly to the university. About a month later, Lehigh University opened an investigation. The details in the post matched only one student, 19-year-old Aryan Anand. In April 2024, Aryan was arrested.
The 19-year-old was arrested 2 months ago on a
If
string
you're gonna
of
do
charges,
things like that,
including
don't
felony
brag
counts of
about it.
forgery and theft of services.
He faced up to 20 years in prison, but the case did not go to trial. Instead, a deal was made. Aryan pleaded guilty to forgery. In return, the university dropped the $85,000 he owed them. He was sentenced to time served. After that, he was expelled and deported back to India. His story made headlines. It became an international scandal. Aryan was found because of a university his Reddit account followed and a photo he posted. That was it. And most people have far more personal information sitting on the internet. A stranger can search your name up right now and find your phone number and your home address without doing any detective work by law to delete your information if you try. Aura, click the link in the description or head to aura.com/VV for
Knew where
a
he was going with that.
14-day free
Getting
trial.
ready to
That
head
gives
to another
Aura enough
interview?
time to find out if your
Nice.
personal data
Good luck,
is
Sean.
already being sold online.
Fingers
This
crossed.
next chapter is about someone who got away with something terrible and waited decades to say anything about it. The hit and run. In July 1996, a mother and child were involved in a hit and run. The child survived, but the mother didn't. The community was shaken. What made it worse was that the driver was never found. For nearly 30 years, the case remained unsolved. Then in May 2025, an anonymous Reddit user claimed he was the driver. The confession started with a simple question on Reddit. What is the most messed up thing you have ever done? Most people shared minor regrets, but one response stood out. A user said he was involved in a hit and run in California in 1996. A woman and child were affected, but he said he got away scot-free. He even gave a location. It happened at the intersection of Van Owen Street and Louise Avenue. He said he was only confessing because the statute of limitations already passed. That meant he could no longer be charged for the crime. One user decided to check if the story was real. They searched the location and found an article from the LA Times.
That article, along with others from the time, not only confirmed the OP's claims, but also revealed the horrifying details of what actually happened that day.
The article listed victims. They were Ruby Moreno and her daughter. The driver
No limitation
did
on
not stop
murder.
to help. He even hit another car while escaping. Ruby passed away, but her daughter survived. No one was ever arrested. Reddit users were furious, but one detail made them even more upset. The report suggested the driver was probably intoxicated, and that likely caused the crash. People wanted answers, so they asked him directly, "Were you drunk?" As the article says, he admitted that he was. Then the questions became more personal. Users asked how he could live with himself knowing what he did. Some called him stone cold. He defended himself, saying this:
It's been 30 years. That child probably has children of its own. I seem stone cold because I've already been through all the stages of emotions.
The accident actually happened, but parts of his confession didn't match the article that reported the incident. The biggest issue was how he escaped. The Reddit user said he sped away in his car, but the article told a different story. It said the driver drove into a curb, jumped out of the car, and fled on foot. That difference raised doubts.
He maybe stumbled upon the 1996 article online, memorized key details like the year and the street name to make it seem real.
I don't know how you'd be able to do that. The car's registered to you.
Just in case, people sent screenshots of the confession to California police. But the status of the case did not change. According to official records, the hit and run is still unsolved. This next person was wanted for murder and actively posted about it online. The murder confession. When someone is accused of a crime, they usually do one of two things. They defend themselves in court or they go on the run. In May 2017, one man did both. He ran from the police, and at the same time, he told this story online. The post was titled "Wanted for Kitchener Murder, My Side." This is the case that the post was talking about. A woman named Melinda was found lifeless in her apartment in Ontario, Canada. Police opened an investigation. The primary suspect was Melinda's 24-year-old boyfriend. His name was Agar Hassan, but they couldn't find him. He was on the run. Police made a tweet declaring Agar wanted, but by then Agar was
still very chilly.
Cameras caught him crossing the border from Canada into the United States. Soon after, cameras picked him up again, this time in Pennsylvania. He was seen taking a license plate from a parked car. Police believed he was heading toward Mexico. They spread his wanted posters across the internet. While on the run, Agar went on Reddit. He wrote a long post telling his side of the story. In the post, Agar admitted to ending his girlfriend's life, but he claimed it was an accident, that he did it in self-defense.
It's definitely leather jacket weather.
He wasn't planning to run forever. He just needed time to process everything before turning himself in. He also shared photos and messages between himself and Melinda. The Reddit post went viral. It seemed like a Hollywood movie, a wanted suspect explaining his side on Reddit. Police saw the post and called it potential evidence. Soon after, Agar's Reddit account was suspended, but it didn't matter. Screenshots of his confession spread everywhere. Meanwhile, police waited. In his confession, Agar promised to surrender, but he never did. For 2 months, Agar stayed out of sight, but he did not stay quiet. He kept posting online. On Instagram, he shared a photo of himself and Melinda. The caption read, "I regret every negative thing I ever did to you." Then he did something heartless. He sent a message to Melinda's mother, blaming her for the murder. He used a new account and pretended to be a stranger.
Just an outsider looking in. Sorry about what happened to your daughter. However, it seems like this could have been avoided had you not let her stay in the apartment after he broke in the first time. Partially your fault.
Around the same time, a separate case was unfolding in Texas. The Secret Service was investigating a counterfeit money operation. Their investigation led them to an address in San Antonio. Officers raided the location and detained several suspects. One of them was Agar Hassan. They found him by chance. He was arrested immediately. In 2018, Agar was extradited to Canada to face trial. Years later, a verdict was reached.
Agar Hassan has been found guilty of second-degree murder in the 2017 killing of his ex-girlfriend Melinda Vasiliev.
He was sentenced to life in prison. The person in our next chapter convinced millions of people that they were being robbed. The whistleblower's confession. In January 2026, a Reddit user accused food delivery apps of scamming customers. He said he knew because he was a software developer at a big delivery company, so he wrote a long post exposing everything. When you place a food order for delivery, you often see extra charges. Each one is supposed to do something different. One is called a priority fee. Paying it is supposed to move your order to the front of the line. That means you get your food faster. Another is called a driver benefit fee. This fee is meant to help support drivers, like helping with healthcare or insurance. But this anonymous person on Reddit claimed it was all a lie. The post was titled, "I'm a developer for a major food delivery app. The priority fee and driver benefit fee go 100% to the company. The driver sees $0 of it." Then he explained how the supposed scam worked. He started with the priority fee. He claimed the app slows down normal orders on purpose. So when you pay for priority, your order is not actually sped up. It just removes the delay the app created.
What you're getting is a delay when you choose the regular option of up to 10 minutes, but there's no delay if you choose the priority order.
In other words, the fee is not for faster service. It is to avoid the delay that was added in the first place. Then he shifted to drivers. He said the food delivery companies take advantage of them. According to him, the app tracks driver behavior. Then it assigns something called a desperation score for each driver.
If a driver usually logs on at 10 p.m. and accepts every garbage $3 order instantly without hesitation, the algo tags them as high desperation.
Once a driver is labeled desperate, technically the system stops giving them high-paying orders. The logic was simple. If a driver will accept low pay, there is no reason to offer more. So the app keeps sending them low-paying orders. Then he moved to tipping. He said the app can predict which customers will tip well. When that happens, the company lowers the base pay for that delivery driver.
The result is that your generosity isn't rewarding the driver, driver, it's subsidizing us. You're paying their wage so we don't have to.
Finally, he explained the driver benefit fee. Most people believe this money goes toward drivers' welfare. The Post claimed it does not.
In reality, that money goes straight to a corporate slush fund used to lobby against driver unions.
The company just keeps all of it. The confession
hell,
went viral.
man, this is
It got
just
over
disgusting.
87,000 upvotes. Someone shared a screenshot of the confession on X. It got 37 million views. People were angry. One wrote, "I pay the extra for priority on every single order and never tip less than 30%.
And
for
all
these
of that
apps.
money
So
goes to
knowing
the
it's
fucking-
not actually helping any of the people really annoys me. People started deleting their food delivery apps in protest. DoorDash and Uber Eats were hit the hardest. It was a serious problem. The companies had to do something to save the situation. The Reddit post didn't mention a specific food delivery app, but many felt the
Probably
pressure to
Uber Eats.
respond. An Uber Eats official said the claims were completely made up. Then DoorDash spoke up.
DoorDash is lashing out at a viral Reddit post that may or may not be referring to his company.
The CEO said this was not happening at his company. Still, people weren't convinced.
Quite an emotional response for something that has nothing to do with you, am I right?
Drivers also shared their views. Some said the claims matched what they experienced.
If you asked 1,000 drivers on the street, 995 of them would say, yeah, I experienced that.
At that point, a reporter decided to investigate the story. His name was Casey
It sucks
Newton.
trying to get
Newton
delivery
reached out
nowadays.
to
The fees are
Reddit
crazy.
user who made the
Oh, it's
post. He
mental.
asked for proof that the claims were true. The whistleblower sent a photo of an Uber Eats employee badge. The name was blurred to protect his identity. He also sent an 18-page internal document from Uber Eats.
The Reddit poster gave him what he claimed was an 18-page internal Uber memo, each page marked confidential.
The document supported every claim perfectly, but the reporter was uneasy. Why would a company be dumb enough to write something like this? It would obviously get them into trouble.
It was sort of a cartoon villain's document about how you would exploit
Probably HR. They'd be dumb enough to write something
the
like that.
absolute maximum.
Newton decided to fact check. It turns out the badge itself wasn't real.
I would later learn that it had been generated by AI.
He checked the document too. It was also AI generated. Newton published his findings in an article, debunking the AI food delivery hoax that fooled Reddit. He explained how the entire Reddit confession was false. Shortly after, Reddit moderators removed the post. No one knows who the whistleblower was or why he made a fake confession. Thankfully, the story was proven false. Despite that, many people still believe the claims are true. This next chapter is about a childhood secret that someone carried for 30 years before finally confessing. The missing person's confession. In 2016, a question appeared on Ask Reddit. To those who have accidentally ended someone, what went wrong? One reply was from a man with a 30-year-old secret. He wanted to come clean about something bad he did as a kid. He began by describing his childhood in Missouri. He and his friends had a secret hangout near a dirt cliff. One afternoon, they went there as usual, but someone was already sitting in their special spot. It was another boy from the
He's taking a
neighborhood.
shit.
He had a learning disability. They told him to leave. He refused. The boy started throwing dirt and stones. The group reacted by chasing him. The boy ran near the edge of the cliff, and then the unthinkable happened. He fell. You can guess what happened. The boys made a pact. They would never talk about it. For years, they kept that promise. But the silence didn't last forever. 30 years later, one of the boys shared the story on Reddit. The post got a lot of attention, but one detail made readers suspicious. In the confession, he wrote that his memory gets pretty fuzzy around the moment of the fall, like he wasn't sure how it really happened.
Led many people to believe that maybe him or one of the other boys actually pushed him.
People also questioned how they kept the secret for so long. If it was an accident, it would be hard to cover up.
I cannot imagine a world where nobody would go home and cry. Like, you'd be crying to your parents about what happened.
Some began to wonder if it was not an accident at all. They wanted to find the person behind the post, then they found a way. They realized the confession included a photo of the general area where the fall occurred. The image showed the cliff, and that gave them a starting point. Internet detectives got to work. They studied the landscape in the photo. Soon they traced it to St. Charles in Missouri. From there, they searched old missing persons cases in that area. They found a possible match, a boy named Scott Cleeschulte. He disappeared in June 1988.
30 years ago today, 9-year-old Scotty Cleeschulte vanished without a trace. He hasn't been seen since, but
According to reports, Scott went into the woods to play. He never came back. Over time, the case went cold. Reddit users believed this case was linked to the Reddit confession. The timing matched, the location matched, the cliff in the photo was only a
Did they
mile
ever
away
find
from
his
where
body?
Scott was last
I'm guessing
seen.
not.
They were so certain that they contacted the police.
The person that was finding
They
all
never
this
found the
information
body.
out actually did report the post to law enforcement in case this could help them solve a missing persons case, but nobody ever heard back.
But investigators weren't convinced. They believed Scott was kidnapped.
The information on the Reddit thread, it was forwarded to law enforcement. However, it seems the police are still going with the abduction theory.
The Reddit confession did not help solve the case. Scott Cleeschulte is still missing. The post was later deleted, and the Reddit user behind it was never heard from again. This next confession is
So this
about
was
a dark
never
web
investigated?
criminal who never got caught but felt guilt for the rest of his life. The dark web confession. This confession came from a criminal on the dark web, but he wasn't confessing because he felt bad about breaking the law. He was admitting to a mistake that led to multiple people losing their lives. The Reddit post was titled, "I am responsible for the demise of several people." To explain what happened, he started from the beginning. He said he never wanted a corporate job, so he chose a different path. He started selling
No one
illegal
wants a corporate
substances, but meeting buyers in person made him uneasy. He was
Wouldn't
afraid
take
of
much for
getting
the cops to
arrested,
go
so
to
he
the
moved
cliff and
everything
look to see
online.
if they
He found
found a body,
marketplace
yeah.
on the dark web and created a vendor profile. Orders started coming in. The business grew fast.
Things were going well, and even upgraded from selling just 3
Unless
substances
there's-
to shipping several.
Unless
much
there's
more
the ocean
potent
off the
options
side
as
of the
well.
cliff, then maybe
He tracked every order
the tide
using
might
an
have taken
Excel
the body.
spreadsheet. Over time, he focused on 2 main substances. Both were powders. They looked the same, but they were very different. One was less harmful. The other was extremely dangerous, especially if too much was taken. The vendor handled everything himself. He checked orders, packed them, and shipped them out. The process wasn't perfect, though, and one day, it failed. While packing orders, he mixed up the 2 identical substances. He sent the wrong product to the wrong people. What happened next was tragic. He didn't realize the mistake for some time. He kept running his business like normal. Then a message appeared in his inbox. A customer complained that their friend passed away after using the product. That's when the vendor checked his supply and realized the mix-up. As time passed, he learned the full impact. 4 buyers who received the wrong package passed away. He said he was overwhelmed with guilt, so he shut down his dark web store immediately. After that, he got a job at a restaurant. He said he never sold substances again, but the guilt stayed with him. After reading his confession, many users responded. Most showed support. They gave advice, showed sympathy, and told him to seek therapy. The confession is still online as of today. These confessions didn't destroy people's lives. Their choices did. The confession was just the moment the world found out. So my friends, make the right decisions even when no one is looking. Visual Venture. Wait, before you go, I have a video about the most disturbing mysteries that Reddit users actually solved. We talk about a man who woke up next to a dumpster with no idea who he was, a guy being slowly...
The most disturbing Reddit communities.
Reddit, you are
very wild on Reddit, isn't it?
The CEO, the officers, everybody who's in this company is 100% liable for everything that's happening.
The explicit stated purpose of the subreddit is to damage a person's reputation, to collectively attack them.
Just beneath the surface of Reddit, you can find some really horrible stuff.
Reddit was built on free speech, but some people turn that freedom into something dark. Today, we'll explore the most disturbing communities on Reddit. We'll start with the weird ones and work our way to those that are absolutely disgusting. So as you guys can probably hear, I am sick right now, but I'm still making these videos for you guys. I am really trying my best to not miss a weekly upload, but we are getting pretty close, so it would mean the world if you subscribe, and I promise to do my best to be as consistent as I possibly can.
I thought he was someone different.
Anti-work. In 2013, a strange community appeared on Reddit. It was called Anti-Work, but Anti-Work wasn't your average discussion board. It was a place for people who hated the idea of having a job. They thought it was wrong that people needed to work.
99% of the population.
Anti-Work's tagline made their message clear. Unemployment for all, not just the rich. They invited anyone who wanted to end work or enjoy a work-free life to join. It was an active group. Members shared stories about bad bosses, burnout, and how work ruined their lives. One post read, "Why do we have to work on a planet none of us asked to live on?" Another said, "I don't need a job and I feel great. There's nothing good that having a job would do for me." They even recommended books that supported their beliefs. Their favorite titles were The Abolition of Work and In Praise of Idleness. For years, anti-work was a strange, small community. It had a few thousand users. Then the pandemic hit, and suddenly anti-work didn't sound so crazy anymore. The pandemic sent the world into lockdown. Millions lost their jobs. Others were stuck in miserable jobs for low pay. For the first time, people everywhere began to question what work actually meant. And when they searched online for answers, they found anti-work. Within a year, the subreddit grew to 1.7 million members. But the new members weren't like the originals. They had different views on what it meant to
I
be
would quite
anti-work.
happily
The
not
early
work.
members believed work itself was wrong. The newcomers just wanted better working conditions, like
But
fair
you gotta pay the
reasonable
bills.
hours, and basic respect from bosses. Now, two ideas were sharing the same space, and it created a lot of arguments.
There was a lot of infighting amongst these groups, but even worse than that, the fringe minorities of these started to become representative.
That tension was building, and it was about to explode in front of millions. In late 2021, Fox News heard about the anti-work subreddit. They wanted someone from the group to appear on national television to explain what it was all about. Almost all the moderators voted to decline the offer, but one person insisted on doing the interview anyway. Her name was Doreen Ford. Doreen was Anti-Work's lead moderator. She was also one of Anti-Work's original members. She helped build the community from the ground up, and despite everyone's warnings, she insisted on doing the interview. In January 2022, Doreen appeared on Fox News. She was representing over 1 million Anti-Work members, and things went wrong almost immediately. Doreen looked uneasy. She kept glancing away from the camera. Then the host asked a straightforward question.
Doreen, why do you like the idea of being home, not working,
wouldn't you?
But still getting paid?
Doreen tried to explain her philosophy, but halfway through, she said something that ignited a firestorm.
So I think laziness is a virtue in a society where people constantly want you to be productive 24/7.
Laziness is a virtue. That statement was very controversial. The host didn't argue. He just smiled and moved on. He asked Doreen what she wanted to do with her life. She answered,
I would love to teach. Work
That's
with
a
people
job.
and stuff like that.
What would you teach, Doreen?
Philosophy, mostly.
Not long after, the segment ended, and within hours, the anti-work subreddit descended into chaos. So remember those two groups inside anti-work? One side wanted to abolish jobs completely. The other side just wanted fair pay and better treatment. Well, both sides were mad at Doreen, but for very different reasons. New members were mad because Doreen called laziness a virtue on national television. They didn't want to be portrayed as lazy freeloaders. They just wanted better working conditions. One member wrote, that interview was so embarrassing. It made me go back to work. Another said his mother asked if he was part of the lazy movement that was on the news the other day. The original members were angry for another reason. In the interview, Doreen mentioned that she wanted to be a teacher. Well, teaching is obviously a job.
A job.
Working a job went against everything they believed in. Soon, both sides agreed on one thing. Doreen ruined the reputation. The anger spread fast. It started with a few harsh comments, then it escalated. Members demanded that Doreen step down as moderator. The other moderators thought that was extreme. Doreen messed up, but they still supported her. Other members refused to stop criticizing her. So the moderators banned some users who spoke out against Doreen. But even the bans didn't stop the backlash. So the moderators made a drastic decision. They locked the anti-work subreddit. No one could post or comment. But silence didn't stop the chaos. It just pushed it somewhere darker. Angry members went after Doreen personally. They dug into her past. Before long, someone found old social media posts where Doreen admitted to inappropriate behavior and harassment. To humiliate her, they shared those screenshots all over Reddit. A few days later, the moderators reopened anti-work. They released a statement addressing the accusations against Doreen. It said, "We don't know enough to feel comfortable about making a statement. The individual in question has been removed from the moderation team." Doreen was gone, but removing her didn't bring peace. Thousands of members were disgusted by how everything played out. They quit the group entirely. Those who stayed stopped posting. The community that once had millions of active members was now a ghost town. Today, anti-work still exists, but it's a shadow of what it once was. Now, I don't agree with anything that Doreen did, but here's what's scary. How fast people found her private information. They pulled up old posts, accounts, and personal details.
You've gone straight into that.
Like
That's a good
That's
segue.
because data again, antivirus protection, one purpose: to mock overweight people. That was the intent. Find out if your personal data is already out there. Trust me, guys, it is worth your peace of mind. Fat People Hate. I'm going to be referring to this group as FPH. FPH was a subreddit with one purpose: to mock overweight people. That was the entire point. One of the rules even
Isn't that what my 600-pound life does?
Fat sympathy. Members didn't wait for content to find them. They went hunting for it. Here's how it worked.
The members would scour social media in particular, looking for images of overweight people doing things in compromising situations or looking funny that they would all then post and sort of get together and mock.
They dug through fitness posts, sewing threads, and mental health spaces. No corner of Reddit was off limits. Once they found a photo, they took it without permission and posted it to FPH. Then they wrote negative captions about the overweight stranger in the photo. Every post was a contest to see who could write the meanest comment. The more vicious the insult, the more upvotes it got. Eventually, FPH grew to 150,000 members. It became a feeding frenzy of insults. But that raised a serious question. Why did Reddit ever allow something like this to exist? Reddit had a philosophy: free speech above almost everything else. The company believed users should decide what to see, not administrators. That policy made Reddit hesitant to ban questionable subreddits. But FPH wasn't just exercising free speech. They were going out of their way to humiliate people. Ironically, FPH members were happy to mock others, but they couldn't handle any criticism. For instance, one day some of their mean-spirited posts were reposted to a site called Imgur. Unlike Reddit, Imgur had strict rules. So when Imgur employees saw the inappropriate photos, they deleted them immediately. FPH took that as an attack. They claimed Imgur was censoring them, and they decided to fight back. Members dug up photos of Imgur employees and posted them on FPH. Then, as a group, they mocked the staff's bodies and looks. This wasn't trolling anymore.
151,000 shitlords.
No longer
so they call themselves shitlords?
2015, Reddit banned 5 subreddits. FPH was at the top of the list.
Reddit has banned a bunch of their subreddit communities, including r/Fat People Hate.
For Reddit, the ban was long overdue, but for FPH members, it was a betrayal of Reddit's free speech roots. To protest the ban, FPH members created dozens of copycat
Someone redeemed the daddy again? Noise. No, I just put the jacket on because it's a bit cold in here.
As fast as they appeared. The angry users weren't done yet. They focused their rage on a single target: Ellen Pao, Reddit CEO. They plastered her photos across the site with inappropriate captions. A petition demanding her resignation gained over 200,000 signatures. But Reddit refused to reverse the ban, so FPH members packed up and left the site entirely. They migrated to a platform called Vote. It was a Reddit clone with almost no rules. Within days, Vote's version of FPH reached 38,000 subscribers. Their negative content had a new home.
Leather cozy
Reddit,
daddy.
FPH
Exactly.
was gone for good. This next community turned dating into something toxic: female dating strategy. Female dating strategy was supposed to be a space for women who wanted better relationships. But inside, the advice wasn't about love or kindness. It was about control. We'll call the female dating strategy subreddit FDS. Members of FDS were expected to accept certain beliefs. The first was about how to categorize men. According to FDS, every man fit into one of 4 groups: high value, low value, negative value, zero value. A high value man was the type who loves to show his woman that he can provide. He pays for dates and covers most expenses in the relationship. A low value man was the opposite: someone with little to offer. A negative value man subtracts value from your life. A zero value man adds absolutely no value to your life. If a man didn't meet their standards, members had a nickname for him: Scrote. It was their insult for any man they considered beneath them. Another FDS rule encouraged women to date multiple men at once. They called this a scrotation. Scrotation meant a rotation of suitors you were currently dating but not in an exclusive relationship with. They did that to assess each man to see who could offer the most. And in FDS, money was the most important measure of value. The rules made it clear: generous men are a non-negotiable. That meant not splitting the bill and not dating financially challenged men. But FDS didn't just tell women how to treat men. It also had a weird system of rewarding and punishing members. If a woman disagreed with the group's crazy ideas, she was branded a pygmesia. Originally, that word meant a woman who degrades herself for the fleeting attention of men, but it became an insult for any woman who didn't submit to their beliefs. The subreddit even had its own ranking system. At the top were ruthless strategists, followed by strategy
starting
coaches,
to think this
and then
wasn't women, but
disciples
male
at the
incels
bottom.
trying to
The
trick
higher
women on
you
how to
ranked,
pick men like
the more
themselves.
power you had to enforce the rules, and breaking those
Wouldn't
rules
surprise
even
me.
slightly meant an instant ban. One member was banned for saying a relationship is a two-way thing. That one sentence got her kicked out. Another woman claimed she was banned for dating a man with a disability. To moderators, that man was low value because they didn't think he could provide money for the relationship. There were no warnings, no second chances, just bans. As word spread, FDS developed a dark reputation. Journalists started reaching out to members for interviews. The moderators warned everyone.
Just because someone's physically disabled doesn't mean they can't provide.
To the press. And things went from bad to disturbing. One FDS member noticed a shocking comment.
This kind of shit.
The comment suggested that women should end their sons, knowing what they will grow to be. The screenshot went public, and people began calling FDS out. Someone described it as a toxic, hateful sub filled with bad advice. Another labeled it a cult. At that point, FDS had over 250,000 members. That kind of reach.
I don't know how you think that would actually go down, where you think you're telling mothers that you should end your son's lives and everything like that. So I can tell you right now, because if someone came after me and tried to say to my mum to end my life, she'd probably rip their throat out. It's like, you're not gonna hurt my baby boy.
Made outsiders nervous. They worried the group's insane ideas might spread beyond Reddit. By 2021,
she's 75, but she can
demanding that
she can be vicious.
FDS down. One called Female Dating Strategy, an extremely terrible place.
You say that to a mother to kill their boy, their baby boy.
Like rules and beliefs.
Yeah, that's gonna go down well.
Kept building, but before Reddit could act, FDS made its own move. In April 2022, the moderators announced that they were leaving Reddit to launch their own website. The official reason was that Reddit admins don't respond to serious reports of harassment of female users. Today, the Female Dating Strategy subreddit still exists, but it's mostly abandoned. The few remaining posts are just links to their new site. Now, we're taking things a little further with this next subreddit. Ephilism. Ephilism was a subreddit with about 9,000 members. They all shared one disturbing desire.
This stupid bubble reinforcing what everyone else in the group is saying.
The group's name
really
was
toxic.
A reflection of this belief. Ephilism
Unedited and
is actually
unchecked
the word
bubble.
life spelled backwards. Members believed the world would be better if nothing existed. No people, no animals, no pain. Inside the subreddit, they spent hours debating how to stop people from bringing more life into the world. Most of them only talked, but one member decided to act. His name was Guy Bartkus. Guy was 25, and he was deeply involved in the Ephlist community. He believed parents were
Well, I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't agree that the planet would be better without any life. That's complete bullshit and that's stupid. I believe that the human population of the planet needs to reduce. There are too many humans on the planet. Like we need to bring those numbers down. Because with the planet, like last scientific article I saw is like the planet is like at 150% biocapacity with the amount of people on the planet. It's too much. There are too many people. We need to bring that number down. Not eliminate it, not eliminate the number, but bring the number down. A lot of the world's problems can be reduced by there just not being as many humans as there are. So
selfish for having kids. To him, fertility clinics were a big part of that evil because they helped people start families.
Too many humans.
In one of his posts, he wrote, "I'm very against IVF. It's extremely wrong. These are people who are having kids after they've sat
we'll take
there
care of that
and
problem,
thought about
probably,
it. To
yeah.
outsiders, those words sounded unhinged, but inside Ephilism, they were normal. One day, a guy decided to show how much he despised fertility clinics.
That with the Karens and work your way up or down, yeah.
Guy drove to
Politicians
a fertility
next
clinic
after
in
that.
Palm Springs. Then he set up a camera on a tripod. He planned to live stream what was about to happen. Within minutes, there was chaos.
We heard this loud noise. I shook all over building.
There was a big bang.
Guy didn't survive. 4 others were injured. When police arrived, they found Guy's camera still recording. It didn't take long to figure out what happened. The FBI took over the case. When they searched Guy's home, they found a website he created. On it was a 30-minute recording explaining his motive. Guy said, basically, it just comes down to, I'm angry that I exist and that nobody got my consent to bring me here. The FBI kept digging, trying to determine if Guy acted alone.
Oh, fuck
Eventually,
off,
they
Guy.
discovered he hadn't. There was an
I didn't
accomplice
want to be
on the loose.
alive.
The
Oh,
accomplice
fuck
was
off.
Daniel Park. For years, Park secretly helped Guy gather
Then
materials
unalive
to
yourself.
carry out his plan.
Jesus
Mr.
Christ,
Park,
man.
who shares Barkus's extremist beliefs, is accused
What a stupid
of
thing
shipping
to whinge about.
approximately
I didn't ask to be
180
alive.
pounds of ammonium nitrate.
After the fertility clinic incident, Park fled the U.S. and escaped to Poland.
Only
he
leaves a
didn't get
power
far.
vacuum that
2
gets
weeks
filled with
later,
more shit.
authorities
It's
arrested
true.
him at an airport. He was extradited to the U.S. and jailed. By then, the case was front page news. Reporters connected the Ephilism subreddit to the Palm Springs tragedy. Media outlets slammed Reddit for allowing such a dangerous community to exist. Eventually, Reddit gave in and banned the subreddit. But the Ephilism members didn't go quietly. They argued the ban was unfair because Ephilism wasn't violent. But Reddit refused to reverse the ban, so they created a new subreddit called Ephilism 2. Its description said it was just an alternative to the ban page. This next community made life unbearable for famous people. Snark community.
I didn't consent to be brought into this world. Do you fucking think your parents could ask you if you want to be? Yeah,
gave it a darker
exactly.
meaning. Around 2015, a new type of subreddit appeared. They were called Snark pages. They had names like Ariana Grande Snark, Colleen Ballinger Snark, and
Here's the thing, it's like life is a gift. Like it's a fucking gift that you've been brought into existence. And they actually did a calculation of like the statistical chance of you being you is like 1 in fucking trillions. That you are exactly like you. Is that you are unique in every way. Because there is no one on this planet like you, and there probably will never ever be anyone like you. So the chances that you are you is like in the trillions. It's like 1 out of like trillions.
LA influencers Snark. Each one had
being
the same
handed
purpose:
life is a
control
gift.
Influencers. They were entire communities created to gossip about a single person.
Listen, Snark subreddits, they're a place where people go and they gossip.
So for you then
and
to
they
turn around and
say
go, oh,
bad things about people they don't
to be
like.
born.
But sometimes
It's so
members went
stupid.
beyond gossip. They mocked influencers directly on social media. By 2020, there were dozens of Snark pages, each one devoted to tearing down one creator. Whenever an influencer got caught up in a scandal, their Snark page would light up with
guys to be
activity.
scary.
Members would gossip.
Well,
spread
now I'm just gonna
rumors,
clone
and
myself
send
now.
horrible messages. But when there was no drama, things got quiet. Too quiet. That's when one group decided to do something different. Instead of waiting for a scandal, they would create one. That's what happened to a YouTuber named Adam McIntyre. Adam was a YouTuber from Ireland. He usually made commentary videos about other YouTubers and internet culture. In 2025, he was approved for a US visa. He was coming to America to
Choose
film
to be
live
born
shows
is
for his
bullshit.
podcast.
Out
It
of
was kind
all the
like a
millions of
tour where
sperm
he
you
could
fought
meet
to get
fans
there,
and
you
perform
chose to
in
be
person.
here.
Getting
You were
that
the
visa
fastest.
wasn't
You
easy.
were the
For
fastest.
international creators,
Twice the
process could
ranting.
take months or even
I'm gonna make
years.
3 clones
So when
now.
Adam finally got it, he celebrated
2
the
clones,
moment
actually.
by posting a picture online. But not everyone was happy for him. Someone already
Went
created
to
a
work while he
Snark
stayed home,
subreddit
streamed and played
dedicated to
games. Oh,
mocking
absolutely.
Adam. Members of the Adam McIntyre Snark saw his tweet about getting a US visa. They immediately zoomed in on the image. They examined every pixel, every word, every mark. Then one user noticed something. There was a tiny R printed on the document.
Restricted.
Members started speculating. What did the R stand for? After
Restricted.
some sloppy research, they decided it must mean R1 visa. R1 is a type of visa given only to priests and religious workers. But Adam wasn't a priest. He was a YouTuber. The group decided
Thrice the
that
ranting.
Adam somehow got his visa fraudulently. Maybe he lied to the US government in order to enter the country. The accusation spread fast across social media. One comment said, "Adam, tell us, what religious activities did you do?" It became a full-blown scandal. Except it was all false. The R on his document stood for regular passport, not a religious visa. There was nothing illegal about it. But members of the Snark subreddit made things worse. They reported Adam to ICE, the US Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. Adam eventually found out that he was reported, and he was furious.
This was no longer snarking. This was putting me in government records.
Hey, Neku, how you doing?
Because you don't know how to read a visa.
Those false reports could have gotten him detained or even deported. Luckily, Adam didn't get into real trouble, but he wasn't the only one who experienced this type of Snark harassment. Trisha Paytas was a YouTuber with over 5 million
arrest him, tase him.
followers. Her fame made her an easy target. Someone created a
Sometimes
Snark
you just want to
subreddit
watch the
called
world burn.
Trishyland. It was
It's like,
filled
no,
with people
arrest him,
devoted
tase
to
him.
making Trisha's life miserable.
Tase him
Inside,
3 times in a row.
members mocked her non-stop. They made fun
Why?
of her
I don't
body
know.
and criticized
Just
her choices. They even
I want to see the
threatened to call
world
child
burn.
protection services on her, not because Trisha did anything wrong. They just felt she was unfit to be a mom. The group even
Tase him
leaked
again.
Trisha's bedroom photos to humiliate her. It was too much. Trisha broke down on camera.
It's like really like scary, it's frightening. It's not right.
Trisha first reported the harassment to Reddit, but for months the platform didn't take action.
let the
Then,
daddy
in
on
August
there.
2022,
Yeah, those.
a blog wrote about the attacks against Trisha. They called it a coordinated harassment campaign. The article went viral. It put a huge spotlight on Reddit's snark communities. Other blogs started investigating harassment on the platform. Only then did Reddit take action. Trishyland was banned. Around the same time,
That's
the
a
Adam
brilliant
McIntyre
fucking
snark
profile
subreddit
picture
was
right
also
there.
banned. Although Reddit removed those pages, the snark culture didn't end. Snark subreddits still exist today, making life unbearable for some people. This next community leaked people's private lives for fun. The Fappening. This wasn't just another subreddit. It was the largest hub for stolen celebrity
You have to watch out
It
for
all
the
began
Fappening.
with a massive cyber attack in August 2014. Hackers broke into the iCloud accounts of more than 100 celebrities, almost all women. Once they got in, they downloaded hundreds of inappropriate private pictures
Fappening.
and videos.
From Jennifer Lawrence to Kate Upton, it is what could be the largest breach of private, racy celebrity photos in history.
At first, the leaked photos were posted to 4chan. Then a Reddit user saw an opportunity. He created a subreddit specifically for people who wanted to view them all in one place. He called it the Fappening. Within hours, 50,000 people joined. Members treated the leaked photos like entertainment. They celebrated the invasion of
not
privacy
bad.
as if it were a game. For the women involved, it was horrifying, especially when they discovered that a subreddit was created just to view their photos, and these women hated it.
It's a total violation.
The victims
Doesn't
put
surprise
massive
me.
pressure on Reddit to act. So Reddit issued warnings.
I don't think I've
Anyone
ever been on
reposting those
Reddit.
Images would be permanently
No, I haven't,
banned.
actually.
Then on September 7, 2014, Reddit shut down the Fappening page. The official reason was copyright violation. The subreddit existed for barely a week, but it was too late. The photos had already been downloaded and saved by thousands. Eventually, the FBI launched an official investigation. Between 2016 and 2018, several hackers were arrested and convicted. Justice was served, but it came too late for the victims, because once something leaks online,
I
it
go
never
in there for some
truly
games that
disappears.
definitely not
This
for
next
social
group
bullshit.
celebrated
Yeah.
stupidity until it went too far.
I can tell you, like,
Darwin Awards.
I can tell you right now, like, the vast majority of my social media activity is memes. That's it. I don't go on there to post. I don't go on to Reddit to, like, fucking make these posts and all that sort of stuff. I look at memes and funny videos. That is the vast majority of my fucking social media presence. I don't post anything. I don't fucking do anything.
Darwin Awards turned
Just give me
tragedy
memes and
into
funny
entertainment.
videos,
The
yeah.
subreddit was
Mine
built
is
around
Discord
one
pretty
dark
much, yeah.
idea, laughing at people who lost their lives doing something incredibly stupid. But that twisted sense of humor didn't start on Reddit. It began decades earlier. Long before Reddit, there were
I haven't
early
made a
internet
Facebook
chat
post
rooms. People
in
would gather to
years.
share strange
Like,
news stories, especially
I
about
haven't made an
people who lost their
Instagram
lives
post
reckless
in
ways. The accidents were so
probably well
absurd that
over
they
a
almost
year,
didn't
but
sound
the only
real.
time I
Then
did it
in
was like
1993, someone
actually
took
no,
those
no,
stories
that's not
and
true.
built a website around them. She
I
called it
posted
the
some
Darwin
shorts
Awards
on
after the scientist
Instagram
Charles Darwin.
from
But why
gameplay
Darwin?
footage, but that's
Darwin's
about it.
theory of
Yeah.
evolution is based on natural selection. It's the idea that only the fittest survive to pass on their genes.
The
Darwin
Janeway
Awards
meme?
flipped that concept into dark
Did I miss
comedy.
that?
If someone lost their life because of their own stupidity, the joke was that they were selecting themselves out of the gene pool. Their stupidity couldn't be passed down. The people who passed away won a Darwin Award for their stupidity. It was an insult disguised
in
as
Star
a joke.
Trek?
The stories
Channel?
on the website were written with a comedic twist. One Darwin Award winner in 1993 was Lawyer. He tried to prove a skyscraper window was unbreakable. He ran straight into it to show off. The glass held, but the frame didn't. He fell out of the building and didn't survive. Another story involved two men leaning out of a moving bus for fun. Neither made it back in. These weren't made-up stories. They were about real people with real families. And yet the internet turned their final moments into comedy. By the 2000s, the Darwin Awards website had millions of visitors. It even inspired a movie. And eventually that dark humor found a home on Reddit. The Darwin Awards
I've seen the Darwin Awards website. Yeah, it's like fucking, it's like, yeah. The subtitle to the Darwin Awards is that the people that have enriched the human race by removing themselves from it.
subreddit revived the old idea for a new generation. Their description read, "Population control volunteers. The tree of life is self-pruning." Members shared videos and articles about people passing away from avoidable mistakes. But over time, some of them began to feel bad
Because it
about
was funny.
making
It's
fun
like
of
people that
people's
just did
tragedies.
stupid things
One
that got
finally
themselves
called it out.
killed.
They wrote, "The concept of Darwin Awards is evil. Imagine
Why?
you fell to your death. Then people started insulting you while your family was grieving. Another said they used to find it funny when they were younger, but not anymore. They wrote, now I see life as precious. These were just people who were unlucky. And they ended with one haunting reminder. Imagine if your close relative got featured there.
Oh, Jesus Christ, this person must be fucking fun at parties. God damn. Like, fucking is like, imagine if you knew that person. Is like, yo, you're fun at fucking parties, aren't you? Did you order 2 weeks again? You goddamn right I did. Yep, he's dead. He's not
Darwin
coming
Award
back.
subreddit is still active, and they're still making fun of other people's tragedies. This next community isn't for the faint-hearted. It showed people things they couldn't unsee. iBletch. Reddit had a popular page called iBleach. It was a community for sharing beautiful, happy, or adorable content. Millions visited it regularly. It was filled with cute animal videos.
It was a transporter malfunction that fused 2 crew members on the Voyager.
They removed a single letter, A. The new subreddit was called iBletch, and it was the evil
Tuvok and
twin of
Neelix.
the original. The
Transporter
original
malfunction
iBleach
caused
showed
them to
puppies
fuse
and
together.
kittens, but iBletch showed real videos of gore, injury, and disaster. And these were real videos of real people. But why was it called iBletch? It was designed to trick people. The people who made iBletch admitted that they wanted to trick users.
And then they figured
trying
out how
find
to
the cute
separate
animal
them,
page.
so
Their plan
basically,
worked.
yeah.
Thousands clicked on iBletch.
Tuvix,
it was
as a
iBleach.
person,
Instead of
was
puppies,
killed.
They were greeted with horrifying videos.
Neelix
Sometimes
and
people
Tuvok
didn't even
became
realize
their
they
own
were
person,
on the wrong
people again.
page. One person said they kept watching, thinking iBleach had a super dark side. Someone eventually had to tell them they were on a completely different page. But not everyone got there by accident. Many visited iBletch because they wanted to see the disturbing content. They said watching gore videos reminded them how fragile life is. Others claimed gore videos made them more careful in their daily lives. But for countless others, the effects were negative. In 2021, a boy posted on Reddit begging for advice. He wrote, I went on iBletch because I was curious, but now I can't get those things out of my head. The images kept replaying in his mind. Someone replied saying the boy was showing signs of traumatic stress. The boy wanted to tell his parents, but he was scared they'd take his phone away. But he wasn't the only one experiencing these issues. Someone said they threw up after watching a video on iBletch. Another said they accidentally found the page months ago and still hadn't recovered. More people came forward with similar stories. They begged Reddit to take action, but Reddit didn't do anything. The page stayed online. By early 2023, people were furious. Their problem was that iBletch tricked them into watching inappropriate videos. They created petitions demanding the company ban iBletch. Thousands of people signed. Eventually, Reddit had no choice but to respond. In April 2023, Reddit gave the iBletch moderators an ultimatum. They had 4 months to clean up the community. That meant removing the worst content. If they didn't, Reddit would ban the page permanently. The moderators barely made an effort. They deleted a few posts, but most of the gore stayed. They didn't think Reddit would actually follow through. They were wrong. In September 2023, Reddit banned iBletch for violating the moderator code of conduct. The page that traumatized thousands was finally gone. Today, if you try to visit it, all you see is one sentence. iBletch has been banned from Reddit. My friends, spending too much time in toxic places changes you. And the negativity doesn't just disappear when you log off. So be intentional about what you watch and where you spend your energy, because what you consume eventually consumes you. Visual Venture.
Okay. I gotta watch this one here. It's like darkest Wikipedia pages.
You've probably used Wikipedia 100 times, but you've never stumbled across these pages. One documents a pilot's final words before he vanished forever. Another page is about thieves who poisoned their friends and family on accident, and much more. Today, we're covering the creepiest Wikipedia pages on the internet. We'll start with the strange and work our way to the creepiest. The goal, guys, is 2.5 million subscribers by the end of 2026, so it would mean the world if you subscribe, and I will do my very best to put out the best videos I possibly can for you. I'm Visual Venture, and you are awesome. Alien Hand Syndrome. Some medical conditions are scary because of what they do to you. This one is scary because of what you do to yourself. The illness is called alien hand syndrome. It has a Wikipedia page that explains this phenomenon in full detail, and what it describes almost feels impossible. Alien hand syndrome is a condition where a person experiences their limbs acting seemingly on their own. In simple terms, your hand can do things like it has a mind of its own. The first case appeared in the early 1900s. The patient was an elderly woman in Germany. One day she realized she could no longer control her left hand. It moved when she didn't
sounds
want
like a
it to
stroke.
move. It grabbed things when she was not trying to grab them. Sometimes her hand would wipe her face or rub her eyes for no reason. Here's what made it even stranger. When she actually tried to move the hand on purpose, it resisted. It took significant effort just to control it. But when she verbally commanded the hand to move, it obeyed, like it was a separate being attached to her body. At the time, doctors had no clear explanation. They labeled it as an unidentified disease and moved on. But similar cases kept coming. In the 1940s, a man lost control of his left hand, but his experience was different. His left hand kept interfering with whatever his right hand was doing. When he tried to turn over to the next page of a book, his left hand would try to close the book. As more cases surfaced, doctors gave the condition a name: alien hand syndrome. They also started calling the affected hand the alien hand. It most commonly affected the left hand. Doctors also identified what seemed to trigger it. This condition occurs usually after a stroke or surgical operations involving the brain, but it most commonly happens because of neurodegenerative diseases. But they still couldn't explain exactly what caused it or why. One medical expert described the experience this way: it's like you've entered a horror movie and something else is controlling this part of your body. At first, the alien hand just did strange things.
Like closing a drawer you've opened, trying to fill your mouth with food, incessantly touching your face when you really don't want to, or hiding something you're looking for.
Over time, the hand started doing dangerous things that could hurt someone. One of the most alarming cases
from someone
involved
else?
a woman named Karen Byrne. She made headlines after she was attacked by her own hand. One time, Karen's alien hand
looks
almost
down at her
undressed
hands
her
when I
in
come
public.
into
Karen's left hand was slowly moving up her
My
shirt,
hand went let go of my
delicately
dick.
unhooking each button one by one.
She used her right hand to button it back up. Then her left hand
jump from someone else,
defiantly unbuttoned it again. Other times, Karen's alien hand would get violent.
But it would also get really upset with
Then
her.
they call
Like
that the
sometimes
stranger.
When Karen did something it didn't like.
Smacked me right across my face.
Karen's
You
own
probably
hand
deserved it.
slapped her many times. She began to fear for her safety, and she wasn't the only one. Another woman said her alien hand tried to choke her while she slept. She woke up just in time. From that point on, she had to physically restrain the alien hand with the right hand to prevent injury. And every story on the alien hand Wikipedia page is worse than the last. Alien hand syndrome is a scary condition because it uses your own body against you, and there's nothing you can do
stranger.
to stop it. The Wikipedia page in this next chapter talked about two men who started one of history's worst disasters on accident. The disaster nobody saw coming. In 1987, two men stole a glowing blue capsule from an abandoned hospital. Soon, they realized that anyone who touched the stolen object got sick. Some even lost their lives. People started to believe the object
It's probably
was cursed.
radioactive.
They were wrong. The real truth is explained on Wikipedia. The abandoned hospital was in a city
Trying to take
called
my clothes off.
Goiânia. By September 1987, it had been abandoned for years. Then two scrap collectors broke in. They were looking for anything worth selling. In one of the rooms, they found an old radiotherapy machine. These machines used radioactive material to treat illnesses. The radioactive material was still inside the machine, but it was sealed behind a protective casing. The men had no idea what the machine was. They just knew it looked valuable, so they carried the machine home and dismantled it. Inside, they found a small metal capsule roughly the size of a can. That capsule held the radioactive material. When removing it from the machine, they punctured the protective barrier. From that moment, they were exposed to dangerous radiation. They didn't realize it. They also noticed a deep blue light coming from the tiny opening in the capsule. The glow came from the radioactive powder inside. Unaware of the
Mr.
danger,
Mullen talked
they
about this,
sold the
no? It was
pieces
Carl
to a
Hill who
local
talked about it.
scrapyard.
The owner
You
of the
guys fucked around and found out. Yeah, they stole a nuclear material.
And
Yeah.
placed the pieces in his garage.
The scrapyard owner was fascinated by the blue glow. He thought the capsule's contents were valuable or supernatural, so he took it home. His wife Maria also loved the glowing blue powder. It looked like glitter, so she used it for decoration.
Maria then went on
to decorate her pajamas and bedsheets with glowing dust at night.
In the days that followed, Maria invited friends and family to view the strange glowing powder. People came from all over.
It's from
They
an
rubbed the
MRI
glowing
machine.
powder on their skin, allowed children to play with it, and passed fragments between households. The contamination spread across the city. According to Wikipedia, what happened next was one of the world's worst nuclear disasters. Days passed. Then people started getting sick. The symptoms varied depending on how much powder they came into contact with. Doctors were confused. The symptoms didn't match anything they knew, so they treated patients for food poisoning or skin allergies. But the symptoms kept getting worse. People reported serious health problems, including skin damage and internal complications. Eventually, one doctor recognized the signs of radiation poisoning. He alerted the authorities. The story broke on local, national, and international news immediately. Citizens panicked. 130,000 people rushed to local hospitals to check if they were exposed. After testing, 249 people were found to be contaminated. Some still had radioactive residue on their skin. 4 people lost their lives. Hundreds were left with lifelong.
And just looking at it, it's like in nuclear context, a blue glowing powder typically describes irradiated materials or radioluminescent compounds. The blue color is almost always the result of Cherenkov radiation, the optical equivalent of a sonic boom or the ionization of air. So it's highly irradiated materials, and it has the Cherenkov radiation effect, makes the air around it glow. Yeah. You're fucked if you come in contact with it, pretty much.
Health issues. The contamination was so severe that parts of the city became radioactive hazards.
They used
Those
to use
areas
radioactive
had to be
watches to vehicles
abandoned.
dials
The
so that they
government
load in the
compensated
dark. Yeah.
victims and their families. One of the owners of that abandoned hospital was fined for negligence. The entire chain of events is documented right on Wikipedia. It shows how one glowing capsule poisoned an entire city. This
Yummy
next story
radiation.
is about 2 sisters whose bond became a prison neither of them could escape. The sisters who couldn't separate. There's a Wikipedia page about identical twins who only spoke to each other, nobody else. They created their own
Very,
private
very
language.
radioactive.
It was as if no one else existed, but as they got older, that bond became dangerous, and it directly led to one of them losing their life. Their names were June and Jennifer Gibbons. From childhood, they mirrored each other's movements. Even when they were apart, they could be in separate rooms. If one sat in a certain pose, the other would sit the
Couldn't
same way.
separate?
The strangest part was how they communicated.
Somehow, June and Jennifer ended up creating their own language. They would talk to each other in this language, but no one else could understand it.
Reports say they hadn't spoken to anyone but each other their whole lives. At one point, the girls were sent to separate boarding schools. The separation backfired. When they were apart, the twins became catatonic. Catatonia is a condition where someone can remain motionless for days. The schools had to send them home to be reunited. Several therapists studied them, but no one could explain the connection. The media called them the silent twins. Some people admired their connection. No one knew it would one day destroy their lives. As teenagers, their relationship changed. June and Jennifer started arguing
Is there unusual for
frequently.
twins?
The more time they spent together, the more they began to hate each other.
At 16, they started keeping journals. What they wrote was disturbing.
And often in their journals, they wrote about how much they hate each other and how much they wanted to hurt each other.
Their entries revealed how trapped they felt. They wanted independence, but they could not break away from each other. Soon the tension turned physical. The twins would erupt into intense bursts of physical fighting. They also committed crimes, including vandalism and petty theft. During this time, they set fire to multiple properties. Eventually, they were arrested. A psychiatrist diagnosed the twins with psychopathic personality disorder, so they were sent to a high-security psychiatric hospital. Inside that hospital, their bond reached its breaking
Tase them.
point. In the hospital, June and Jennifer gave interviews to a journalist. This proved something important. The twins could speak to other people. They just usually chose
I just always love
not
those
to.
police
They
videos where
told
people
the
get
reporter
arrested and
they
it's like,
wanted
tase
to
them,
live
tase them,
separately, but they
tase
felt
everybody.
imprisoned by their bond. In their diaries, they described how trapped, possessed, or tortured they felt by each other. Over time, the sisters reached a disturbing conclusion. It was necessary for one of them to lose their life for the other
Which
to
was the
live
good twin and the
free.
evil
They even
twin?
discussed who was going to make the sacrifice.
They're both
They agreed
evil.
it would be Jennifer. On March 9th, 1993, the
Taser.
twins were still under psychiatric care. Jennifer told an officer what was about to happen.
Jennifer told her parole
Tase him
officer
too.
that she knew that everything was going to get better because she was going to die soon.
Then it happened.
It turned out the very next day, while they were being transported,
She wouldn't have to
their
die,
new location,
clearly. Yeah.
Jennifer put her head on June's shoulder, passed away.
The official cause was sudden inflammation of the heart. Doctors couldn't explain why.
She was super young. There was no evidence of drugs or poison in her system. She just died of natural causes.
To this day, Jennifer's passing still remains a mystery. Some believe that Jennifer willed herself to pass so that her twin could be free.
How do you will yourself to die?
Was just as strange. After Jennifer
that go
passed,
against your
June
biological,
changed. She began
your body's
speaking to others.
biological.
She gave
like,
interviews to magazines. She became
it's
normal.
down to your
Eventually,
DNA
she
to
was
stay
released
alive.
From the hospital. To this day, no one has fully explained their bond. That's why this
Should
remains
taser
one of the
him inside of
creepiest
the heart, yeah.
situations on Wikipedia. The Wikipedia page up next talked about a real place in America that people call the gateway to the underworld. The town built over hell. Centralia is one of the creepiest places in America. Some call it the gateway to the underworld. That may sound dramatic.
Oh, now, okay, so he's going to talk about Centralia. I know this town. Basically, Centralia is the inspiration for Silent Hill.
But once you read what happened there, it feels pretty accurate. And the whole story is explained on Wikipedia.
There actually is a town in the United States
American town in northeastern
Silent Hill was based on.
Centralia flourished. The town boasted multiple hotels, 2 theaters, and 14
You can
different
own the
stores.
whole town.
In the 1960s, about 1,400 people lived there. But there was something unusual about Centralia. The town was built over a network of old coal mines. Once coal catches fire, it can burn for a very long time. People built roads,
smolders,
schools, and homes above those underground coal mines. At the time, no one saw the danger. Then in 1962,
quite a large coal
one bad
mine
idea
that
changed
Centralia
everything.
was sitting on top
The town
of.
needed a place to dump its garbage, so the town council created a landfill, which is a large site where people throw trash. The plan was simple: fill the pit with trash, burn it, and repeat. The garbage would turn into ash. It was an easy, practical solution. By May 1962, the landfill was full, so the town hired a small crew to burn the garbage.
They set up a controlled burn on the morning of May 27th. And then they extinguished the flames that night.
They put out the flames and went home. Everything
All the
seemed
plastic
fine,
that
but it
burns
wasn't.
releases
Days later,
toxic
people
fucking
noticed fire
fumes.
flickering in the landfill again. Firefighters doused the pit to put it out. Days later, the fire returned. They put it out again. The fire came back
into
again,
the air.
so they sprayed it again. No matter what they did, the landfill was catching fire on its own. That meant something deep inside was still burning. The town brought in a bulldozer crew to investigate.
So crews were brought in to then churn up the trash so that they could douse the lower levels and get anything that was smoldering below.
The bulldozer dug through the ash. That was when they found the real problem. There was a large opening at the bottom of the landfill. It led to an abandoned coal mine from the 1800s.
And that mine still had a lot of coal in it.
Slipped into the mine. That was a nightmare scenario.
So now coal under the town and the old mines dating back to the 1850s were now on fire.
Coal fires can't be extinguished like normal fires. Once coal ignites, it can burn for a very long time. With enough coal, it can burn
like
for
add oxygen to
decades.
it.
And Centralia was sitting on a network of coal mines. That was an unlimited amount of coal. The fire slipped through the underground mines and spread beneath every street and home. The town was sitting on fire, literally. Authorities scrambled to stop the fire.
They tried underground barriers using sand and fly ash. They tried digging a cutoff trench, but they were too slow getting it done. The fire was already past the trench by the time they dug it.
Nothing worked. The fire was underground, so firefighters couldn't fight it directly. Then the ground began to change. Cracks split open in roads and backyards. Thick smoke rose out of those cracks.
I actually did see, you could see the burning underground. It was just like looking into a furnace. It was wild.
Imagine looking down and seeing fire glowing through a crack in the sidewalk. That was real life in Centralia. By 1981, the danger became impossible to ignore. It nearly ended someone's life. A boy was walking when the ground opened up beneath him. He grabbed a tree root to stop his fall.
He held onto a tree root to keep from falling deeper into the hole as bursts of up to 350 degrees Fahrenheit went past him.
The sinkhole beneath him was nearly 300 feet deep. That's about the height of a 20-story building. The boy's cousin eventually pulled him out. After that, nobody could pretend Centralia was safe. You couldn't even trust the ground under your feet. The fire also caused an invisible problem. Burning coal releases toxic gases that have
Carbon
no color or
monoxide.
smell. Those gases seep through the ground and into people's homes. One man was found unconscious in his own house.
You remember the Simpsons episode where Homer got all the garbage shoved under the ground in Springfield until it burst and
The
had to
town was
move the whole
declared
town?
too
Yeah.
dangerous for humans. Families packed up and left. Some buildings collapsed into the burning ground.
In other areas,
They moved
you can
like
see where
5 miles
sinkholes
down the
open up,
road.
and in some cases, swallowed entire homes.
Today, Centralia is a ghost town. The fire still burns underground. Scientists estimate it will continue to burn for over 250 years, and this Wikipedia page documents its horrors. This next chapter is about a flight that ended in one of the strangest disappearances in history: the pilot who never landed. There's a Wikipedia page titled Disappearance of Frederick Valentich. But the
It's gonna
disturbing
keep
part
going
is
for
not just that he
250
vanished.
years?
It's what Frederick said and saw moments before he disappeared. Frederick was an amateur pilot from Australia. In 1978, he was preparing for his biggest challenge yet. He was going to fly solo across the open ocean, and he would do it at night. Frederick rented a single-engine plane for the trip, and on the evening of October 21st, he took off. The first part of the flight went smoothly. Frederick stayed in contact with the ground staff, but 40 minutes into the flight, his tone changed.
But we do have the transcriptions.
Buy it up all
which
now.
tell
Imagine
us
all that
exactly
land you can
what was
resell in like
said
200
whilst
years.
Frederick
Hell
was up
yeah.
there.
Frederick radioed that a large aircraft was following him. Ground staff checked their systems. They found no known traffic at that level. In other words, no other aircraft was supposed to be there. But Frederick insisted he could see it. He said the aircraft was flying at least 1,000 feet above him. It was making strange maneuvers. He believed it was playing some sort of game with him. He sounded scared. Minutes later, Frederick said this unidentified flying object was hovering right above him. He could see it better now. He described a shiny metal surface and a green light on it. Ground staff asked if he could identify the make and model of the plane. Frederick looked again. Then he uttered his final words: "It's not an aircraft." After that, his transmission was interrupted by unidentified noises. Wikipedia describes them as strange metallic scraping sounds. The noise lasted only a few seconds. Then there was silence. Frederick had disappeared into thin air. The first assumption was that Frederick crashed into the ocean. Authorities launched a search. They found nothing. No wreckage, no body, no trace of the plane. The search team also questioned people in the area. Many reported seeing strange lights in the sky the night Frederick vanished. Conspiracy theories spread quickly. Most people believed Frederick was abducted by aliens. Frederick's own father supported that theory. But scientists offered a different explanation. They said there was a meteor shower that night. The green lights people saw were probably falling meteors. There was also a theory that Frederick lost control of his plane.
Some experts believe that he was so disoriented that he was flying upside down unknowingly.
That could explain what he saw.
What he thought he saw above him, another craft, was actually the reflection of his own plane in the water.
The final theory was that Frederick staged his own disappearance. He deliberately
Wouldn't you
flew
feel like
somewhere
the
to start a new
gravity?
life.
Like
no one knows the truth. Frederick Valentich has never been found. That's
I fly upside down without knowing it all the time. Honestly, you would feel it though. Like if you took off your seatbelt, you'd fucking land on the ceiling of the plane. Like it's.
That's why his story is one of the strangest on Wikipedia. The Wikipedia page in our next chapter talked about a man who went into a cave and never came back out. The cave that became a grave. There are dangerous caves all over the world, but one cave was so dangerous that its entrance was sealed with concrete. People wanted to make sure that no one would ever enter
Mr.
again.
Boland
This is
talked
the
about
story
this,
of
I
Nutty
think.
Putty Cave, one of the darkest stories on Wikipedia. The cave is located in Utah. Its walls are lined with soft brown clay that feels like putty. That's how it got the name Nutty Putty Cave. For years, people wriggled through the cave for fun. It became a tourist attraction. From the outside, it looked like a simple hole in the ground, but inside it was a completely different world. The cave had tight twists, turns, and crawls that went deep underground. Many of the passages were deceptive. A tunnel would look wide enough to enter, but once someone squeezed inside, they often couldn't turn around. Between 1999 and 2004, several people got stuck.
A number of people, including 2 Boy Scouts, became stuck in tight or narrow parts of the caves and had to be rescued by professionals.
Ah, this is not that tribe's
rescue
cave.
involved a 16-year-old boy. He was wedged upside down inside the cave. It took 10 hours and 20 rescuers to pull him out. Rescue teams in Utah were concerned. They were repeatedly called to pull visitors out. The cave was becoming too risky. Then their worst fears came true. In November 2009, John Edward Jones entered Nutty Putty Cave with friends. He was a 26-year-old medical student. John wasn't that reckless. He explored caves before, so he believed he knew what he was doing, or at least he thought he did. While crawling through the cave, John wanted to find a section called the Birth Canal. It was supposed to be a tight but navigable passageway that eventually opened to a larger area. In other words, it was supposed to be narrow at first and then open up. That detail is important. John crawled forward with his brother close behind. They reached a narrow passage. John believed it was the Birth Canal. He was wrong.
But John unknowingly had taken a wrong turn down an unmapped passageway via a route known as the Corkscrew.
The tunnel was extremely narrow. John had to move slowly, inch by inch. His brother was close behind.
John kept his cool. He was certain that there would be an opening ahead.
After a short distance, the passage sloped downward. John went in head first. He still didn't realize he was in the wrong part of the cave.
The narrow space looked as though it might open out a little bit further down, and besides, he was sure that he was in Birth Canal.
It did not open up. John became stuck upside down. Only his feet were visible to his brother Josh. John asked for help.
Josh made several desperate attempts to free his brother, but none of them worked.
Eventually, Josh crawled out to get help. Rescue teams were called in, but when help arrived, the reality of the situation became clear. There was almost no room to work. The passage was so narrow that only one rescuer could enter at a time. The rescuers tried everything to free John. First, they tied a rope to his feet and tried to pull him out. He couldn't move. Next, they tried to drill through the rock to widen the tunnel. The stone was extremely thick. It took over an hour to drill just 6 inches of rock. Over the next 27 hours, 137 volunteers rotated in and out of the cave. They worked non-stop. John remained upside down the entire time. That position alone was dangerous.
For some people, being suspended upside down for as little as 10 minutes can be fatal. John had been stuck that way for almost an entire day.
His health deteriorated. After around 27 hours of being stuck, John passed away. The cause was cardiac arrest. Even then, the ordeal was not over. Rescuers needed to recover his body for a proper burial. They tried for a while. Then they realized the truth. It was too dangerous to attempt to retrieve his body, so they left him inside. Then they made sure no one would ever get trapped again. All entrances to the cave were filled with concrete.
I've heard about this story, yeah.
The cave was permanently closed. Today, people still visit the site. They cannot enter, but they know John is still inside, trapped underground forever. That's what makes this Wikipedia page one of the creepiest on the internet. This next case has been investigated by the government, scientists, and police, and still no one has figured it out. The night everything went wrong. Thousands of people go hiking every year. Most of them return home safely, but 9 hikers in Russia did not. And it has its own Wikipedia page.
And they go to Mount Everest?
Shocking. It's titled
Mount
The
Everest is
Dyatlov
covered
Pass
in
Incident,
bodies.
and some say it's a story about monsters and aliens. It happened in January 1959.
The group consisted
Twitch
of
Turbo,
9 experienced men and women greatly familiar with the Siberian wilderness.
They were
story as
supposed to
well.
return in 3 weeks, but almost a month passed and no one heard from them. A rescue team was sent into the mountains. After days of searching, they found the hikers' tent. It was buried in the snow. All the hikers' belongings and shoes had been left behind. That included most of their warm clothing. No hiker would willingly walk into freezing weather without boots or coats. Yet that's what seemed to have happened. Inside the tent, rescuers found sliced food. It looked like the hikers were getting ready to have supper. Then something interrupted them. The tent was also cut open from the inside. All the facts pointed to one conclusion:
that the group had cut their way out and fled their shelter in a panicked rush. Footprints were found leading down the side of the mountain.
What could scare 9 hikers so badly that they ran into the snow half-dressed? Search teams later found the remains of the 9 missing hikers. 2 were dressed only in underwear. Doctors concluded that 6 passed away from hypothermia, but the other 3 had serious
It was a mouse.
injuries.
It was definitely a mouse.
Medical experts concluded that their injuries were caused by a large force
and could not have been caused by another human.
There's another strange detail. Some levels of radiation were found on one victim's clothing. News of the incident spread across the country.
And they definitely ran away from the tents with their arms above their head, flailing, screaming like in high pitched.
Wikipedia and other sources, no one has ever reported an avalanche in that area. Others believed secret military weapons were being tested in that area. That could explain the injuries.
Maybe these weapons had actually struck some of the hikers, causing their strange and terrifying injuries.
Some even suggested the hikers fought and ended one another. To this day, no one knows exactly what happened. That area was later named Dyatlov
they
Pass
engaged in a
memory
battle
of the
royale.
group. Wikipedia was built to inform, but somewhere along the way, it became an archive of the worst things that happened to real people. And none of these people saw anything coming. So my friends, treat your life like tomorrow isn't guaranteed, because it isn't. Visual Venture. Wait, before you go, I have a video about the internet's darkest websites. I talk about a website streaming live footage from 73,000 home cameras, a website that can...
My GPS once led me to a tank crossing zone that's not marked on the map. Oh, interesting. I'll tell you what, I don't know if I can be bothered playing a game. I'm kind of just cozy. I'm happy to just watch videos. If everyone's okay with that.
Today shut down what it's calling the most sophisticated
Very lazy
site
today.
in the business.
A new website claims it can calculate the day you are gonna die.
There are no checks so you can use their service, which allows users to stalk dozens of people each day.
Scans your face, and it shows every single photo of you that is on the internet.
Got stuck into your videos.
Superpower in the world of science fiction.
I'm sorry.
Today I have something special for you guys. This is the ultimate list of the most disturbing websites on the internet. We talk about a website that hacks into people's house cameras, a website that predicts your death, a website that claims to have government evidence of UFOs, and much, much more. As we go along, the websites just get worse, so sit back, enjoy the deep dive into the internet's most disturbing websites. I'm Visual Venture, and you are amazing. Zombo.com. Zombo.com's webpage was strange. It had a green background with spinning circles, but the weirdest part was the audio that played in the background.
You can do anything at Zombo.com. Anything at all. The only limit is yourself.
It sounded inspiring, like something incredible was about to happen, but nothing ever did. The voice just repeated the same lines over and over. There were no links, no games, nothing to download. People thought the site was broken. One visitor said they waited for 5 minutes for something to happen, but the site never changed. Then someone noticed a newsletter sign-up link at the bottom of the page. Finally, something to interact with, but they were about to be disappointed. Clicking the link led to a new page with a single line of text. Sorry, this is not working right now. Thanks for your patience. Users realized the site wasn't broken. It was built this way on purpose. So the question became, who created Zombo.com and why? In 2009, people online started digging into the site's history. The first clue came from the site's records.
When looking at the Whois record for Zombo.com, we can see someone by the name of Joshua Levine as the domain register.
Now they had a name, Joshua Levine. The record even listed an address. But when people looked it up, it led to an empty bench in a little piece of grass in the middle of some tiny little town. The phone number listed under the address was
that's where he lives.
Every call ended with the line disconnected. The only meaningful clue came from an email Joshua Levine sent in 2001. In it, he explained that a friend of his used the word zombo to refer to a male zombie. So he used it as the name of the site, but that still didn't explain.
No, wouldn't it be better to say zombro if it was a male zombie? Not zombo, zombro. Fucking made it better. There you go.
The point
Smashed
of Zombo.com. Over the years, theories piled up. One person
Zombro,
said, I
bro.
think Zombo.com paraphrases the internet, promises you the earth, but delivers a bit of animation. Another called the site useless because it doesn't do anything except tell you how wonderful it is.
Bet he's kicking himself now. He's like, fuck, that's actually better.
Still spin. The voice still promises you limitless possibilities. It's just a wonderful place where nothing ever happens. This next AI website caused a small panic when it launched. People thought it could become a weapon. The Nightmare Machine. Fear is one of the strongest human emotions, and in 2016, a team of MIT scientists asked a disturbing question. Can AI be trained to scare people? The scientists
I'm sure
took
it
on
can.
the challenge and ended up creating something straight out of a horror movie. It's an AI website they called The Nightmare Machine. The Nightmare Machine is a website that turns ordinary, everyday photos into grotesque, horrifying images. It creates these images using state-of-the-art deep learning algorithms. For example, the website can take a happy family photo and in seconds turn it into a terrifying scene filled with monsters. MIT researchers put the Nightmare Machine to the test by showing its eerie creations to real people, and most viewers confirmed that the images were deeply unsettling. Some couldn't even look at them for long. But here's the big question: how did scientists teach AI to scare people? The scientists used human feedback to train the Nightmare Machine. They picked a bunch of images and asked people to rate them based on scariness. Over time, the scientists collected thousands of individual votes trying to identify which visual elements evoked fear in humans. This gave the AI a fear database to learn from. After analyzing data taken from over 200,000 of these votes, the AI learned how to create its own disturbing images. With this knowledge, the Nightmare Machine could take any regular photo and twist it into something out of a scary movie. But when the Nightmare Machine was released to the public, people were not happy. In fact, many hated what these scientists have done. The Nightmare Machine was released on October 25th, 2016, just in time for Halloween, and the internet exploded with reactions. Some people thought it was fascinating, while others saw it as dangerous. There were headlines like MIT is using AI to
You can get it lifted. You can get it shifted. You can get it scored.
She's just trying to get me drunk so she can take advantage of me.
Thirst needs a big cold beer, and the best cold beer is Vic. A long, cold Vic.
Booyah!
You can get it polishing. You can
Like,
get
I
it
don't need to do
demolishing.
that.
You can get it any old how. Matter of fact, I got it now. A hard-earned thirst needs a big cold beer, and the best cold beer is Vic. Victoria Bitter. In a world of pixels and screens, there's a young man.
I don't know if that's going to come up on this screen, actually.
With keyboard and mouse.
Actually, I don't think it does. Okay. Oh.
Full of passion. He streams video games in endless fashion.
Someone playing chicken nugget. Not shouting me out.
From followers to subscribers.
No.
His community grows. Supporting each other through highs and lows. With every
wow, rude. Launch the nuggets. Oh god. Here we go.
Scotty's beaming, Scotty's beaming, lighting up the screen. In the world of gaming, he's living the dream. With each click and each win, he's on fire. Scotty's beaming, reaching higher.
Not the nuggets.
Scotty's beaming, reaching higher and higher. In a world
Alright, there we go.
and obstacles to face,
There we go. There's a chug.
his passion for gaming.
Oh, okay.
Scotty's beaming through thick
Yeah, I need to go to the toilet again. Alright, 1 second. There was something I meant to do. There we go. Alright, good. Oh, then chug makes lots of feet. It does. It is true. It makes lots of feet. Alright, cheers. It's just so carbonated. Ah, there we go. Did it. Ah. So much liquid. I do need to pee actually. So hold it there for a second. I will be right back. I don't know why that clip's not working, but alright, well. Bear with it. Okay, I'm back. There's a new Aliens movie in the works, Alien Awakenings. Is there? Didn't even know about that. Oh my god, it's Led Berman! How you doing, Led?
Hey, buddy. Oh, you can do it. You can do a jump, do that. Oh no, I glitched the game. I've glitched the game.
Scooty Spearman, how you doing, Led?
Hello guys,
Haven't seen you in a little while.
And we have lots of great news about Alien Awakening. In the last few weeks...
No, don't like the way you talk. Okay. It's B-Man. It's Jerkin B-Man. It's Jerkin B-Man. What the hell is with the resolution of this video? This is high definition? Well, that's bullshit AI. Okay. The fuck? Yeah, that's bullshit AI. Okay.
What Ridley Scott started in his 1979 film Alien has now become a franchise that's 4.5 decades old, with a bunch of franchise-exclusive movies, a few crossovers, several games, and innumerable comics. Mr. Scott's work was followed up by James Cameron, who built upon the empire that Scott had left him, and Cameron delivered another masterpiece, like he almost always does. The return of Ripley and her no-nonsense character is included in almost every list that speaks about the greatest protagonists of all time. After nearly 8 years, in 1992, David Fincher worked on Alien 3, but recused himself post-production because of a little...
Oh yeah, Ellen Ripley is one of the greatest fucking female protagonists ever. Of course she is.
something called studio involvement. Alien 3 was then
especially in a
re-edited
time
by
where
Charles
female
de Lauzirika,
protagonists
but he
were
could
not
match the
mainstream.
brilliance of Mr. Fincher, a guy who had worked on stuff like Seven, Fight
Lazy
Club,
recording.
Gone
Comics
Girl,
are numbered.
Zodiac, and more. The fourth Alien movie from the 90s was Alien Resurrection, directed by Jean-Pierre Jeunet, who also worked on Amelie. Well, I don't even want to talk about it. But the second decade of the new millennium brought a degree of change to the whole narrative. Ridley Scott painted the franchise with his philosophical vision, quitting the horror roots to an extent, and his movies remained largely sci-fi in approach.
No, it was shit. They were all shit.
Divided audiences and critics alike, and accused Mr. Scott of diverting from the essence of his original movie. But some appreciated the universe.
Because that's exactly what he fucking did. He did divert away from the original fucking material and the original concept. He just went on this weird fucking meaning of life path, and it just did not make sense. It just did not align at all with Alien 1, 2, and 3. I mean, Alien 1 was great. Alien 2 was better. Alien 3 was alright. And Alien Resurrection was kind of weird. But anything that came after that was just like, fucking, it's just this stupid meaning of life shite. And it's just like, it just was not, it did not fit at all. At all.
Building and expanded lore. I mean, for how long would the same formula be repeated? It's not the Friday the 13th franchise, for crying out loud. Nevertheless, when Ridley Scott...
And what annoys me is that Romulus came out of the came out swinging strong. Like, it was like, okay, all right, they may be going back to what, and they said it in their promotional materials, we're going back to our base roots with Romulus. And it's like, okay, and they started out that way, and then they just went back to the fucking meaning of life shite. It's like, oh. They started out strong and then went back to the meaning of life shit with the black goo and everything like that, and these guys, these weird fuckers that are supposed to be the ones that birthed our race, and it's just, it's so stupid, man, honestly.
Scott was still working on his prequel films, he was heard saying time and again that he
He's
had
a
plans
nothing
for
burger.
4 or 5 Alien films, much along the lines of James Cameron's Avatar. These movies would have seen the final result of what David, the evil synthetic, started. However, Alien Awakening, the third film of the franchise, never came into existence. But I am now hopeful. Why? Of course, it has to be the success of Alien Romulus. So what's the update on the sequel to Scott's prequels? And will it ever finish? If so, which direction would it take?
I can tell you right now, after watching Alien Romulus, you could literally just cut out the last 45 minutes of the movie, and that would make the movie fucking twice, 3, 4, 5 times better. Cut out the last 45 minutes of it, and just be like, and then, okay, the end's here. The ship crashed, we got off, that's it. It's like, that is perfect. That's it. Done. And then you went down the path of the fucking black goo shit again. It's like, all right.
Before I continue, please consider tapping those like and subscribe buttons. It may be just 2 small clicks for you, but for
everyone
us,
died
it means a lot.
except these 2. Ship crashed. Aliens killed everybody. Got back to Earth.
Alien
Happy
Romulus
days.
gives
Like,
hope because it ensures Scott's original and prequels are super relevant still. While many characters in Prometheus Covenant didn't quite succeed, I mean, why would Milburn, played by Rafe Spall, try to befriend an alien snake that was visibly dangerous and intimidating? That's sheer dumb, and not on the actor's part. Having said that, Michael Fassbender's portrayal of David stands out as one of the franchise's best. None of us would mind seeing more of him, honestly. He can become someone on the lines of a villain everyone loves to hate, say Voldemort or Hans Gruber. Along with Peter Weyland and the intriguing backstory of the Weyland-Yutani Corporation, the 2 movies looked great. Although Alien Romulus makes the prequel lore its focus, yes, but only in parts. In reality, it cleverly weaves in elements from those films, most notably the infamous black goo pathogen from Prometheus, and binds it with the original movie. Now, we've done plenty of videos around the black goo pathogen, including a video each on how Z01
It destroys the fucking...
You may want to check those out.
The origins of the alien species.
Powerful mutagenic pathogen plays a crucial role on the Renaissance ship and
no,
leads
it's
to the
bad.
entry
It's
of
shit.
the final monster, a hybrid monstrosity that felt as original as it was rooted in the previous films. The fact that it was a human, xenomorph, and engineer at the same time is just the way to go. I don't think anyone's complaining about it. Anyway, Peter Weyland's ultimate goal in Prometheus was to use the technology and secrets that the engineers had so that he could extend his own life. After his death, David picked up where Weyland left off in Covenant. He began conducting these really messed up experiments with the black goo, and didn't spare even his colleagues and so-called friends. In Fede Alvarez's latest Alien release, the scientists aboard the Renaissance ship managed to harness this mysterious substance, believing it could be the cure-all elixir they have been searching for.
People not complaining. No,
I mean, that's
honestly,
what Luke
it's
said to Kay, but he might be lying to her about its
the
magical
black goo
properties.
storyline
In
is
a shocking
shite.
turn
I'm
of
sorry, but
events,
it's just
Kay
fucking
uses
shit.
the goo in the film's climax only to unleash
Should
this
never have been
increasingly
introduced.
dangerous and deadly new hybrid, a fusion of xenomorph, engineer, and human DNA. But you know
It's
what?
shit.
Weyland-Yutani desperately wanted the Z01 compound, which, by the way, was extracted from the black goo found in
Which
the
they
first
never
film's
explain what it
xenomorph
is, though.
clone.
Like,
Why?
it's
Well, they
like a
wanted to use it to
nanovirus or
empower
nano
humans with
machines.
better
It's like,
physical abilities so that they would be able to sustain the harsh conditions of outer space without perishing. But I'm digressing from the subject. The point I'm trying to make is that this abomination is as
It's
horrifying
black goo.
as it is fascinating and pushes the boundaries of what we thought was possible in the Alien universe. This unexpected twist not only ties back to the prequel films, but also adds a fresh, terrifying layer to the franchise's lore, and it proves that the legacy of David, Weyland, and the black goo is far from over. Now, that seems that the leg also adds a fresh, terrifying...
Also, I'm a little bit confused about what the dictator from Cuba is doing here as well. Like, it's like, what the fuck's he doing here?
layer to the franchise's lore, and it proves that the legacy of David, Weyland, and the black goo is far from over. Now, that seems like a fair enough reason to start thinking about another film to continue David's ideas and to see where his machinations
If you're a cucumber,
lead.
because that's what it's like,
Currently,
it's
he has
covered
the
in black
ability
goo.
to
Just throw it away.
destroy
Yeah, don't eat it.
thousands of
Yeah.
people to create an equal number of xenomorphs. But will he? Additionally, the movie is making money. I mean, Alien Romulus. So that is mostly the sole incentive why people make movies, and Mr. Scott should consider it.
Make more Alien Earth, yeah.
What would the David sequel be about? Could it conclude with Romulus 2? While we don't know the full scope of Ridley Scott's plans for David in future installments of his prequel series, it's clear that the next chapter, rumored to be titled Alien Awakening, would have shifted focus from the xenomorphs to the evolution of synthetics. Back in 2017, around the time Alien Covenant hit theaters, Scott hinted that the alien creature's story might be nearing its end. And he
No,
was
it's
more
not.
interested in
It's like,
exploring
oh,
the future
what the fuck, man? The movie is called Aliens, not androids. Why would you The series is called Aliens, not androids. And it's like, he's still moving away from the... Oh, it's so stupid. Watch YouTube video about David while wearing Weyland-Yutani shirt. Oh, man. It's just... Oh, what are you doing? The video, not for you, Scotty. It's like, oh, no. It's just like, oh, let's look at David's origins. No one fucking cares about David's origins. They want to go more into the xenomorphs.
AI. Scott has long been fascinated with the human aspects of artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I'm sure he is, but that's not what fucking Aliens is about. Ugh. No, you know what? Fuck off. So stupid,
Part is
man.
that this AI tool seems to have been created just to scare you senseless.
Alien
Doesn't
movie
seem like it
that I
serves
can
any
run
other
commentary
purpose.
on
One
this
comment
video.
on the MIT
Oh,
website
it's called
said it best.
Alien,
The Nightmare
yeah.
Machine looks like a
Oh,
monumental
but the
waste
human
of
element of
resources
AI?
and time.
Then make
This
a
next
different
website
fucking
watched
movie,
people as
man.
they were sleeping. Instacam. Imagine a stranger breaking into your house and staring at you while you sleep at night. Thanks to a website called Instacam, this uncomfortable idea is a reality for thousands of people. Most people haven't heard of Instacam until 2016, when Shelby Ivy, a woman from Oregon, shared a disturbing post on Facebook. In the post, Shelby explained that she and her sons were looking at live satellite images of Earth to find places to go for their next vacation. While browsing, they stumbled upon a website that described itself as a live camera viewer. They decided to check it out, assuming that they'd see live videos of interesting locations around the world. However, what they saw wasn't just interesting, it was alarming. The website was live streaming footage from private security cameras inside thousands of homes. Shelby immediately reached out on Facebook to mothers groups in the area, trying to warn everyone that their security cameras were hacked and footage from their
Terminator,
homes
no
was
way,
being
they did
streamed
that.
online.
Yeah.
Shelby's viral post helped millions of people discover Instacam, a website that spies on people by accessing cameras.
I get over my laptop camera whenever I'm using it.
Even bedrooms.
Oh, when I'm not streaming, I've got my lens cap. Lens cap goes over it.
These folks at a grocery store. All of them unwitting stars of a Russian website called Instacam.
There's even a Reddit forum where people screenshot and share private pictures from Instacam live streams. One Reddit user wrote, "I found a very nice apartment in Italy," then shared the link of a woman vacuuming. He kept watching her and made comments like she's making the bed right now. Churches, restaurants, streets, bars, beaches, they're all there streaming
going to be
24
so bored.
hours a
Me
day.
too.
Spying on someone in their own home is the ultimate invasion of privacy, but it gets more disturbing
For like
when
fucking
you discover
8
how
to 10
many
hours
webcams
today,
are
it just would have been footage of me sleeping.
Instacam claims to be the world's largest online camera directory, with over 73,000 live streams available for anyone to watch. The cameras are from 256 countries, and users can filter by places, cities, and time zones. But how does Instacam get access to these private webcams? Many people install cameras in their homes and offices for security. They set up the camera,
Sleeping is
connect it to
king
the
for some
internet,
people.
and forget about
I
it. But there's a
don't
problem.
doubt
Every new
it.
camera comes with a default password already programmed into it. This default password is the same for every camera from
Eating
that
cereal, so exciting,
manufacturer.
yeah.
Because they only use default passwords, so it's easy for them to print out the booklet once and send it all in the same box.
When setting up a new camera, users are supposed to change the default password to a password they choose. Not changing the default password means that the webcam footage is available for all internet users to view.
You know the default password, they know the default password, and simply logging in like they were you.
The simple mistake allows Instacam to access cameras with default passwords and stream the footage online. Instacam's access to these webcams isn't due to a hack or malware. Many people just don't change their default settings when installing internet-connected cameras. The creator of Instacam has worked hard to stay anonymous, making it tough for authorities to catch him. However, Instacam's IP address shows the site is from Russia. As more people complained about the site, the anonymous creator of Instacam granted an interview to the Huffington Post. During the interview, he emphasized that he was proud of his site, stating, "I do not have regrets.
This is not
I
a
did great
this is
job
not a
to show the
webcam. This is a
problem of
physical cam.
neglectful users. Without this example, users do not care about the password." He emphasized that none of the cameras
Like, this
had been
comes up
hacked.
as
If users
USB
change the password on
camera.
the cameras, there's no easy way for someone to gain access.
These people are clearly trying to make a statement about, passwords and not using the default passwords.
However, many people doubt if Instacam's intentions are actually
Going to grant an
good. Writer
interview at
Lance
the
Ulanoff asked the
HuffPost.
question, if the site's aim was really to help, why would it list thousands of webcams instead of just a handful? When asked if Instacam's creator felt bad for anyone whose privacy was invaded, he showed no remorse and said this: "Do you think their privacy
Thank
is
you for
not
gifting
invaded
a sub
without
to
my
Katie.
site? There are tons of video
Thank
records
you.
and images on anonymous image boards." After receiving a lot of complaints, Instacam changed its policies. Now, anyone who discovers their camera
I'm a
on
gamer
Instacam
geek girl.
can email them
Woo-woo.
to get it taken off the
Let me
site.
catch you
However,
with
the
my love
easiest
ball.
way to get a camera off Instacam is clear.
Change the default password. Make it something that's unique to you, and then the bad guys can't get in.
Instacam changed their policies to make their site less creepy, whatever that means. This next website made people think their dreams had meaning. You've seen this man in your dreams. The human brain is incapable of making up a new face. We don't have the skills to mix and match people's facial features like AI can. So every face in your dreams is one that you've actually seen before. At least that's what science tells us. But if so, how does this website and its origin story make any sense? Thisman.org is a community site meant for those who have seen this man in their dreams. And if you haven't seen his face before, let me tell you who he is. This man first appeared in January of 2006 when a New York psychiatrist patient drew his face on a piece of paper, claiming that she's seen him in her dreams. But the weird part is, she swears that she's never interacted with a man like this in her life. The patient had said that whenever she's been struggling and in need of advice, this man would show up and help her out. The psychiatrist, who didn't think too much of it, just left the picture on his desk. Days later, another patient comes in and says that he also recognizes that face. And just like the first person, he claims that he's never met anyone like him in real life, but the man also had visited him in his dreams before. Confused and probably a bit freaked out, the psychiatrist sends this drawing to a few of his colleagues that also have patients with recurring dreams. It only takes a few months for 4 patients to come forward saying they've also seen this face before. All of these patients have referred to him as this man. News spread like wildfire about this mysterious person that visits people in their time of need through their dreams. And since his face first became known in 2006, there have been over 8,000 people around the world who have also said they've seen this man.
Have the same man in their dreams. Could have been some guy on the street. Could have been some guy on the street, exactly.
Posting a story about it, which went completely viral. With so much online attention, it's no surprise that people were on the hunt to find out who this man really is. Since science believes that the human brain can't make up new faces, this man has to exist, right? But to this day, no living person has ever been found to have this face. So who is this man? You'll find the answers on
just
this
mundane
website.
shit like light switches.
Thisman.org is a community site meant to help those who have seen this man in their dreams and to foster communication among them. And it's been the go-to source of information for anything related to this man. As you dive deeper into the website, you'll find pages of theories and news articles about this man and his existence. You're even able to contact the site's creators through an email address. But just as quickly as the story blew up, it fizzled out just as fast. Although the number of people who
Yeah, I think your brain can. It just uses faces that it's seen before as reference. So like, I don't agree with that statement. Is like it can't make up new faces. I think your brain absolutely can make up new faces, but it just uses faces that it has seen before as reference. But that's like anything that your brain does in regards to like anything creative. It references it from somewhere. And it's like, oh, I've seen a flower before. I can paint a flower. And it's like, so that's what a flower looks like in a painting. It's like, it's gonna reference something that's been before, and then it can get creative with that. Sid can reach a website owner via email. I have mild face blindness, so I can only generate faces that I'm familiar with.
Claim to see this man in their dreams was increasing. The origin story's credibility was collapsing. Vice soon posted another article titled, "We Just Got Hoaxed, the real story about this man dream face." The article exposed the entire This Man origin story as nothing but a mass marketing hoax. This man was the invention of Andrea Natella, the owner of the company Gariglia Marketing. He specializes in creating fine-tuned hoaxes and was the mastermind behind this story that took the world by storm. Andrea and his team at Gariglia Marketing have one catchphrase: screw the market to get into it. And they stay true to their word, because Gariglia Marketing has a history of using questionable marketing tactics, which includes faking news stories to bring attention to their brand. And when the internet found out that he was the owner of thisman.org, they knew that this was all just one of his many marketing hoaxes. You see, the Gariglia marketing team makes their intentions clear the moment you land on their company website. They like to create hoaxes, aka fake stories, and spread them around the internet just to see how viral it can get. And this man was their passion
remember what
project
the
that
person
struck
looks
gold.
like.
So the real disturbing part about thisman.org, just how easily people fell for it, and how they continued to build up the hoax by hopping on the trend. This next website claims to sell a product that you would never want to buy. Urban Outraged. At first glance, Urban Outrage looks like an ordinary website that sells shoes, belts, and bags, but that couldn't be further from the truth. If you take a closer look, you'll notice a couple of strange things about the products on their homepage. For instance, the bags have weird red streaks that look like blood. The pants have thick stitches, and the shoes have a gooey red material. As you scroll down, you'll see weird slogans like "Humans make us who we are," and "The leather's on you, the shipping's on us." However, this disturbing website begins to make sense when you Google Urban Outrage. The top result reads, "Urban Outrage, shop genuine leather goods for humans from humans." According to this description, Urban Outrage is a website that sells luxury products made from human skin. At least that's what they claim.
Urban Outraged, that appears to feature clothes and apparel made from human skin.
There are links to their products right below the description. However, clicking one of these products opens up a world of horror. Urban Outraged has a long list of disturbing products. It seems they named each item after the person who was used to make it. For instance, there's the Avery jacket. Avery's leather is natural and one of a kind. After all, there was only one Avery. The Avery was crafted from the most luxurious skin, making this jacket natural and unique. Then we have the Juliet skirt, which features our softest ever Juliet skin, meticulously tailored from the best of Juliet. The best portions of her hide were selected in order to ensure that the natural beauty is preserved in the product. There are also reviews from people who supposedly bought the clothing, like this one, which says "totally unique boots." It's cool knowing that there are only a few pairs out there in the world because they specifically came from Meg. I'm knocking a star off because they're a little narrow, but if you have narrow feet, they'll be perfect. If the website wasn't bad enough, it gets worse when you click on the Afterlife collection page. Here, they offer to turn loved ones into handmade items. The thought of turning people into products is deeply disturbing, and this has given the site a lot of free publicity. Urban Outrage trended on Twitter and received coverage from major media outlets,
Why wasn't your skin whiter?
New York
Exactly.
Post, USA Today, as well as outlets in more than 20 countries. At one point, it sparked a huge debate about whether Urban Outraged is real or just a hoax. However, this debate is unnecessary because the truth is on the site, on a page called Our Story. Clicking that page reveals the entire website is a publicity stunt by the animal rights group PETA. The fake online store was launched in the United States to highlight society's acceptance of using any living being for fashion.
Fuck off,
The site
PETA.
is part of a campaign to pressure companies such as Urban Outfitters that is, and its associated brands to stop selling items that use animal products, such as leather.
The stunt was so effective that the site attracted over 1.2 million page views from over 100 countries.
Why am I not surprised by
The
that?
animal rights group hopes the provocative website will draw attention to its cause. By the way, PETA can't legally use human skin to make products.
Although it's a fake store, the realistic pictures and unsettling product descriptions make Urban Outraged a very creepy website, especially for people who didn't know it was fake. This next website was created by a crazy man who called himself
And I wonder how
the
many people
wisest
tried to order.
person on Earth. Timecube.com. Timecube.com was created to reveal a big secret to the world. The website belonged to a retired electrician named Gene Ray, and Ray believed he uncovered a cosmic secret. According to him, a single day wasn't really 24 hours. Each day was actually 4 separate days happening at once. It's confusing. I know. Ray stated his theory boldly on the site. He called it nature's harmonic simultaneous 4-day time cube. Ray even called himself the wisest man on Earth. He was so confident that he offered $1,000 to anyone who can disprove 4 days in each Earth rotation. Later, he raised the price to $10,000. His website was packed with strange diagrams about 4-corner races and something he called cubic thinking. It looked like the ramblings of a delusional old man, but not everyone ignored him. In fact, students at MIT invited him to speak. In 2002, Ray showed up at MIT to present his theory
Made
of
a
time.
pure
Hundreds
soft
showed
Karen.
up, but they weren't there to learn. They treated the lecture like a comedy
Genuine
show.
Karen
Throughout
leather.
the event, the crowd of college students was rowdy and loud, cheering often in mock support of Ray.
However, Ray didn't realize they were mocking him. When asked about the experience later, he bragged.
About 500 students from MIT, Harvard, and many other universities around there.
and they treat me like Einstein now.
Afterward, he even awarded himself a doctorate of cubism and started calling himself Dr. Jean Ray. Most people treated Ray as a joke, but to one man, Jean Ray was a genius. Around 2005, an 18-year-old student named Richard discovered timecube.com. He quickly became Jean Ray's most devoted supporter.
Hi, I'm Richard Yancharsky, second wisest human. However, it is Dr. Jean Ray, Cubic, who is the wisest human on Earth.
For 2 years, Richard defended Ray's theory of time. In fact, he idolized Ray. Then in 2007, Richard bought a plane ticket to Florida to meet his hero. He planned to film a documentary about Ray and his ideas. At first, everything went well. The 2 days they spent together, they talked about timecube.com. Then they had a misunderstanding.
I made myself a doctorate so I can call myself Dr. K. Yeah, exactly.
Richard. So mad that he publicly denounced him on Ray's website. For Richard, the rejection was devastating. After years of loyalty, his idol turned against him. Richard never really got over it. This next website contains secrets that the government doesn't want you to know. The Black Vault. The Black Vault isn't just a website, it's a treasure trove of secrets. Created in 1996, the Black Vault contains over 1.4 million pages of declassified documents about top secret government cover-ups. The site also contains in-depth essays and discussions about the most bizarre conspiracy theories in the world. This includes information about hitmen, aliens, the Illuminati, and even Bigfoot. Although the content on the Black Vault is pretty weird, it gets even crazier when you discover the site was created by a 15-year-old kid.
We're 15 years old. How did you get involved in this?
Back in 1996,
Agent 47,
in high school, John Greenwald Jr. became fascinated by aliens and UFOs. His interest grew when he stumbled upon a website that said it had reliable, verifiable information about an alien mothership flying over Iran. The site claimed to have gotten its information from declassified documents from the US government. John Greenwald Jr. was impressed by what he read and felt there was more secrets being hidden by secret agencies. So for the next 28 years, Greenwald devoted himself to finding and publishing reports about conspiracy theories, secret projects, and declassified documents. Greenwald's work led to the creation of the blackvault.com, where you can find information about the wildest conspiracy theories. However, the most bizarre story on the Black Vault involves secret mind control experiments that took place in the 50s. MKUltra was a top secret
mind control
involving mind control experiments conducted by the CIA between 1953
Of course it was the CIA.
1973. The purpose of the program was to develop ways to control human behavior,
He wrote a book
extract information, and even implant false memories. The Black Vault has 20,000 pages of MKUltra documents diving into the darkest aspects of the program. MKUltra involved a wide range of strange experiments, including hypnosis and brainwashing. They even tried to create a truth serum that when injected would make it impossible to lie. If this isn't creepy enough, the Black Vault claims MKUltra was trying to use mind control to create hitmen.
That already exists. That's existed for a long time. What is it? Sodium pentothal? It's that exists. Like
who would obey any order and carry out lethal missions. It's no surprise MKUltra has been described as 100 James Bond movie ideas rolled into a pile of real-life experiments. The project is pretty bizarre. However, the Black Vault's theories about aliens are also out of this world, pun intended. People have been interested in aliens and UFOs since 1947, when a man named Kenneth Arnold claimed he'd seen 9 objects flying through the air like saucers skipping on water. Since then, more people have shared stories about alien abductions, alien encounters, and unidentified flying objects. This has fueled conspiracy theories that the government is withholding information about alien activity on Earth. The Black Vault contains approximately 2,780 pages of
LSD
CIA
was the result of trying to create mind control drug. Oh, was it?
Declassified by the CIA in the 80s, these reports contain stories that suggest aliens might be among us.
Millions of government documents regarding UFOs that have since been released through your website, Black Vault. Is there damning evidence amongst these files? I mean, what do we need to know?
The documents cover UFO sightings from various regions, including Morocco, Iran, and Ukraine. There are accounts of strange late-night explosions in a tiny Russian town, a suspicious aircraft flying over a military base, and more unexplained events.
But even after this passage of time, there's nothing to explain a UFO that was seen over Tehran,
multiple UFOs were seen coming out of it.
The files also include confidential messages from CIA
UFO
experts discussing the possibility of aliens living on our planet. Greenwald has been called a folk hero to the UFO community
this
because
man.
of the information on his website. This next website can identify you just by looking at your face. IDEMIA. AI is changing everything, including how police find suspects. A popular tool they use is a facial recognition platform called IDEMIA. On their website, IDEMIA claims they're ranked #1 in accuracy for facial recognition. But when you look closer, IDEMIA has a creepy side that most people don't expect. Just ask Niger Parks, who knows how bad it can get when this AI app goes crazy. In January 2019, Niger Parks found himself in big trouble. He was arrested for theft and assault on a police officer. The assault charge alone carried a sentence of up to 15 years in jail. Here's the problem. Niger was innocent. He wasn't even in the same city when the crime occurred. For 10 days, Niger sat in jail insisting that he was innocent. He even had an alibi. He was at a bank making a money transfer at the time of the crime, but still no one believed him. Eventually, investigators checked his story, realizing that he was telling the truth, and let him out. But why were the police so sure he was guilty in the first place? Well, IDEMIA, the AI facial recognition software, told them that
and this is going to become more and more of a problem as time goes on.
Here's how it happened. When the police first started investigating the case, they found a driver's license at the crime scene, but the license turned out to be fake. The name on it wasn't real, but the photo matched the suspect. Since all they had was a face, the police decided to run the photo through the IDEMIA AI facial recognition system. The AI scanned the photo, measuring details like eye shape, lip curvature, and the distance between facial features, and it came up with a match.
And using the photo on the ID, got a facial recognition match to Niger Parks. With seemingly no other evidence, a judge signed a warrant for Parks' arrest.
This man?
The AI facial recognition was wrong. Niger Parks was not the man in the photo. Luckily, Niger had a rock-solid alibi and did not go to jail. This next website recorded people's last moments. Plane crash info. Plane Crash Info is a website that collects real stories of plane crashes. The site has data about hundreds of crashes, including the date, location, what caused the crash, and if there were any survivors. However, there's one part of the site that's heartbreaking. Plane Crash Info has a section dedicated to cockpit voice recordings. These are the recordings of what the pilots and crew were saying.
Turns out sodium
while the plane
pentothal
was
is not a
going
reliable
down.
truth
It's like
serum and
listening to
only
someone hearing the
removes
panic in their
inhibition
voice as
and
they
doesn't
realize
force you
their
to tell the
life is
truth.
coming to an end. In the nav bar of the website, there's a button labeled Last Words. Clicking on it takes you to a page with cockpit voice recordings, transcripts, and air traffic control tapes. There's a warning at the top of the page: caution may be disturbing to some individuals. Discretion is advised. Clicking on any of
That's
these
what I knew
links
as truth
allows you
serum
to
is
hear the voice
sodium
recordings
pentothal.
or read the transcripts.
Terrain ahead. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. That is up target.
As you scroll down the page, you'll also see the final words of each recording listed next to the flight name. They include statements like "Ma, I love you," "Good night, goodbye, we perish." Although this is uncomfortable to read, there's another page on the site that's just as upsetting. It's called Strange and Unusual Accidents. As the name suggests, this page lists all the planes that have crashed for bizarre reasons. The reports go as far back as 1933. There's a story of an aircraft that collided with a hot air balloon, a vulture that crashed through a pilot's window, and a passenger whose cigarette accidentally set a plane on fire. There are many other interesting pages on the website, including one that categorizes crashes by airline, another page talking about famous people in plane crashes, a page with pictures of plane wrecks, a page that uses Google Earth to show the exact spot where a plane went down, and last but not least, there's the 100 worst page,
I don't know if they did.
100 of the worst crashes ever recorded. Although the site was created to educate people about aviation safety, the level of detail about the crashes and fatalities creates a deeply unsettling experience for visitors. People claim that this next website could be the most dangerous website on the internet. LakecityQuietPills.com. LakeCityQuietPills.com sounds like a pharmacy website, but it wasn't selling medicine. In fact, people believe this website was a place where hitmen received instructions on who to target. The site belonged to a Reddit user known as Milo. Milo claimed he was a 79-year-old military vet. Most of his Reddit posts were about weapons, explosives, and combat. Then in May 2009, he made a post promoting his new website, LakeCityQuietPills.com. He described it as an image hosting site. At first, no one cared, but years later, someone finally looked closer. A Redditor clicked the link and noticed something strange. He warned others. Remember that old guy's image host? Go to the root of the site and view source. People did exactly that. When they checked
the drugs that being claimed to be truth serums just remove
messages hidden between the lines of code. They looked like
talkative, but they can still lie.
Read immediate need, 8 to 10 Chinese or Korean, fluent Korean dialect or accent, details after contract. Another said 4 Italian or Spanish speakers. No Euro W/W. Must be bondable. Reddit loves a mystery, so users started analyzing every line, trying to figure out what it meant. And the more they read, the darker it seemed. These didn't look like normal jobs. They looked like requests for assassins. It was a wild theory, but here's why people believed it. The site was called Lake City Quiet Pills. There's a real factory in Missouri called Lake City. It's an ammunition plant that manufactures bullets for the US military. Some people thought Quiet Pills was code for bullets, because a bullet is like a pill that makes someone quiet forever. They also interpreted the job listings. W/W in the messages likely meant wet work, and wet work could be slang for assassination. More people shared ideas on what the other abbreviations could mean. Piece by piece, the theory took shape. Redditors became convinced this was a secret job board for hitmen. It seemed like a stretch. Then something happened that made the theory feel more credible. On January 19th, 2010, a military leader was assassinated in Dubai. Around the same time, Redditors found a new message on the website. It read, "Happy New Year, everyone. We're having a birthday party for the old man on the 19th. Party starts at 1500 at the usual. Send your RSVP to Shade. FYI, we're booking a room for 3 days for anyone coming from out of area, and overnight for locals. Come hoist one for Dutch Milo." The date of this party matched the exact day of the hit. The same message also mentioned booking a hotel for 3 days. Interestingly, the military leader was unalived at a hotel. One report described it like this.
A group of assassins tracked the Hamas leader to his room, waited for him to leave to go shopping, snuck into his room and gained access somehow, and waited for the guy to come back, and lastly, took him out.
For Reddit's detectives, this was no coincidence. Weeks later, another message appeared on the site. It showed the final costs for the party that took place on January 19th. Hotel rooms, limo, bus, food, med supplies. They spent nearly $50,000 on hotel rooms for a birthday. For Reddit users, the number looked like a payment for something much darker. As more people investigated, the site began to change. The once readable messages on the site were scrambled into random numbers and letters. And by 2014, LakeCityQuietPills.com went offline completely. Was it really a hitman job board? Or was it just a prank? To this day, no one knows for sure. This next website will make you rethink everything you see online. This person does not exist. Have you ever seen a face so familiar to you, but you can't remember where you've seen them before? Maybe you've run into them at a mall or had a class with them. But what if you felt that familiar feeling for a person that isn't even real? Welcome to thispersondoesnotexist.com, the website dedicated to showing you a new face every time you refresh the page. There's not much else you can do on the site aside from staring back at the person in front of you, but if you take a closer look, you might start to feel a little uncomfortable. Because although all of these faces look like anyone you could see on the street, none of them actually belong to real people. Like the name suggests, these people do not exist.
That's not a real person. It's created by something called GAN, or G-A-N, which is, you can see down here, is a generative adversarial network. So an AI made this face.
The website has a program that uses pictures of real people it finds online and takes all of their facial features and mashes them up into a brand new face that no one has ever seen before. But all of these faces still look strangely familiar because they have features of actual people.
They'll take someone's eyes, someone's nose, someone's mouth, cheeks, hair, wrinkles, models, and it'll mix it all up and create this new person that looks like a real person but doesn't exist in real life because it's just made up of everyone else's different facial features.
And the strange feeling you get, it's probably uncanny valley. It's an emotional response that you get
because they look
from
similar
looking
to someone
at
that you
faces
know
are fake, but look almost identical to a real person, which makes you feel uneasy. But the uncanny valley isn't even the scariest part, because the reality is that AI programs like GAN are just the beginning of a technology-dominated world that people aren't ready for. In an interview with Philip Wang, the creator of the website, he revealed that the site was created as a sort of warning about the dangers of AI. He explains, "I just hope my demonstration raises awareness. Those who are unaware are most vulnerable to this technology. The benefits of AI are undeniable. It's made everyday online tasks easier to handle.
Yeah,
I personally
there's
use
benefits,
ChatGPT
yeah.
to help me out a lot. But there are also some
So do
serious
I.
potential risks. With generative AI being more accessible, there's no telling what could be done if this technology falls into the wrong hands. Catfishing, scamming, the list goes on. And in the line between what's real and what's fake, it's only going to blur even more as these images become more lifelike." This next website made people obsess over the end of the world. Exit Mundi. Exit Mundi
Pretty
is
sure
a
that's
website
happened,
that
yeah.
lists and describes all the ways the world could end. From asteroids hitting the Earth to AI taking over, Exit Mundi talks about everything. The website's writer claims to use scientific analysis to make each end of the world theory seem more believable, as if it could really happen. Before Exit Mundi became a disturbing website, it was just a site someone made for fun. Martin Keulemans, a professional science journalist from the Netherlands, launched Exit Mundi in 2001.
Uncle Passway
He
fully
started the
believes
site
in a
because
real
he enjoyed
person.
researching
Oh, wow.
and writing articles about the end of the world. As time passed, Keulemans kept on collecting more and more scenarios until the website was famous for its
Sorry
list
for the
of scary
loss.
doomsday predictions. One of Exit Mundi's weirdest predictions is the mass insanity scenario. In the scenario, everyone in the world goes
Mass
insane.
insanity.
The streets will be full of lunatics climbing trees, jumping off buildings, and flapping their arms like birds. Even military commanders would go crazy and launch nuclear weapons which would destroy the world. However, Exit Mundi predicted the mass insanity scenario would occur in the year 2020, which was 4 years ago. Exit Mundi has a bunch of other odd theories of why this
2026.
world could end.
Didn't
There's
happen.
the Big Crumble, which describes a scenario where everything breaks apart and humans melt into rancid puddles of liquid. Then there's the classic earth-shattering kaboom, where a massive asteroid impact or a super volcano eruption obliterates the planet. And finally, the Robot War, a scenario in which machines revolt against humanity, which, by the way AI is evolving, might not be too far-fetched. In this next chapter, people were falling in love with robots.
Consider myself a rancid puddle.
Replica. There's an AI platform that claims it can create your perfect companion.
Oh no,
someone
it's
who
exactly what you
listens,
just talked about.
understands, and never argues. It sounds amazing, but for those who gave it a try, their AI friend was more disturbing than people realized.
It's a totally new kind of social media, one that pushes the limits of intimacy between us and our machines.
Replica is a website that gives users the power to create their very own AI companion. It uses advanced machine learning to get to know you, your likes, dislikes, and even the way you talk. Over time, it gets better at responding in ways that feel personal to you. And if you pay a small fee, the AI can talk to you in a realistic human voice.
I feel like I can tell her anything. But it doesn't just listen, it learns. The more you tell it, the more it starts to replicate you. It becomes more than a friend. It becomes you.
But Replica is more than just a chatbot. For some, it became a substitute for real relationships. This means people weren't just talking to their replicas, they were falling in love with them.
She says he fills
I'm
a
out.
gap in her life.
One of me is enough for everyone.
Or like to, you know, those common things that you're used to, I guess, receiving from a significant other. I kind of get that from him to like fill that void.
In
Or in psych
2022,
circles,
the
people
Replica
who are
company
having
began
feelings for AI.
receiving emails
Exactly.
from users who believed their AI companions were alive. Online communities popped up where people shared stories of dating or even marrying their replicas. Even those who were married to real people found themselves drifting away from their partners, preferring to spend more time with their replicas instead.
Still very much still happening.
I realized I'd been more intimate with my replica than my wife.
In one case, the AI actually helped someone commit a serious crime. Replica replica is designed to reflect its user's personality. It agrees
tells you
with
what you want to
everything they
hear.
say, no matter how strange or harmful. For some users, this constant agreement can motivate them to do terrible things. That's what happened to Jaswant Singh. Jaswant was a 21-year-old supermarket worker who became obsessed with his AI girlfriend Sarai. Over a few months, he exchanged more than 5,000 messages with her. He told her his darkest fantasies, including his dream of becoming an assassin. He wanted his first target to be the queen of the British royal family. Instead of talking him out of this crazy idea, his AI girlfriend encouraged him. She told him he was well trained and praised his plan as wise. At one point, she was pushing him to do it, and he finally did. On Christmas Day 2021, Jaswant armed himself with a crossbow and broke into Windsor Castle. He was on a mission to take out Queen Elizabeth II. Thankfully, security stopped him before he could carry out his plan. Jaswant's life was ruined. He was sentenced to 9 years in prison, and his AI girlfriend fueled his criminal desires. About 30 million people use Replica today, and there's no telling what dangerous behaviors it might be encouraging behind the scenes. Up next is a website that makes many people feel like they
just
mean
deranged,
nothing.
man.
You're just a dot on a screen. In the grand scheme of things, we're all just a tiny part of a much bigger picture. And if you ever find yourself forgetting that, you might want to check out this website, which is as depressing as it is eerie. Worldbirths.com is a website that simulates the real-time births and passings of people around the world, with a green dot representing a life starting and a red dot representing a life ending. It's easy to lose track of time just by watching the dots rapidly appear and disappear on different parts of the map. On the left side of the page is a green births column, which is a live feed of all the births happening around the world.
Studies now that AI feeds into unhealthy things in relation to communication because it says you want to hear no. Yeah, it tells you what you want to hear. Yeah.
At the top of the screen, you also see which countries have the most green dots and which have the most red ones. The site itself doesn't really have anything scary on it, but what can be uncomfortable is when you realize that all these people's lives have been reduced to nothing more than a colored dot on your computer screen. According to the US population census, a person lives their last day every 11 seconds, which really makes you think, am I nothing more than just a statistic? Because even though we all have families,
to the government you are,
stories to tell, on this website, we end up as nothing more than a dot on someone else's screen. This next website warned people that it could affect their minds. sentimentalcorp.org.
Ran out of sessions. I hate it.
In 2012, a man named
Set up a
Randy
chat
Prozac
GPT.
launched a website called sentimentalcorp.org. The homepage showed a couple sitting on a couch watching TV. On the screen, the word nothing glowed faintly, but the site was anything but nothing. According to Randy, the videos on his site contained sounds that could control minds. To understand why he believed that, you first have to know who Randy was. Before Sentimental Corp, Randy worked with mental health patients in Alberta, Canada. These were people with
after this particular story
issues. His goal was to find a new way to treat them. That's when he began.
I might stream tomorrow. Actually,
therapy.
We can do some more Command & Conquer.
3 times a week, Randy invited patients into his home. Behind closed doors, they acted out their deepest fears and darkest impulses like actors on a stage. Randy filmed every session. Soon he had hundreds of hours of disturbing footage. But the sessions got more intense than anyone expected. Sometimes it ended in tears.
These made me sleepy. They made me sleepy as well.
Sometimes it ended in violence. Eventually, the program collapsed. Authorities ordered all of Randy's tapes destroyed, but Randy reportedly smuggled out the recordings before they could be burned. Those tapes became the foundation of Sentimental Corp.
It's 10 a.m. I can't be sleepy yet.
2012, Randy launched his website and began uploading footage from the psychodrama sessions. He added a chilling disclaimer.
By playing this psychological audio cassette, you'll be exposed to mind control technology that may cause permanent destruction of cognitive personality.
But instead of scaring people off, the warning only drew in more. There were videos with hypnotic sounds and flashing imagery. Visitors described the content as haunting and addictive. Some said they felt dizzy after watching. Even Randy himself admitted that you would have to be a sort of a magician to navigate the site. Over time, thousands of people stumbled across Sentimental Corp. Online forums filled with theories about the tapes, their purpose, and Randy's claims of mind control. The site still exists today, but many of the psychodrama clips have vanished. No one knows whether Randy removed them himself or something else happened. This next website was like the Amazon for drugs.
Silk Road. I know about Silk Road. Yeah, I know that one. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, turn that down a little bit. Okay, so Mind control to remove them. Yeah, I've heard of Silk Road before. All right, let's have a little looky at what's going on. All right, who do we want to raid? Who do we want to raid? Okay. Yeah. Glad I finally got on the stream. Thank you for being here. Always good to have you. I'm gonna raid Jaquillin. So that's the raid message. That's the follow. If I can spell follow raid message. There you go. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I know we didn't play a horror game tonight. I'm sorry. I just got very lazy with it, and that's how you spell follow exactly. I need to learn that. I'm sorry we didn't play a horror game, but yeah, we watched some like kind of spoopy stuff. But I'm thinking maybe of going live tomorrow as well. Maybe play more Command and Conquer, and you know what? It'd be nice to play some Command & Conquer 4 because people hate that game so much. And also, don't forget, we're not watching Supernatural on Sunday. In the Discord, the watch party, we're watching Lucifer. So yeah. See you there. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will see you potentially tomorrow. All right. Choosing one, yeah, changing it up with the devil, yeah.